How I've waited for you to come. I've been here all along. Now that you've arrived, please stay a while. And I promise I won't keep you long. I'll keep you forever.
Scrape the skin with my fingertips. The brush of dead cold flesh appease the meat. Provoking images, delicate features so smooth. A pleasant fragrance in the light of the moon. Dance with the dead in my dreams. Listen to their hallowed screams. The dead have taken my soul. Temptations lost our control. Simple smiles elude psychotic eyes. Lose our mind control, rush now decline. Empty eyes enslave the creation of placid faces and lifeless magic.
Hello. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We'll just fade that out real quick. It Hey Jude's for like another 10 seconds of just feedback. We can stand to just fade that out. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I deliberated for like a full half an hour over what cool song to start with for Halloween. I even found a whole playlist on Spotify called Headbanging Halloween. And it didn't necessarily need to be metal stuff. I mean, I played Gravediggers the other day. I was gonna play a song from Persona 5 Strikers, actually. But then I found this playlist, and can I just acknowledge real quick how bad this playlist is? It kind of starts off and it's okay. Well, no, actually, right from the start, it's kind of a problem. Because the very first song on this Spotify playlist, Headbanger Halloween, is from the new shitty Muse album, The Will of the People, The Will of the People, The Will of the Will of the Will of the People, and that... Whatever you have to say about Muse, I don't think you would say that they're headbanging. Shortly thereafter is Motionless in White, which is not everybody's kind of metal, but I guess that counts. You got Ghost, you got Mastodon, you got Black Sabbath, that's all fine. And then you get, like, Scary Monsters and Super Creeps by David Bowie. You got Don't Fear the Reaper. You got Voodoo Child by Jimi Hendrix. You got fucking Blood Money by Poppy. And I don't know much about Poppy, but I don't think she's considered a headbanger. Arctic Monkeys is on here. You know, it's sad when Evanescence Haunted is one of the more appropriate songs on this list. Toward the end of the list, you got fucking Aerosmith Dream On. What the fuck is this shit? Anyways. This isn't even like Metal Guide gatekeeping. This is legitimately, these are not even the same genre. You could maybe argue I Love the Dead by Alice Cooper, but come on. John Carpenter Halloween theme, that's not even a metal song. It's not even like a cover of the Halloween theme. What are you doing? Anyways, so instead I picked a song from Slayer, which erroneously assumes that Ed Gein locked up children. There's that whole part at the end with Mr. Gein, I want out now! Mr. Gein, this isn't funny! I don't think they knew in Slayer who Ed Gein necessarily was and what he did. In any way further than he was a serial killer. But, you know, it's a pretty good song. Hello, everybody. It's time for more nonsense. Yeah, they're good songs. I'm not saying Dream On is not a good song. I'm not saying Don't Fear the Reaper isn't good, but I don't think they belong on a playlist called Headbanger Halloween. That's all I'm saying. Maybe just a, like, you know, I don't know, up-tempo Halloween, but it's, I don't know. Yeah, no, we're doing some more ARG stuff, some analog horrors. I had some people recommending a few. I kind of forget the names now. There was one that was apparently really good and spooky. I've got a few saved. There's one, the Freddy Five Night movie came out. And I haven't seen it. And surprisingly enough, I actually want to see it. I think I'm gonna maybe consider, like, vlogging my trip to the theater to see the Freddy Five Night. Because, like, you know what? And I'll go to, like, the biggest theater in Toronto too, and I'll make it a whole thing, and I'll be the one adult not attending with a child, which is actually, maybe that's a bad idea. Well, I don't know. For some reason, without any understanding of Five Nights at Freddy's lore or anything about the series, I just have for some reason some kind of an interest in seeing this awful movie that I'm sure will be not very good. But, you know, there's a thing that I was recommended to look at called the FNAF tapes. Some kind of VHS analog horror fucking FNAF thing. Well, I want to point out, by the way, the real horror on this Halloween season is fake news. I had somebody troll me in the chat and say that Linkara got booked for animal cruelty. That's just not true at all. That just was not true at all. I'm gonna let that chat. I decided to let that chat member get away with it because it was funny enough that I had to look for it. But that's the real horror of Halloween. Is that Linkara is still a free man. Oh no, he didn't do that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I suppose it could be true. But actually, that does, you know, it's funny enough that that leads us into, that leads us into the first thing that I'd like to look at. Linkara has an analog horror. And, apparently, I've heard people say it's good. Now, that being said, I've heard people say that a lot of shit is good, which isn't. So, I'm going to be critical of this, but I've heard good things. I've heard better things than I heard about Harmony and Horror. Or, like, I don't know, that one where it's just still images and the guy has, like, I forget the name of the what's the name of the channel where it's, like, still images and there's, like, a murderer, and it's every video has the fucking VHS font, and then the guy's on Twitter saying that his horror is meant to trigger the libs or something. I don't know. But that one is apparently bad. This is probably going to be at least better than that. Urban Spook, right, Urban Spook. Which, I gotta say, the name Urban Spook sounds racist, but we're just gonna move along from there. Winter of '83 from Linkara. And it's in a series of 16 segments. But apparently the full thing is about an hour. It's in one video here. Winter of '83, full movie. I don't think we'll watch the whole thing. So there will inevitably be that one guy in chat who's like, no, you missed it! There was 5 frames at exactly 33 minutes that you didn't watch! You didn't understand it! And that seems to happen every time we do this kind of thing, but, you know, just calm your concern, it'll be fine, we'll get the gist of it, and if it doesn't, whether it impresses or doesn't impress, I don't think that 1 or 2 little things that we miss are gonna really change a whole lot about that. It's probably just gonna, as far as I know, it's probably just gonna reinforce, because I imagine there's a lot of stuff in Harmony and Horror that's considered scary and spooky that we did not see, that probably would have just made us laugh and roll our eyes even further, so, but, you know, it's fine. It'll sink and swim, sink or swim based on its merits. This is the Linkara analog horror. Sorry, I have to do this in the Linkara voice.
In January of 1983, most of the people living in the town of Fawn Circle, Minnesota disappeared. In the investigation that followed, a significant number of video and audio recordings were recovered.
Let's turn up the volume there, that's fine.
The recovered material had significant irreparable damage. The most
you know, he doesn't even sound like this. This is mean. Yeah, so we're gonna stitch together the stuff. That's fine.
The time is now 12 a.m. K83FC now concludes its programming schedule. Channel 83 will resume its broadcast at 7 a.m. Thank you for watching K83FC, Channel 83.
Well, I mean, hey, it's already a better fake TV channel, fake old-timey, it's got like the chromatic aberration thing with the VHS effect. It's a lot better than Harmony and Horror when they tried that. It's a lot better than Urban Spook when they tried that.
3FC is owned and operated by the Spencer Sheridan Foundation.
There's a guy in chat named Happy Boner who says, I like child abuse, but it has too much pics. Alright, well, thank you for sharing.
Providing quality local television to Fawn Circle and neighboring cities.
Oh, and by the way, everybody, I want you to know that this video, as we watch this might be spooky, this might be scary, because if you watch this, there's a possibility that you could get very scared, you could get even petrified by fear, and then you'll freeze. So just be careful.
Wood County,
Minnesota. Just don't freeze. Don't freeze in fear.
Minnesota since 1975. Our offices are located at 2713 Pinewood Street in Fawn Circle, Minnesota. Postal code 56283. K83FC is empowered to transmit by the Federal Communications.
Well, it still doesn't look like a real, I don't know, old TV station. It looks a little more convincing. Like, this looks like the type of logo I don't know, the cream-colored background seems very 80s. I could see this being 80s, but then, like, this looks like a picture taken last week that has a filter on it. And, like, I don't know, you can't... It's difficult to make a picture that was taken last week not look like that, but I'm sure people have been able to in the past. Whatever's being done here, it doesn't look that convincing in this shot anyway. They could have maybe just gone for, like, stock footage from the time, if that was an issue. I don't know. But again, all my complaints aside, this is still a lot more believable than all of the fake TV what was the one? It was like Pasta or something. It was like the guy who had the orange fucking hoodie had that series. He had like a fake TV station, news network thing, and it just looked really, really embarrassingly fake and bad. And this is a lot better than that, but not convincing. It's a lot better. It's a lot better than complete garbage. It's not convincing though.
83. K83FC
Pastra,
is
yes.
empowered to transmit by the Federal Communications Commission, Washington, D.C. We hope you've enjoyed today's programming and that you'll join us again in the morning.
The voice there sounds convincing though. I will say the audio for that guy, it doesn't sound like just some guy with a fucking Blue Yeti or whatever, so whatever effect they have on the audio is a little better than the video there, but yeah. Okay, well already this feels like it's just trying to be Local 58. I mean, I don't know, I haven't seen all of Local 58. I think I've seen some videos talking about it, like a couple of years ago, but this is Winter 83, Local 58. It's got like American imagery. There's like low budget, like local TV station kind of thing. I don't know why they all have to be this way. If you were here for yesterday's stream, yesterday we looked at a video that I would call actual analog horror. I want to just save this for a second because we're looking for analog horror as made by people and trying to judge that. But if you look at Life with Grandpa from the Family International cult, why are the video thumbnails massive now? Why are they Look at this football field size fucking video thumbnail now. What is the point of this? They have changed this site again within like the last day, and now it looks fucking, this is like bobblehead mode thumbnails. But anyways, we looked at some of this, and this is actual genuine analog horror. It was not intended to be made for horrifying purposes, but it was actually made in the 80s. It's actually on VHS. It actually is meant for children and uses weird creepy puppets that were not intended to be creepy. It's actually got sinister, nefarious overtones. Everything that people think they're looking for in analog horror is this. And this is, of course, not actually intending to be scary whatsoever. I don't know, though, but I say everything that they're looking for. It seems what people are looking for in analog horror is, like, a very specific feeling of, like, you're, like, in the middle of the night and you find, like, a weird like Persona 4 plot, basically. Analog horror is meant to make you feel like you're getting access to the Mystery Channel or whatever, the Midnight Channel. But also America is involved for some reason. What was the other? The Local 58 one, I think, was the one where it was like, you should kill yourself now because the Russians are invading or something. And so now this is just I'm sure at some point the US patriots will make us all shoot ourselves or something. Like a minute in, and I've already dissected this super hard. We just need this, but with like Jesse Ventura. Secrets! Cover-ups! What were they hiding? Reptilian conspiracy! It's in the documents! What is, like, a Lithuanian supposed to get out of this? I don't know what it is, because you'd think, like, I don't know what, I mean, if you're, like, not from America, maybe there's something spooky about the thunderous fucking freedom cock of America's might or something, but if you're from America, it's strange to me that the go-to seems to be this, like, local, homegrown, like, again, Local 58, like, the government of America asking you to fucking kill yourself. Like, you'd think that it would be more based on weird, spooky, I don't know, spooky thing found in mysterious other culture. That's, you know, seems to be the way most fears and irrational, you know, paranoias tend to arise. Like mummies, like, yeah, you know, like, where's the mummy ARG? That makes so much more sense than this. Okay, so let's try to skip ahead, but we got important lore here. Oh, the car. He crashed his car after his wife left him. Okay, I really don't like this already. This is, it really goes to show how people's views of analog horror, like, are, where good analog horror, I kept having people say, Linkara made an analog horror series, and it's actually good! And it's like, it's, once again, just, oh, what's that doing in there? Oh, it's so weird. It's like we're watching a thing, and then randomly there's creepy other footage that's in there. Oh, fun circle, and then what's the blood doing there? That shouldn't be there. That doesn't feel like it should be in the thing we're watching now. That's kind of weird. I don't know. It's like, are they all like this? Jesus Christ. Hyper-realistic blood! American ingenuity, hard work, colonialism, industry, all things that Linkara cares for, as well as green M&Ms. Oh, what's going on there? The steam engine, industry, the industrial revolution, or whatever. Oh, we're going really fast now, actually. What the fuck? Okay, so this is supposed to be the sign-off of the TV station, I guess. I don't know, it's like the fact, it's already bad enough when you watch an analog horror and it's like, the person who uploaded it is like very open about the fact that it's, I don't know, isn't the whole point of the, I've said this before, but like, isn't the whole point of like the analog horror thing supposed to kind of play on like, it's kind of a mix between like ARGs and Lost Media, where it's like, no, Candle Cove really happened. You know, it totally happened, and it's not just like a creepypasta, and it was a real show, you just haven't found it yet. And like these videos, my theory with them anyway is that they're supposed to be kind of like, oh, we uncovered these mysterious old tapes, but when it's just Linkara made it, like, I don't know, because there's a guy that's about to come up here, and I'm just like, oh, it's one of Linkara's fucking friends who loves Power Rangers and Doctor Who. I don't know, at least there's no trigger warning at the start of this, you know, because there might be spooky imagery in this horror thing that we're watching. I'm willing to acknowledge, yeah, we had some more spooks there, by the way. I'm willing to acknowledge that my view of analog horror is kind of just how I view it. It's not necessarily the real definition, but it's just kind of like what I'm expecting from it is almost never what is delivered, so maybe I just got the wrong memo. Like, maybe I'm the problem. I guess that could be true. But I just feel like I don't know, what I would want out of something like this would be something that's, at least there's like a pretense, like a kayfabe kind of deal, like, yeah, it's made by someone and we all know it, but like we tried it, we pretend it's real or whatever. But there's like, it's not even any of that. It's just, here's, like, Linkara could have just put this up on like a side channel and maybe pretended to have come across it himself or something if he wanted to, like, draw attention to it. But instead, he just has it on his channel right between all of his fucking comic book reviews. Like, what am I supposed to get from this? I guess it's like a horror movie, but I have trouble when the whole concept of it is the idea that it's like this lost fucking TV broadcast from the 80s or some shit. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I feel like my version of what analog horror is better. I feel like if analog horror isn't what I'm saying it should be, then they should make steps to make it what I'm saying it should be, because my version is better. Please stop asking for Harvester in chat. That's not really what we're going for. I'm not going to be playing the game Harvester. If you want, Joel played Harvester. The channel Majular played Harvester and talked about it. In fact, Majular also has a really, really good video he just made about Darkseid and Darkseid 2 and the adventures of Mike Dawson, one of the worst protagonists in all of gaming history. So if you really want to check out some, if you know of Harvester and you don't know of Darkseid 2, definitely go check out that. Or Retsupre's old coverage of Darkseid 2 is also classic. That's kind of where the meme originated, I think. I mean, it was probably already a bit of like a cult classic at the time, but no, we're not looking at Harvester. That is certainly a contender, though, considering that the main character, the actor, is a convicted pedophile. So it's a game that's like already kind of spooky in its own way and actually kind of effective at being like, you know, kind of a horror thing. But yeah, there's also a bit of a meta layer there, which is a little bit uncomfortable as well. But no, we're not doing Harvester today. We're doing the Linkara ARG. Why are you complaining, chat member? We're looking at the Linkara ARG. What more could you ask for out of life?
Can anybody hear me? Look, we need help down here. Please send somebody to rescue us. I'm begging you. We're in the basement of Scott's Manor. It's getting so cold down here.
Okay, you saying you're in the basement of Scott's Manor. Like, am I supposed to... This looks like a skit. You say Scott, and it makes me think this is for a Scott the Woz video, but it looks like a fucking skit from a Linkara video. I cannot possibly... This is the... I think this is maybe the single hardest to take seriously of any analog horror I've ever seen. Just by virtue of having this little atop the fourth wall fucking symbol down in the bottom this whole time. This might be the hardest to take seriously, because this just looks... What happens... What they are showing here just looks like a Nostalgia Critic skit.
I'm begging you.
It's acted like one, it's shot like one. If it was for like a Halloween episode, it's exactly like
Scott's
that.
Manor. It's getting so cold down here.
Please, you have to help us. They're going to bury us down here.
No. Tell them that. They'll think we're crazy. Look, just please send help. We're in the
It was released April 1st. No, May 8th. It's not even like a Halloween thing. It's just in the middle of summer. They dropped this thing about the winter. When fall is the spooky season. And this was the spring of the end of the I don't know, I couldn't make that one happen. But yeah, no, this this feels like not even just a Nostalgia Critic skit. It feels almost like an AVGN skit. Like, we're going really far back.
basement of Scott's
They're
Manor.
gonna freeze us to death!
And the thing is like, you would say, well, okay, but a Linkara video, if that skit was to be in like a Linkara video, right, if it looked the same and it had those guys in it, you know, that skit would probably be like, there would be some jokes in it, but I would argue that it ultimately is the same, because in the end, both of them wouldn't be funny. Well, there was a little bit funny when...
Look, just please send help.
Look,
Basement of Scott's
They're
Manor.
gonna freeze us to death!
they're not afraid! Yeah, I don't know. You know, that's probably a little funnier than... Honestly, this is a funnier scene than if it was an actually filmed for comedy scene where they had jokes and it was like, what this actually, I say this is like an AVGN video, it wormed its way back into my brain. You know what it is? It's like the fucking Bored James thing. Does anybody remember Bored James? I'm sorry, we have to go back to the actual goat of spooky videos from internet reviewers. Fucking Bored James is considered one of the best things that AVGN's Cinemassacre James Rolfe ever did. Bored James was just ostensibly a series where it was a character played by James called Bored James who talked about board games. And you know,
oh man, and that's still fascinating. Who wants to play the game? Just crank
it was AVGN but board games basically, but it had some different stuff going on. You had a bunch of episodes. You had the one episode where I think it was this one where they're on the floor shooting marbles, and it was this, yeah.
Yeah, you're down to your last man, motherfucker.
There he is. We can't have Mike on screen anymore. He's not allowed to be on screen anymore. We can't have him anymore. But then the show, it like morphed over time and turned into like a spooky video at the end, which wasn't, you know, I don't know, there's something that's more effective about Bored James and Mr. Bucket and the horror terror of Mr. Bucket that unveils here. We're not gonna watch the whole thing because Mike's in it. We can't show Mike Matei on screen. That's not allowed anymore. We can't. Don't watch Mike Matei. He's not acceptable. He has such a big dick. So we can't look at this. But it's a good video, and it's not trying to be like an analog horror thing. It's just. I think what's effective about it is that it's part of a series. I mean, it's not like the scariest thing ever, but it is a little more effective than the Winter of '83 thing, because it's I don't know, it's part of a series that was not immediately already, like if Linkara wanted to do something, he could have done something kind of creative where like the Linkara character is involved in some way, he finds the thing like that, like Bored James. But I don't know, it's like if Bored James was just going all in on the spookiness right away, and there was no, I don't know, like I don't know. No, well, it's not Bored. It's like if James Rolfe, instead of doing something like Bored James, just decided at midway through making AVGN, he's like, yeah, you know what, I'm just gonna make a horror series now, and everybody would be like, what? Excuse me, this is garbage. Like, but people say this is good. We're only 3 minutes in. Maybe it gets better. This is just the beginning. Maybe it gets better. We'll watch a little bit more. We'll watch the next one here. I won't pause so much, but then we'll jump to like a little later. We're not getting the full context. It's not happening because there's other stuff to get to as well. But you know, we'll jump around a bit. We'll see what we get out of it. So far I'm like more impressed than the other one, some of the other ones we've looked at, but it's still not good. Oh, there's an ominous tone. There's a haunting tone. Police investigation of Scott's Manor.
Recording now.
Are you sure? I don't want it to be like last week where the cameraman forgot to turn the mic on.
Okay, who is this schmorky? Who is doing this schmorky voice? Why? I'm sorry if that's just somebody's actual voice, but man, we start the next video, and I don't want to have to pause constantly, but we already have like.
Are you sure? I don't want it to be like last week where the cameraman forgot to turn the mic on.
I'm sorry if this is just a person's voice, but that it's just a little distracting. It doesn't sound like a real voice.
And we recorded an interview for half an hour before
they might as well be doing like an accent or something. It's
noted.
I'm positive. I'm seeing levels and readings here.
Okay, but just leave the lens cap on until we get there. I'm pretty sure I smudged my lipstick and I want to fix it before we get anything.
I'm telling you, it's fine.
Let me be the judge of that. So,
guys, there's so many fuzzy video effects on the screen. Aren't you scared yet?
We're recording the audio.
Is it like just the concept of an old videotape that's scary to people? Is that what it is? Like it's just, wow, it's not a high-res picture. There's some visual fuzz. I'm so used to my 4K monitor that this is giving me a heart attack.
So might as well get some background first. Sheriff Douglas, how are you today?
Oh, not so bad, you.
Oh, not so bad, you. How's it going there, eh? Okay, look at this. look at this. So, Vivian Reynolds, but all of these people, well, okay, her and Greg up here look like they were made by an AI generator. Greg genuinely does. I think his nose is all fucked up because I think they probably were made by AI. But Greg Semi, is that his name? And then Sheriff Chris Douglas comes along.
Sheriff Douglas, how are you today?
Oh, not so bad. You?
Oh, how's it going there, eh? Oh, you want some help solving the murders there? I can help you out there. Oh, don't you know, I'll go into the manor there and I'll find that murderous son of a gun. I'll show him up for. I'll bring him to justice, boyo, don't you know?
I'm fine. So, tell me a little bit about Scott's Manor.
Well, Scott's Manor used to be the mayor's mansion back in the 60s.
Oh, it used to be the mansion there. I mean, I guess he's from Minnesota, but like... I don't think whoever is playing him is from Minnesota. I don't know.
Last occupant being Richard Scott. The place was closed for renovations in, a year or so. And the city had a big budget crisis back then, and they decided to...
Oh, it had a budget crisis back then. Oh!
...off on the renovations for a year. The year became 2 years, then 5, then 10, and, well, here we
Again,
are.
I really feel bad if that's just this person's actual voice, but, like... What a shame if I just said with the other person, like, if it's like if you're doing a fake accent with whatever the voice was, this is that accent. This is the fake accent.
Last September, some people from the U of M Science Department decided to rent it out to finally complete the renovations, while also using the space for some science experiments or whatnot.
And the story about the manor being haunted.
Well, before the research people moved in, we got the occasional call about seeing something weird or about kids breaking in and...
Yeah, this is really spooky, isn't it? Just like fucking exposition for like 5 minutes. There's a spooky haunted manor there, oh!
Spray painting their gang tags or whatever. But we didn't really pay any mind to it. With the manor being closer to the farmlands, it's not like...
As you know, we didn't pay mind to it! I was then assigned to different duties! I had a side quest investigation looking into the doomed commercial area.
It was really bothering anyone.
It is weird that the mayor's mansion was, like, 20 minutes away from the town.
Well, I don't know, Greg Semi, it is weird that you're like a comedy incognito man in fucking joke disguise gear. With, like, you basically might as well have a Groucho Marx face glasses mask on. And you've got, like, dreads, and what are you... Is this, like, a camera strapped around your neck or something? I don't know. I think this was just made by AI, and it looks fucked up.
That's one of the reasons why the renovations kept getting postponed. There was a whole kerfluffle, new laws got passed. The mayor actually had to live closer to the center of town after that.
And why are we going out to the manor today?
Oh, hey now, you know the reasons even better.
Oh, hey now!
Yes, the signal height.
Tim Haytons, oh, don't you know?
Tracking.
Look, I like you guys over at the Channel 83. Galaxy Detective is a fun little show I can watch with my kids, but it feels like these hijackings are happening daily now.
That's not...
This is such a fucking... Like, it doesn't feel even in the slightest like real people talking. It's clearly dialogue. Like, no effort is made at all to make this sound like real people saying, like, having a real conversation on the phone. It's clearly rehearsed. It's... The don't you know cop sounds like he's never tried to read a line a day before in his life. And then the video itself, I mean, like, you look at, like, what is the first analog horror? It would be, you would maybe, I don't know, technically it would be found footage, but that's kind of the same thing to some extent, a little bit. At least a lot of the time, sort of. I don't know, it's similar anyway. It would be like Blair Witch, right? Was there a 10-minute scene in Blair Witch where it was just sound and they just didn't have any footage and they were just like, this'll captivate the audience, just have them stare at some portraits of some people while they talk in a really obviously scripted fake manner. That's really interesting. That's really interesting. I've never seen it.
We had a week or two before the last one.
There's not much we can do about it, sadly. Transmitter's not that strong. The reason the call sign for the station has...
Oh, okay, so the original was April 1st. Right. This is a compilation. Okay, somebody in chat. So, I mean, if this is considered more of a joke than an actual thing, then I guess... I don't know, is this like a parody of analog horror? If it's considered like a parody, then it's probably pretty good. I guess if Linkara made this as like a parody version of other bad analog horror, then he's doing a bang-up job. If that's what people mean when they say this is good, but I really don't think so. I really don't think so.
Seeing it is because Fawn Circle is really the only town that gets the broadcast, so the station owner just figured to, lean into it.
Well, I mean, like, it looks like a PowerPoint, and somebody says all of these feel the same. Yeah, this feels like Urban Spook. We looked at some of that, and the whole thing was just an image with the stock spooky VHS font underneath it. It's talking about how, like, kids got murdered or something. This is like a less gruesome version of that, but it's the same general thing. It's the same thing. So, yeah, like, it's just a fucking PowerPoint. Like,
transmitter on the free
great video
takeover, and I wouldn't put it past some of those U of M kids being.
Yeah, and also, who gives a shit about the plot? I'm sorry, I think we're moving on from this. I think I've had enough of this. I don't think we need to. Maybe we'll look at more another time. I'm willing to say that, but I think we're good now. We're gonna move to something else now. I don't even want to. I'm not even giving it more of the benefit of the doubt by jumping ahead. It's just kind of awful. It's just kind of awful. I don't want to I'm not saying this just because it's Linkara and haha funny Linkara. God, there is a fucking video from a person here called Jaybird that says, the most underrated analog horror series, Winter of '83. God. It's possible that this entire... I really feel it is actually possible that this whole genre is, like, just bad. And there are some outliers that are good. There are a few exceptions that are maybe good, but I feel like it's possible that the majority of this shit is just bad. Because if this is considered an underrated good series, man, I don't know. I'm saying this, it's not because it's Linkara. Like, if anything, I want to give Linkara the benefit of the doubt because he's Linkara. I'm like, maybe this is fine, and I guess as far as, analog horror people go, I guess maybe that's fine. I guess maybe that is good for what it is, but I don't know, man. It's not, I don't know. It's not hitting for me. It's just not. Okay, so we have some super chats. I'm actually going to jump to the most recent one here. There's a suggestion. Sorry, I will get to everything else, but Almighty Loaf has become a member. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And he says, Gemini Home Entertainment is the best analog horror I've seen. It's at least decent. And the reason I'm jumping here is because I would like to the title of the stream is not a lie. I would like to find one that I can actually say, this is actually really good and I like it. And I want to say that legitimately and not, have a bunch of fucking caveats on that. I think I've seen some stuff from Gemini Home Entertainment. Possibly. Oh yeah, Gemini is the one that has, isn't Gemini Home Entertainment the one that has the dorselessness video? Isn't that dorseless? Oh my god, $2 from Michael Morbius. It's Killer Snowmen. That's the plot. Not kidding. Oh my god, I think we'll have to watch more of that. Jesus Christ. That sounds so bad. Holy shit. Yeah, we're gonna have to watch more of that. We're gonna have to, there's so many of these that this is just gonna have to not be a Halloween thing. I'm just gonna do more analog horror shit after Halloween, because fuck that. There's, so many, and there's so many that people haven't even found yet that people are making that are maybe some of those are good, but I don't know. Was Gemini the one that had dorselessness? That was Monument Mythos? Oh, that was Blue Channel. Blue Channel? Okay. Is Monument Mythos different than this? What is this? Wait, is this a different thing? People keep going, yes, Monument Mythos! What is this? Is this a different thing? Thalison commercial. That was the one. That was Blue Channel. Monument Mythos is alternate history. Alright, well, we're gonna watch this for now. This is Gemini Home Entertainment. This is supposed to be one of the good ones. Yeah, he's one of the good ones. We're gonna get started with this. This is Channel Surfing. It's the first one. Okay, so we have a fake TV station. They went to the effort to have the Channel 15 kind of thing going up there. It looks more, you know, I'll say it looks more real than the Hideo thing when your screen gets corrupted in Metal Gear Solid. And that's supposed to be like where your thing says video, it says Hideo. It looks more real than that. So right off the gate, right out the gate, it's okay. We have, okay, but no, I don't believe this, because we have this 3D spinning render of this VHS. That would not have been in a commercial from whatever era this would have been. Any VHS era would probably not have had a 3D spinning VHS tape in the commercial. Probably not. That seems unlikely. I'm nitpicking hardcore, but like... the CD and everything. Oh, there's a video game? Okay, so this is an era where there's video games. Yeah, maybe they would have a spinning 3D thing if it was a video game company. Okay. That looks like, this, I will say I like this. It looks convincingly like an image for, like, before Zelda Ocarina of Time came out, this would have been one of the, like, screenshots that you saw in a magazine or something. It kind of, it has that feel. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. We're channel surfing. Oh, there was Canadian. I think that, did that say Canadian? What, harshest Canadian places? Oh, don't live in Moncton, New Brunswick.
I'll be seeing you in all the old familiar places that this
Yeah, we got some good... Oh yeah, the guy who says, can we watch more than 3 seconds without pausing? No, fucker, go watch it yourself, thank you. No, I would like to provide commentary on this thing that I'm watching. Thank you. I have just so much to say, so much to offer. I have just so much transformative content to add to this video. And also because, you know, if you watch too much of a video on YouTube, sometimes they will just, sometimes if a video's popular enough, like I know Gemini Home Entertainment has been, if it's like a Mr. Beast video, for instance, they will just fucking stop you in the middle of your video. You'll just be watching it and you'll get your channel, like, copyright fucked or whatever. So pausing it frequently can help with that. But as I am pausing, I will say again, this is,
familiar places.
I'm, like, heaping praise on it so far. I don't know what it's really going for in this segment here, if this is supposed to be, like, what, if this is supposed to be from a, like, on TV or something. Because it is, like, VHS tape, you know, there's, like, the fuzz going on, so I would assume that we're supposed to be watching this, but I don't know, this doesn't feel like something that would be in a videotape necessarily. I don't know why this frame is, like, growing. But I like the fake video game graphics. They are pretty good, and there's, like, a good film grain kind of consistency on here. The actual attention to making this look the way it's supposed to is not all there in all the places, but it's there in some of the places, and it's pretty good. This is certainly one of the better ones so far. You see that gun? Look at that gun animation there. That looks sort of, yeah, like, I say that this looks like early footage of a game, like this is before the game comes out. This would be like, look at the hot new game coming out. This looks like an early gun animation for a game of this time. It is pretty convincing. It's pretty convincing.
All day through.
And it's not immediately haunted and spooky yet. It's subtle. It's a little bit subtle.
That small cat.
But it's also, it's so subtle that it's not spooky at all. I mean, for me, anyway. There was no... It felt like something from The Sims. I guess there was, like, a very slight element that was kind of, like, Twin Peaksy or something, but, no, not really very spooky, particularly. Maybe that's just the beginning, but... you know. Oh, we're in Minnesota again, don't you know? Oh! I like how this, the silhouette on the side of the whatever other state this is just looks like an old man with a really big forehead and like a hook nose. He's like looking up. He's like looking at this red spot here, Wilkin County. He's like, oh, look at that over there. Oh! If he can see past his nose anyway, it's a pretty large schnoz. Yeah, it's like so unspooky so far that I don't know what I'm supposed to be getting out of this. Like, I'm giving it credit for looking kind of convincing for what it's trying to look like, but I'm not getting what it's, like, if it's supposed to be scary at this point. We got like a weird fucking zebra chicken there. I don't know. Okay, so this is a whole thing about world's weirdest animals, right? Birds they engage in, yeah. Are these like house hippos? Are these these like fake animals or something? Clay County over here, animal number 2. The burrowing owl. So it's an elusive owl. Right, everywhere. We got, the wood crawlers. Oh, I think this is gonna be the spooky. We got some spooky here. Oh yeah, they cut out the audio and everything. Do we have cool music? No. Okay, now let me ask, did the ones before this have... Yeah, okay, see, you lost me. You lost me. You lost me. It had to keep up the fucking kayfabe. You start out with these two animals or whatever, and they're like, oh, jolly, jovial music as they show you these animals, and then right when you get to the creepy animal, it's like spooky, there's no music anymore, it's silent, and there's just weird noises. It's so predictable, yes. They're like skinwalkers. Okay. Being able to tread most terrain without making a sound. Their preferred nesting locations are inside the homes of large families. Uh-huh. Wow. Lester Molester. You will hear screaming. Yeah, okay, they lost me. Man, what a shame. I was enjoying it I really thought this was going to be the one. I thought this was going to be a short stream, and I'm like, well, we found one. This is a good one. No. No, it's really blowing its load too quickly. I was complaining that it wasn't spooky, and then it like flicked the diarrhea dial up to 11, and now it's like haunted house spooky ghost ride. Yeah, medium and small families. Large, if you got like 3 brothers and sisters or whatever, you know, if you're like Lore from The Weekenders, you might have problems. If you're like a McAllister kid, you know, you got some issues there. If you're just an only child, maybe like even your dad left for milk 10 years ago, you know, you got no problems. Don't worry about that. Yeah, don't worry. They stole their voices. This is so fucking dumb. What a shame. It's such a shame, because I was like, yeah, it looks sort of convincing, but What, I'm supposed to believe this is like a TV show from that era or something? No, this is fucking stupid. This is fucking stupid. Nature's mockery! Edgy art project for 10-year-olds. Oh, spooky! Oh! Look at it. Look at it. Look at that. Look, it's like, look at these. I'm sorry. When the first literal, I'm not even joking. I know I say this a lot. And there's not even really any reason why I should think this. It's not even really related. But the first thing that I thought when I saw these legs come in was the 1998 Godzilla movie. And I don't know why it doesn't look anything like the 1998 Godzilla, but for whatever, maybe that's on me. But I just don't think that I just don't think that looks, I don't know, I'm not, good video. Skibbity bop and bop beep beep! Somebody says if you can't get into this, it only gets worse from here. Well, there is a super chat I saw, which I'll read off, but, it's $5 from Victor Hugo Martinez. I'm super chatting these suggestions on behalf of my lady class, the Walton Files, Mandela Catalog, Krana Grizbo TV, and Welcome Home. Walton Files, I am going to watch today. I am certain that it will be an overrated pile of shit, so that's exciting. Mandela Catalog, I think I have seen, and I think it is an overrated pile of shit. But I will say, I saw a video about the Krana Grizbo thing, and I think that was maybe okay. That was one that was like a little better. But maybe also my standards were different at the time when I saw the video. I don't know. I think it was a Nexpo video when I still watch Nexpo, so clearly my standards were different at the time. In fact, Nexpo just did a video about, what was it? Isn't it the fucking Digital Circus or whatever? Is that the one he made? That's the one everybody won't shut up about now. That's the new Walton Files Mandela Catalog spooky horror thing that all the 10-year-olds won't shut up about. But apparently this one's actually good, though. That's what I've been told. So I'm sure we'll look at that too. Oh, he was Petscop. Okay, he did Petscop. Well, yeah, I've said I like Petscop. I've said that I like Petscop. I've said before, like the Pyrocynical video about Petscop was pretty good. Was pretty good. You know, I would say that that's a better one because that's, well, I've described it before. What I think it is that one tries to be something a little different. It's trying to be like a Let's Play video of a game that doesn't exist. So it is kind of hitting that, like, lost media angle where you can kind of question if the game might be real, if there might be a version that's playable, like a Polybius or something. But also, just, it's a little different to have something that's trying to be like a Let's Play video rather than being like a spooky, haunted VHS tape. Like, it's amazing that this genre is so popular now. When it's really not that dissimilar. It's like a more roundabout version of the haunted cartridge shit from like 12 years ago or whatever. The Ben drowned, you know, Mario 64, bloody eye Mario 64, or like lost episode creepypastas. It's basically the same thing, but with like extra steps, and usually even worse. Like, even worse. Like, I don't know, there's something about, like, if Squidward just killed himself on an episode of SpongeBob, there's something unsettling about that as an idea. I don't know, there's just nothing about this that's scary to me. Well, thank you to Milksteak with the 5 gift memberships, and also to Victor Hugo Martinez with the 5 gift memberships. Thank you very much. I hope you're having fun. I hope the members are having fun. Welcome, welcome, and continue welcoming. You got some smuggos now. I keep saying we're gonna do like new emotes. I should probably just do it in my off time at some point, but I want it to be like a somewhat democratic process, somewhat, which is to say people suggest things and then I go, and then I ultimately decide. But you know, I love democracy. Yeah, you know, I would like to add some more emotes at some point. It's just that I usually, by the time a stream is over, it's over either because it's gone for like 7 hours or because I like haven't eaten or I'm tired or I'm busy or something. So it never really seems to work out. And today, I don't know, I'm not committing to more emotes today because we are gonna be looking at who knows how many. I'm gonna say this is fine on the, well, no. We're gonna watch more of Gemini. I'm not gonna just cut it here on Gemini because it just started getting spooky. I'm gonna give it like one more chance to maybe captivate me again, but I do want to move on. There's Walton Files. There's fucking Monument Mythos. There's FNAF tapes that I'd like to look at. Apparently, the Harmony and Horror guy made FNAF tapes. Or some FNAF tapes or something. I don't even know. But we'll look at a little more of this before I fully can the thing. So the evil monsters showed up in the home and they killed the large family, not a small or medium family. Oh, is that a Slender Man? Oh, it's a Slender Man. And a little boy Slender Man. This is just like fucking SMT Nocturne. You know, I remember last year, I think it was last year, I did a stream talking about, like, analog horror or something. And I think, or it was some horror thing, and I specifically mentioned, because I had started playing SMT Nocturne around that time. And I was like, I was really into the introduction of SMT Nocturne up until you start playing the game, and then I started to, it was okay, it's fine. It's fine. I didn't really get too into it. I'll say, the combat was cool once I got to the Labyrinth of Amana or whatever, with the 100 fucking labyrinths of just, all the rooms look the same. I just gave up there. But everything before then, with the fucking city collapsing in on itself and all of the weird imagery, and you have the little boy and the old man, or no, it was like an old woman and a little boy or something, and then like he like gives you like a fucking mind flayer tadpole or something. There's a lot of weird shit in the beginning of SMT Nocturne. That's horror, and what we've seen today is garbage. I even showed the fucking intro part where the lady is on the roof and the fucking city like collapses and the apocalypse happens, and it was like, man, that's spooky. That got me going. That got me thinking, like, that was unsettling. That got me chilled. And it was a thing that was made to look that way and made to look scary. It was intended to be spooky, but it got me. It wasn't. I'm not immune to propaganda. I'm not immune to spooky propaganda. When I talk big about, oh, I don't like horror. I don't like me no horror. I don't usually get spooked when I look at horror. Every now and then I do. It's just very infrequent. That's an example of something that actually made me like, the intro, the first like hour or so of SMT Nocturne. Very good stuff. And here we just have some fucking kid. I don't know. This is just some kid in a t-shirt. What am I looking at now? This is like some home movie. What is the lore of this at this point? Like, so it starts out and it's like the tapes from a TV station or something. It's like, this is they're channel surfing. The first video had like channel 15 and they were going between the channels and it had ads. And now it starts with this episode that's like, I guess you could say that they taped over the rest of the TV show or something. But then the TV show itself was already getting spooky with like, they burn them or the bodies will return or whatever the fuck. And then it cuts to this footage of like I would assume this is, you know, for some reason we decided to record our fucking experience being haunted by these horrible monsters. And we decided to tape over our recording that apparently warned us and had info about these monsters existing in a thing on TV that we could have watched that said, hey, there's these things that target large families, And we had it on a videotape that we could have watched, but we recorded over the ending of that and what to do about them. Or something. I don't know. It's like, it's a very muddled, like, what the actual fuck, but I mean, what the actual POV is of this story is very questionable at this point. Because now it appears to be like home movie footage. It's like this guy recorded it. Classic dude walking through the forest, you know, silently, VHS footage, dark web video of the week type of video. Oh man, I think that might be Patrick McCreary from GTA 4. Maybe? Maybe it's Nico. What is he doing? He's making weird faces. What the fuck is he doing? Is this scary? Am I scared yet? Why is he making weird faces? This just seems like a bunch of kids fucking around. I'm not scared. You went from the thing that was overly spooky about, like, night terrors or whatever they were fucking called, that burst into your house and kill your large family, not a small or medium family. They're fine. But just a large family. And then they just film over that with what appears to be just a bunch of kids fucking around trying to be scary. Like, look at me!
Tyler, wouldn't it be spooky if I stood in the shadows over there? Yeah, Zach, do it, do it, do it! Yo, dude, that's so spooky, oh my god! Yo, get the camera!
We entered the scary zone! Fake people. Oh, they took their faces, I see. These guys are the wood crawlers, right, right. It's not the kids having fun. It's not just kids chilling out, right. It's they're pretending to be people, I guess. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess you had to tell me that. I suppose that makes sense. It looked like a giant, weird, fucking insect creature. It had, like, huge legs. How is it turning into... Never mind. I mean, like, you can make your monster that's made in a way that feels like it could telemorph into other creatures or whatever, but it just didn't see... Anyways, it's fine. Yeah, live footage of Sniper Wolf outside of Jack's Films house. Alright, well, okay. Is there anything else in this video? Not really. Not really. It just says world's weirdest animals in front of planet Earth, and then it says Gemini Home Entertainment, and that's about it. The next video, how long is it? It's 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes. We'll watch some of it. Storm safety tips. It's worth noting that I believe that last one had like, yeah, 1.6 million views. Look at the like ratio on this. Good lord. Good lord. I mean, it's... Okay, just don't go in full screen, that's fine. It's fairly impressive, some of the editing stuff. I don't want to again, I don't want to be completely harsh. I was impressed at the beginning. I was heaping praise on this thing at the beginning before it started trying to be scary. Well, even then I was already like, well, it's not trying to be scary at this point, and I'm not scared. And then when it started, it went a little too far in a few places, but yeah. Yeah, I watched Gilbert Garfield last time. It was reasonably convincing at trying to be a thing from like the 80s, like an 80s cartoon kind of looking thing. It had the effects were kind of on point. It wasn't terrible. But I didn't watch too much of it. It was one that I think it's in the contender. It's a contender for one of the better, certainly one of the better ones that we've seen. If that's the one I'm thinking of, that was the one that was like mostly a shitpost. Because I think it was that. Because it started with Gilbert Garfield and then it devolved into, there was a Sonichu thing at one point. They made like fake Sonichu art and did voices and stuff. So yeah, that's an interesting channel. We also looked at that Valley Verde or whatever. I do like the ones to some extent that are trying to be like fake games. Like there was another fake N64 platformer thing like a few years ago that was, I think it starred like a penguin or something. It was trying to be spooky, and it was fairly successful at that. I do like the, I'm more subject because I don't know if I've mentioned this before, but a big part of my childhood, a very formative era in my childhood, was spent on the how to get the Triforce in Zelda 64 websites, and also like unlock Luigi and all of that kind of stuff. So anything that's trying to be spooky N64 game or PlayStation game, I'm definitely more on board for that than this. I will say that. That's my weakness. Let me guess. Let me already predict what's going to happen. This is Storm safety tips. So what's got to happen here is they'll give you like 2 or 3 real safety tips, and then the music, this cool fun music from the era will duck out, and they will do some like hide inside, it is not safe for you, or some shit like that. And there'll probably be like, at most, if it's not exactly that, there'll be some little flashes of random shit that makes sense if you piece together stupid theories in the comments, like a mouth breather. Not a bully stream. That's my prediction anyway. I might be wrong. Yep, don't get caught in the storm unawares. The music is nice. Kind of feels like it belongs in a Star Ocean game. Much like a Star Ocean game, the music is surrounding a game, a thing that's terrible. Create a storm bunker. Uh-huh. 10 by 18, sure. Oh, I'm jamming out. Yo, he's going off on the keyboard. Listen to that. Who's composing the Gemini Home Entertainment? Getting spooky. There's red text. It's gonna be spooky now. Uh-oh! Satan! Don't you just hate it when Satan corrupts your videotape? God damn it. That always happens. It always be like that. Somebody in chat says, I think Claw's looking for something that doesn't exist, and I'm just like, I don't know, man. If there doesn't exist a fucking ARG that doesn't do stupid garbage like that, then yeah, I think the whole genre might be bad. I don't know. Yeah, like the only thing I will say so far about this video, I could maybe do some sampling with the music. Like the music is not bad. If I could get just the music on its own, you know, it's nice. It's nice stuff. If it wasn't getting warbled out with, like, Satan effects or whatever, then that would be cool. Well, and again, the person who's like, you're looking for something that doesn't exist, I've explained that yesterday we looked at something that exists, that was made in 1985, that's on a VHS tape, that is unintentionally creepy, for all of the right reasons. It exists, it's just not... It's just that when people try to manufacture it, it can never ever be the same, and it never works, and nobody's ever willing to just let it be subtle. Nobody's ever willing to just let it be, like, just let it be a little background unsettling, and you have to think about why it's scary, and it doesn't just jump out in your face that it's scary. Nobody's ever willing to do that. I'm not even asking for, oh, it has to be from an actual cult. I'm just saying, if you're gonna make a series like this, look to something like Life with Grandpa, or fucking SOS, or, like, any other, like, weird cult shit, and there's other stuff you could turn to as well, I'm sure. Look to the... You know what's a great example? That fucking show from, like, the Palestinian kids show with, like, the bootleg Mickey Mouse that tells kids to fucking martyr themselves or whatever. Like, that... There you go! That's a real fucking TV show! That's, like, the most horrifying thing ever made, and that fucking mouse looks fucking insane and freaky, and they kill him on TV? And, like, just make it that! Just make it that! But no, it always has to be corrupted by fucking Satan or some stupid garbage. Tomorrow's pioneer. Farfour! Farfour! Salira Sawari. Okay, so your tears are filled with... Oh, good God. Yeah. You ever have that thing where you keep wanting to give something the benefit of the doubt, and then the longer you watch it or whatever, play it, listen to it, you just want it, you want to see the good in it, and the longer that you sit there, you're just like, yeah, no, all of the bad is just, it's just so much more obvious though. Like, I'm seeing more of the bad now. I wanted to stay with it to hope to see some of the good, but I'm only really, the music's nice, but it's so much bad. Wait, is this just an Elton John song? Is this just like a fucking MIDI, like fucking Muzak Elton John song? Well, that explains why it's like a real song. How can she slap? Uh-oh! Uh-oh! I mean, I will give them this. The fucking that they're doing with the audio fucking, is kind of giving it some extra edge. It sounded like a guitar was tuning into it for a second there. Getting a little grungy, a little fucky. I like it. I like it. Again, the audio is the clear victory here. I'm glad that we watched this video just to get the audio, but apparently this is just a fucking Elton John song. What is the song? Sweat It Out by Elton John. I mean, if it's part of it, I don't hear it. I don't know, it sounds like a good song, though. I don't know. Maybe it's original, maybe it's like a cover or something. I'm not sure. But whatever it is, the music is the good part of that. It's not scary, though. I don't know. I would like to find some stuff that is scary, like this. But we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on from Gemini Home Entertainment. Next, we're gonna do another big one. We're gonna do, let's see. Did I ever watch this? No, maybe I didn't. I don't think I did, actually. We're gonna watch the Mandela Catalog, now. And hopefully it'll be something, that I can actually... Okay. Chat members, what do I watch here? Which playlist do I click on? Would you like me to watch the original copies, or would I do... is it that or Act 1? I'm kind of torn between those, or maybe it's one of these other ones. I assume it would be Act 1. Let's see here. Somebody says none. Well, the order is Act 1. Okay, we'll start with Act 1 then. Again, we're giving it the benefit of the doubt. Hopefully this one's good. Hopefully this is the good one, everybody. This is the one that'll convert us all to being true believers of analog horror.
Don't be afraid. I bring good news of great joy for you and all people.
Okay, whoever this is sounds like he's voicing Goku.
Tonight, your savior was born.
Well, this is animation, so I guess that's
He is
fine.
Christ, the Lord. You will find him wrapped in swaddlecloth, lying in a manger.
This voice actor sounds like it's such a 2000s anime dub type of voice actor. It sounds like he belongs in like one of the last few Mega Man X games when they had English dubs, like that kind of thing. You will find him in a manger! Ugh. Rejoice, Jesus is born. He is born.
The most I bet you there was a woman named Mary who
Fuck, what? Virtual reality? Actual fantasy? Hang on. Which fucking... Oh, man. Is it this one?
Actual fantasy?
No, there's a song on the Arion album that has that exact vocoder saying virtual reality, actual fantasy. But it isn't like horribly, horribly loud and hurting my ears when he says it.
She was in love with a man named Joseph.
I can't hear what it's saying, it's so fucked.
Mary was the head of her team, but she got a
Don't make fun of my computer voice, guys. It's just the way I sound. It's actually very insensitive to make fun of my voice.
special message from an angel named.
Is there closed captions for this? Oh. Oh, really, I need that? I love that. That's great. You have to turn on closed captions because they purposefully made the audio so fucked that you actually can't hear what it's saying. Like, I've heard that exact vocoder used before, and it doesn't generally sound that bad, so they went out of their way to make it sound extra fucking diabolical. Here is a woman named Mary. What is this? What did they like H. John Benjaminize this fucking thing? What did they do to this voice?
Live in the city of Nazareth. She was in love with a man
city of Nazareth.
named Joseph. Mary was the head of her team, but she got a very special message from an angel named.
I am the angel Gabriel. I've come to bring good news.
News? For me?
Oh, dude, I just mentioned Arion. Don't start out with the fucking... Oh, don't say... We are forever, dude. So you're supposed to, like... yeah, I'm sure there's a super cool message if you translate this or whatever. I'm good. I'm good.
Whatever God wants, I will do.
So is this animation original? Because it's a very good attempt at looking like shitty 80s, like, shitty, like, fucking God movie for kids kind of thing. This looks so, like, Bible adventures. It's very good animation for the time if they're trying to do, if it's original, or is it just like, yeah, it's real... It's an actual old Bible. Okay. What a shame. Here I thought that they made something original here that was interesting, but no, it's just like remixed from something, which is also, I mean, you know, there's some interesting stuff going on here, but I thought that at least I could praise the animation as being new, but, no, I guess not. Yeah, the animation is, like, the best part so far.
I will fool the shepherds. I will know their greatest fear. I will know your greatest fear.
Serial Experiments Lane.
Wake up, Joseph.
Nitro Rad.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake.
They got the most out of all possible. That's I believe that's a different vocoder that they're using there. I believe that's like a Mac computer vocoder or something. That's like, I think it's a different one. Grounded, grounded, grounded. You know, I mentioned SMT3 before, but suddenly I'm reminded of SMT4, and I don't know why.
Do not be afraid, my dear shepherds. I have great news. I am your true savior. I know everything about what makes you human. I know what you love.
You know, I like this more than some of what we've seen. Some of the, like, wake up, that's, like, stupid, but I don't know, this part is kind of effective. I'm, like, a little bit unsettled by this. It's okay. It's okay so far. It's certainly better than, like, the Linkara one, or whatever. It's better than Gemini. Never mind, you just jumped to the fucking Germa sus guy face. What the fuck is this? Come on. I always speak too soon. What the fuck? Come on now. How frozen I became and powerless then. Ask it not, reader, for I write it not, because all language would be insufficient. I did not die, and alive remained not. Think for thyself now, hast thou aught of wit? What I became, being of both deprived. I'm assuming that's a quote from something, because that's far too interesting to have been written by whoever made this. What is that from? Which writer came up with that one? That's pretty good. Dante's Inferno, okay. There you go. Yeah, there you go. I should read that sometime. Now we're on the moon? Or no, I guess not. We just have... I like the aesthetic of the, of this. This looks like a good album cover. You could have, like, the band name in red and, you know, the album title in white or something. In this font and like with this kind of this would be a really good album cover, but I don't know, it's not spooky necessarily. Kind of seems like a Radiohead album or something. Well, now it's American football. This is, subtle a little bit. Yeah, I don't mind this. It's not the most scary, but it's got a... that's kind of good. I like, well, I don't know. I don't know if I like that necessarily, because I kind of like the contrast there. You'd have, like, a weird, like, shitpost of an ending for, like, 2 seconds. But then it's like there was a real bleakness there. There was a real, like, abject horror of just, like, silence, and it wasn't jumping in your face with the spookiness. But then as I thought about it, I'm like, well, again, what is the perspective of this? Because we start this video, this is the beginning, right? And it's like this cartoon. But then the cartoon, like, gets corrupted, and I don't know, then it just turns into this, and I don't know what I'm supposed to think that this is. Like, is it just a YouTube video? Is that all that I'm supposed to think that it is? Or like, what? I don't know, because again, it's like, typically it'll be like, this is a lost TV show, or whatever, like, it's footage of a spooky lost video game, but this is like, what is this? It went from like old cartoon that was being fucked with, and now it's like, indie rock album covers and lyrics. The infinite amount of sand will be my tomb. I can just imagine the tambourine and the fucking like, like it's turning into that, but it's turning into a new Neutral Milk Hotel album, but I don't know what the actual like POV of this is supposed to be. Next video, Volume 1 Restored Edition. So this is, I see, this is the one actually called Mandela Catalog. This is the one, the first one there was just overthrown. That was just the beginning, but this is the real Mandela Catalog. The real Dark Souls starts here. The people that are saying, I've seen multiple people be like, no, you won't like it if you don't watch the whole thing and study the lore, and like, bro, I have to tell you, I think it just sucks if that's the case. Like, that's kind of my point. If it's not spooky just looking at it like a little bit, then if I have to do a whole fucking like college thesis on why it's fucking scary, then it might not be very scary. I don't know, man. When people are like, no, it's all about the lore, it's not about the content, like, okay, well then I guess it's just bad. I guess it's just bad. Because there's a lot of stuff that's bad but has good lore,
We are currently receiving countless reports regarding unidentified hostile organisms that we will refer to as alternates.
Yeah, we started with, like, silent film stuff a little bit, and that was kind of interesting. And now we're back into this, like, United States fucking public service announcement. Lock your doors, storm warning, don't open your doors, they're coming for you, kind of shit. That all of these do. Why do they all have to do this? Fuck.
Hostile organisms that we will refer to as alternates. Until we have a complete understanding of the threat, it is important to stay home, lock all doors and windows, and have access to a loaded firearm or other ranged weapon at all times.
Yeah, tornado warning. What was the fucking... There was some shit that I watched. I think it was Local 58 that started it, where it had like a it had like a weather report thing. There was something that somebody linked me where it was like a fictional fake spooky weather reports from like Manitoba in 1998 or something. And I don't remember what the context was of what exactly it was, but I remember seeing it on stream and I was just like, is this all it takes for people to be scared? Just, hey, in Manitoba in 1998, there may have been some bad weather or something. Or like, what? Really? And that's like the same thing here. Like, you just this like public service announcement shit. I guess, with the way the people responded to the fucking alert thing that happened on their phones a month ago, people thought they were going to be mind controlled and turned into zombies. I guess maybe this is a hot button thing for people to be scared by.
Know if an alternate exists based solely on their physical characteristics. If you see another person that looks identical to you, run away and hide. If you see a person with any sort of biologically impossible characteristic, run away and hide.
Really?
If an alternate manages to enter your home, refrain from any kind of...
You know, like, and again, people say that, oh, I don't know, that my standards are too high or whatever, but it's like, they had stuff like this, and also like the SCP shit, in the game Control. And I don't know, people have had some complaints about Control being, like, a little boring with the shooting. I didn't finish it, so maybe it is. I only played... Well, no, I played a bit of it on my PS4, and then I realized they wanted me to pay to upgrade to play it on my PS5 properly. Like, I could play the PS4 version, but I was like, no, I'm not paying for that, so I guess I just won't finish it then. Fuck you. But I was enjoying Control, and it had similar kind of... Like, it was a government agency and paranormal shit. And I'm a huge X-Files fan, and Fringe is, like, one of my favorite shows, too. So, like, this should be something I like, but it's so embarrassing.
Communication or contact. These intelligent life forms utilize elements of psychological warfare to take advantage of their victims. While we heavily discourage any kind of contact or communication with an alternate, we make excuses for...
Fucking make fun of Fringe. I've seen you in chat for years, Fezzwolf. Okay, no, you just were making a joke because it sounds like the word cringe. That's fine. You probably haven't even seen it. I won't hold it against you, but it does, you're right, it does sound like the word. The last season was cringe. I'll give you that. Doubt, follow the think principle. Tell an authority figure about your encounter. Hinder the alternate's movements. Identify the threat level. Neutralize the alternate, if safe to do so. Know your place in reality. Make me a sandwich. Know your enemy. Oh, it's these guys. Oh my god, she had no face! Why is she looking like an egg, though? Yo, why he looking so dorsless, though? I mean, I like that the first guy... Are these, like, supposed to be two different guys? I think these are... One is the alternate, I guess? Maybe? They're supposed... They kind of look the same, but they're, like, there's differences. But then if this is supposed to be the alternate of this lady, then why does she just have no facial features? And then this guy, I feel like the alternate process got, like, a little overcooked, or maybe the mold got stretched or something. I don't know what happened there, but that's fine. That's fine. What's wrong with your face? Long, long man! You see this a lot, too. This is another one that these all love to do. We really need a bingo for this kind of shit. These analog horrors. The thing where it'll be, like, this either, like, AI-generated face or sort of, like, super washed out, like, you know, have you seen this person kind of, like, picture, and then just random name of victim or whatever. And I guess, yeah, the people the people who make the videos are supposed to go,
the video then identifies two people by the name of Mark Heathcliff and Cesar Torres, and what their role is in this story yet is currently unknown, but I'm sure they will play a big part in the future. Now, this is about to get really spooky, guys. Make sure you like and subscribe, and join my free gift card giveaway.
They all copied Mandela, you're saying. Well, this is from 6 months ago. Oh, restored edition? So when... Okay, well, when was the original from, then? Oh, Overthrown over here. This is from 2 years ago? No, there were analog horrors before 2021. That's not... This isn't the newest... It's not... I think did Local 58 come out after this? I don't know if this was like that. I think they all just kind of follow a super fucking formulaic. Like, I haven't seen this before, and I don't know, it just seems like maybe. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I was eating some shit when I said that the SCP was ripping off the Weeping Angel from Doctor Who, because they did actually come out at like around the same time, so it really could have been either or, really. Without further investigation, I'm sure it could be figured out which came first, but yeah, no, I suppose it could have been all of them could have. This could be the most original thing. Maybe it's like watching like an old movie and you're like, oh, I've seen every movie that's ever been inspired by this. This doesn't seem special. But then your dad is like, no, nothing like this existed until this, and everything that you like now is because of this. Maybe it's one of those, but I don't know, man.
Hey, it's Caesar. I hope it's not too late.
No, it's fine, don't worry. What's up, you alright?
Yeah, it's not me, it's my mom. She's knocked out cold and I have no idea why. I'm on my way to the ER, but could you do me a favor?
Yeah, of course. What is it?
I just need you to come over and turn on the cameras we have set up.
I never understand, like, again, what's the narrative of who... Like, is this just a YouTube video talking about these victims? Like, you know what'd be a good setup for a fucking analog horror or something like this, like an ARG type thing? A good setup might be to have a true crime channel, like talking about fake victims of a fake crime that didn't happen, and then that lures people in. It could be even set up as like a real true crime channel that talks about like Columbine and fucking Ted Bundy or whatever, and then they talk about something that you've never heard of, which is this like story. That would be something, and then that would be, you would have a consistent narrative of this is a true crime YouTuber who is making YouTube videos and editing them and putting them up online. Who made this, like, edited this with the text scrolling, other than the guy who made this video, obviously? But, like, in the narrative of this fucking world, what am I watching? Is this on TV? Is this a creepy VHS tape? It's really, it seems like with a lot of these, it's very unclear as to what they're trying to be with any of this. It's like some kind of attempt at, like, a mixed media thing, but it's all in, like, one video, and I'm like, can you just stick to being, like, a creepy TV show, or somebody's home movies, or, like, some guy's YouTube channel, or something, instead of just jumping all around? And what exactly is this now? Like, yeah, it's a call transcription. I'm sure that's fine, but who put this call transcription in this fucking video and edited this together in the narrative of this story, other than the meta answer, which is the person who made the Mandela catalog? It doesn't. Maybe there's lore there. Maybe there's lore there, but it always, if it's a constant thing in all of these where I'm asking this question and I'm just confused and I'm like, do I really have to watch 7 hours of this shit just to be able to figure out what I'm even looking at? Like, there's what the context of this is. Police? Oh, the police video edited this with like scrolling text and everything. Really?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Mind if I ask why?
Well, she screamed really
Yes, I understand that it's telling a story. I get that. I just kind of don't care about what the story is because I'm focusing on how bad the storytelling is. Yeah, it's telling a story. It's just doing it in a really very bad way, and that's what I'm pointing out. I'm sorry, Usopp fangirl. I'd hate to clown on a fellow fan of Usopp, but the storytelling is the point here. That's what I'm saying.
What the broadcast told us it is?
Yeah, that's the weird part. Maybe she saw something? I don't know.
Alright, shouldn't be too bad. I'm just gonna switch them on again.
I don't know, the first one was better than this. I was more into the first one by a lot more than this. This, like, boring call transcript. That's the thing, is, like, it could be telling a story that's the greatest fucking story in the world, but it's telling it in the same fucking way that Linkara's thing told it, with just this boring PowerPoint transcription thing. Like, who gives a shit? You can't make me care. I'm not gonna sit here and watch this. It's like when you're playing the first Baldur's Gate game and you walk up to a random NPC and he has a 17-line long paragraph as the first thing that you see, and the only option you have is continue. And then the next 17-line paragraph says continue after it, and it's like, oh my god, holy shit, no, this isn't how you tell a story, holy fuck. Like, this is, if you're gonna do this, have found footage of these guys talking or whatever. They're on a trail, they're on a hike, and they're making small talk or something. Like, I don't know, there's ways that you can do this. The storytelling is the fucking problem here. Okay. Then we got Discord moderator trail cam footage. Man, I love Night Trap. Now, is this Freddy Five Night? Like, I don't mean that as a joke. Like, can this be ode to Freddy Five Nights? Like this. Oh, look at the 4 different spooky camera footages. Something spooky might happen on any one of them. Obviously, it's actually ode to the game Night Trap. But, you know, realistically, I think that the reason this is here is... I'm gonna say if Five Nights at Freddy's didn't exist, this shot... If nothing else, this shot wouldn't be in here. This segment with the 4 different camera footage, that wouldn't be here. I'm gonna make that claim. Somebody says Freddy invented cameras. You know what I mean. You fucking antsy pants. You fuck off. Watch out, one of the the Night Trap ninjas is coming. You know what else is good analog horror? You know what is good analog horror? It's the book House of Leaves. I don't know if you'd consider it analog horror, but it is about, like, fucking ancient, potentially lost media that doesn't exist, and stuff like that. And it's so much better at doing any of this. You know what's good analog horror? You know what's good analog horror? You know, we could end the stream now, actually. We could actually end it now, because I actually just remembered that there is a good analog horror series thing that I actually really like and very much firmly enjoy. And it is myhouse.wad. If you don't know about myhouse.wad, which was, of course, inspired by House of Leaves... Yeah, I don't know, it's a fucking Doom mod, but, like, I think it counts. I'm gonna say it counts and say that that's the best analog horror. I'm gonna say that. I'm not gonna play it, but... I don't need to play the WAD on stream. Go play it for yourselves, or watch the Power Pack video. I think Pyro did a video about it too. Vinny streamed it. Other people have streamed it if you want to watch that too. I watched him stream it. But he, you know, most of the streamers don't catch everything. It's one of those kind of things. You know, that's one of the things about myhouse.wad that's great. These feel like they never use the genre of what they are. That does. That's a game, and it's like a whole mixed media thing. You have to play through that game in backwards and forwards. You have to do things that you think aren't going to lead to anything, like playing the second level of Doom 2. Which you think is just, oh, the mod ends at the end of the first map, you know, the house. And then you just go to the regular Doom 2 level 2. and you'd assume that it's, oh, the mod ends there. No, continues. You have to actually continue playing, and there's more stuff. And, like, it uses the actual medium of what it is in a really effective way. Same with House of Leaves. Whereas this, I'm just left like, what the fuck? Who even edited this? It's trying to be like an old video, but it's trying to be like 5 things at once. There's like a police fucking transcription in here, and there's like all this shit, and I'm like, couldn't you just make it a YouTube video like Petscop about a guy who just watches a fucking thing or plays a thing, and like use what you're making the thing on. Use the fucking medium you're using. Fucking My House WAD, you gotta like read the fucking manual for it, you gotta read the forum posts about it, you gotta like watch videos. It's a whole experience. This is like, I don't know, you can maybe argue you read the comments and watch videos about it too, I guess, but it's like, it just doesn't feel like it's, I don't know, like it could do... You know what's also a better fucking ARG than this is there's a YouTuber, he made a series about Metal Gear Solid 5. I think he talked about 4 at some point. No, that was a different guy. He talked about 5. And he made 4 videos. And I still haven't seen the 5th one. Because there is a secret 5th one that's hidden on another channel. And I can't figure out the ARG to unlock the 5th one. Because fucking MGS5 had all of this shit surrounding it that people thought was gonna be like ARGs and like, the truth is still out there, the secret ending and blah blah blah. And so he actually made that happen. And I still don't know what happens in the 5th part of his fucking series. Because I'm too dumb to figure out his ARG, goddammit. Ask Your Uncle is the channel. It's a really cool series about Metal Gear. Much better, again, using the fucking medium for what it is. It's like, it's getting me engaged on a level of like, oh, I have to like solve fucking puzzles in the YouTube comment section or whatever. And this is just like, whatever, we stapled a bunch of shit together because we couldn't decide if we wanted it to be a phone thing, or a TV station, or an old fucking cartoon, or found footage, or whatever this is trying to be, 17 things at once. I'm done with Mandela Catalog. I'm done. This is not interesting. I am not interested. And I have now demonstrated that there are many things like this and in this genre that I would say count as like analog horror or something close enough to that sort of thing that I do like, that I'm able to look at this and say, no, it's not just that I'm looking for something that doesn't exist or whatever. It's that I keep finding things that are kind of bad. And a lot of this shit is strongly, strongly overrated. So what are next? I guess Walton Files is the next super fucking overrated thing that we need to look at. Oh boy, it already looks like shit. We got a spooky bunny, everybody. We got a spooky bunny. Oh boy. Oh boy. Now, once again, I would like to introduce... Some people don't know about Farfour. Some people don't know about Farfour. But there was an actual show for Palestinian children made by Hamas, apparently, trying to basically raise a generation of terrorists, essentially, radicalizing children. And it used this bootleg Mickey Mouse called Farfour. And this is so much more infinitely scary because it's a real thing that I think still exists. Farfour is dead. They fucking killed him on TV. Fucking Cenk is talking about it over here. But like, you know, there he is, ordinary podcast. Farfour, and they got little kids on here and everything. And Farfour fucking died. He like martyred himself. This was all on actual TV. Real kids watched this. And it's so much more infinitely scary than this spooky bunny. Ooh. Anyways, let's watch. This is re-uploaded for copyright issues, so it's from 8 months ago, but I think it originated like 2 years ago was the Nexpo video. I remember the Nexpo video came out really shortly after mid 2020. Okay. Nexpo's video came out like very quickly after this thing started being just inescapable. I remember this was For like it was one of those things where for a week it became the main thing that everybody was into. And then just immediately nobody gave a shit after that, basically. But his video was like right hot on the trail of that. And now we're gonna take a look here. The Walton Files 1 company introductory tape. $5 from Get That Griff. Fun fact, the first voice actor for Sophie in the Walton Files was removed because she wrote ERP of her and the creator Martin Wall. The first Banny VA was also racist. Is that why this is what? Is that why this is is that why this was re-uploaded? What? What? Alright, well, that's cool. That's cool. Bob's Burgers. Oh no, you misspelled it. It's actually Bob's Burgers. That's the show. I don't know why you misspelled it as Bob's Burgers, but it's actually Bob's Burgers. Why do you have a spider on your nose also?
Hi, and welcome to the introductory tape to your new job at Bunny Smiles Incorporated. You have applied to a job in technical support and maintenance. What does this job particularly mean? It means that you, amongst other employees, are the one who will take care of creating a magical and fun experience for Bob's Burgers.
Bob's Burgers.
Hip hooray, the sun has got his hat on. Hip 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 hooray, the sun has got his...
Hip hip hooray indeed. So this is just trying to be Freddy Five Night again. I mean again. It's a fucking burger joint. Instead of pizza, it's burgers, and instead of bear, it's rabbit. Okay. Good original story. Cool.
Are the one who will take care of creating a magical and fun experience for Bob's Burgers.
Hip hooray, the sun has got his hat on. Hip 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 hooray, the sun has got his hat on, and he's coming out today.
Man, I'm so fucking high right now, man.
The sun has got his hat on. Hip 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 hooray, the sun has got his hat on, and he's coming out today.
How much is that dog in the window? The one with the wagon.
Yeah, there's a God. No, I asked in the last one when I saw the fucking cameras, and I'm like, this seems like a bit of a subtle, maybe Five Nights at Freddy's inspired that. You think Five Nights at Freddy's inspired this? Like, to the point where do you think that if they tried to sell merch of this that they would actually get in trouble? Isn't there just a Five Night that looks exactly like this? There's one that just looks exactly like this, right? What's the fucking... There's a purple one, right? That's like, it's just a bunny? Which one is that? Which one is that? Bonnie the Bunny. This thing is, it's Bob's Burgers. Bonnie the Bunny. So it's just, I mean, right out the gate, you have to assume it will not at all be scary now. I have not, wow, just, let's see, Bonnie FNAF. Yeah, wow. I mean, it's not the same, but like, Bob's Burgers, and you've got Bonnie FNAF over here, who is purple and has, and is a bunny. And I mean, this looks like a combination of like 2 or 3 different ones, but man, just Really? You can't, does it need to, just, why? Just, because it's like Five Nights at Freddy's is already basically devoid of any fucking artistic merit, so the moment I see this thing coming along being inspired by it, I'm like, it's like a game saying they're inspired by Assassin's Creed. I'm like, oh, really, are you now, cunt? Oh, are you inspired by all the money that it makes every year? I guess you must be. Yeah, that's a really inspiring story, isn't it?
How much is that dog in the window? The one with the waggly tail. How much is that dog in the window? I do hope that dog is for sale.
How much is that dog in the window? The one with the waggly tail.
From the producers who saw FNAF.
How much is that dog in the window? I do hope that dog is for sale.
Old MacDonald had a
What do you mean jump scare, chat members? You mean you aren't buying that this is just a fun company introductory? Okay, so that's the lore. So we have to keep in mind this is a company introductory tape. If it suddenly switches over to like a fucking phone transcription again, I'm going to shit myself. But it's a company introductory tape. It's like the Hot Drinks Wendy's song or whatever. That's what we're watching, basically. We have to keep that in mind. And you mean to tell me that you don't believe that this is a real company introductory tape? You think there's going to be a jump scare? You think there's gonna be a jump scare? I don't know why I said it like I was British, but...
And on that farm he had some pigs.
Uh-oh. 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 Somebody said, when is Satan gonna corrupt it? I think it's happening.
These are the showstoppers. Bond, Shaw, Buzu and Banny, a computer-animated band made by BSI to entertain children. As a technician, you'll be given the role of a facility caretaker. Around this fun and magical journey we'll work on certain tasks, such as cleaning protocols,
robot maintenance and repair.
Get the spooky robot. So yeah, so we got two different blue rabbits. Is this supposed to be the same character, but like this is like classic Sonic, this is newer modern Sonic, I guess. But he's like fucked up because, you know, Frontiers wasn't that good.
Robot maintenance and repair.
And learning how to use BSI technology. But
you know, I gotta say, completely unrelated, but it is weird now to be the complete contrarian who's... I gotta be honest, I think I like Sonic Superstars a lot more than I like Sonic Frontiers. As a person who grew up with 3D Sonic, and, you know, it's supposed to be a return to form, and man, it's just, I just hate it so much more for 3D Sonic than I don't know. Superstars is really fun. I like it. I don't know.
First, here's a message.
Some really bad bosses. There was a fight with Fang that I think might be one of the worst things in the series. I'll give you that. People that don't like Superstars, there is a fight with Fang that's just like an auto-scroller that takes like 5 minutes, and I didn't die fighting him, but I knew that if I had, I probably would have rage quit the game and never played it again. So that's probably a good thing that I didn't. Yeah, but I don't know. Sonic Superstars, it's a good game. I like
from
it.
Jack Walton and Felix Kranken, our beloved founder.
Which reads, in BSI, the most important thing to us isn't...
People are already wanting me to fucking skip this. Look at how bad this looks. Look at how fucking bad this looks. It's like, these like obvious photoshopped heads. This looks worse than like when a sitcom would pretend that a character was standing in a photo next to Obama or something, you know? Like, oh, I got my photo taken next to George Bush, and it's like this super obvious Photoshop. But no, we're supposed to take this seriously. Also, these two people, I guess, started this business, but they look like frat boys or something. They look like this one wants to show you his surfer tricks, and this one wants to program I don't know, a furry sex game, maybe?
The money or the rating. The most important thing to us is that you have a wonderful experience while working with us.
That being said, with the Bond's Burgers restaurant getting opened in a few weeks...
Yeah, do you want to just fucking ditch? Yeah, I don't know, fuck Walton Files. I think we're good on Walton. I think we've come to the conclusion that we need to with Walton. Yeah, no, you know what? No, that's not fair. That's not fair. I'm gonna jump to the last video. Or, okay, not the last video. I'm gonna jump to the fourth from last video, because the last three are all, like, under a minute. I'll do this one. It's 13 minutes. We'll watch a little bit of this. Maybe this will be better. Maybe I'll like this more. Maybe it gets better. Already, right off the gate, right out the gate, I'm mixing up right off the bat and right out the gate. There's also right off the hop. People say that sometimes. I think it's like a regional thing. But anyways, right off the bat gate hop. I do like the way this looks. Once again, it looks convincing. It looks, for a second there, I looked away at my phone for a second. I was like, huh. I look back, I'm like, huh. What did I put on again? Is this just, are we watching like an old video? And that's what they want. That's the intended thing. It looks good. It's a good effect. Ducky and Tammy, or Tommy, the mysterious house. And this definitely looks like something, I don't know what era it's trying to be, but I would say it looks maybe like it's from the 70s or something. Or like maybe the 60s, I don't know. We'll keep going. 1979, there you go. Uh-oh, Satan. Okay, now it's no longer believable. What a shame. If this is supposed to be the thing that we were just seeing the introduction for, the mysterious house from 1979, this looks at best like maybe a 2000s Newgrounds show, or like it's kind of like Scott Callahan or John Callahan's Quads or something. It has like like early 2000s kind of low budget art style. This doesn't look 70s in the slightest. Late 90s at best. Oh, never mind, actually, maybe it is 70s if made by, like, that company that made Snow White and the Seven Clever Boys and Animal Soccer World or whatever, you know, the Yi movie. The one that has, like, barely any animation, because that's what then now I'm reminded of that.
Maybe it's because your costume looks cheap and basic. What kind of gun looks like that? You didn't even try.
At least I have a costume.
You know I don't like dressing up for Halloween.
Alright. Let's stop fighting. There's still
This yee ass art style.
plenty of time to get ready. We just gotta find a good house.
Yeah, the night's not over yet.
We saw some guy on TikTok too. It was one of the worst TikToks that we saw on that spooky TikTok stream. We saw one that was a guy reacting to Harmony and Horror. And it was this dude. And it was just like, whoa, bro, that was so scary, bro! Yo, oh my god, look over there, bro! And it was like, man... I'm just like, because now I'm just, as I watch this, I'm imagining the people, like the streamer person with like the face cam, and they've got the gamer chair, and they've got like the neon shit in the background, and they're just like, and they're just like, oh my god, what was that? And doing the jump scare thing, and they're the part where the Fox character like disappears. Just like the dead silence. I'm just picturing somebody like, oh my god, why is it so silent? Oh my god, it's creepy. Oh my god, it's giving creepy. Like that. It's such normie horror. I think that's what I'm trying to get at. Is that the bite of 87? Yeah, you know what I loved, by the way? I mentioned I watched a video from this guy, Spaceman Scott, I think was his name. He did a video that was comparing the storytelling of two indie games, you know, that wildly rose to popularity and fame. One being Undertale and one being FNAF. And specifically, like, the writers of them, Toby Fox and Scott Cawthon. And there was a part in that video where he talks about how maybe I mistook this. Maybe I got this wrong. Maybe people in chat can probably confirm. He vented his frustration, at least as maybe I was like half asleep, I don't know, or not paying attention. There appeared to be a part in a game that seemed like it was getting at being like the bite of 87, and then as it turns out, it was actually depicting a completely different event called the bite of 83. And he was like really frustrated that instead of getting more info on the thing that people already knew that happened, that they were waiting for like info on, there was just a new thing. Oh, FNAF 4. So everybody was like, yo, was that the bite of 87? No, it was the bite of 83. Fuck you. God, what an awful series. What a fucking awful series. That's it. That reminds me of like every like Star Wars movie. It's like, that reminds me of the Star Wars sequels super hard, where like instead of getting any info about Snoke or any of that, it's just, no, it was just the Emperor actually. No, don't worry. We don't know what's going on with the story. We don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going on. Chewie got abducted and then died and then blew up and then he was back 3 seconds later. Whatever, I don't know. Nothing fucking matters. Uh-oh, there's a missing bear. Is he at a pizza place?
Wow, that was fun. We got a lot of candy.
So the spooky part there was just that it was quiet. It was silent and quiet and like black for a second, and then missing Johnny Bear, and now we're just back to this. Okay, that was spooky. I guess it was subtle. I guess, I don't know. I guess.
Yeah, that was so cool, Tammy. However, I think it's getting a bit too late. We should go home.
This duck sounds like Christian.
Come on, Ducky. There's still so much houses we haven't visited yet.
So much houses.
Don't tell me you're scared about trick-or-treating.
I'm not. I really don't feel scared, okay? Let's just visit a few more houses and then go home.
Alright. Oh, what about that one?
God. It's just so predictable. It's never ever going to show. It's... They're unable to... You might as well just have a ghost jump out and go boo at this point. Like, might as well just start up the fucking Mario Ghost House music when you see this image. Just, yeah, fucking hell. Show like a normal house.
You wanna go there? Oh, fine, but we're going home after that.
Because what it is, I don't think they believe that the audience is smart enough to pick up on anything that isn't completely obvious. And if it is, like, for children, if you're a kid, if it's intended for, like, kids, if it's made by someone who's, like, pretty young, maybe this is their first horror thing, then, like, maybe. But, like, if it's made by an adult for adults, then it's not really respecting any of the audience and thinking that, like, I don't know, you could just show a house where it's just something's just a little bit off. Just something that's just a little subtle. But no, you get fucking Spooky Town house. Like, nobody would ever go to that house. Why would you? It's not believable. It's not believable at all. Like, again, myhouse.wad. A lot of the things that happen in that, yeah, stuff winds up getting really fucked up over the course of time, but it begins very subtly. And like, oh, did the size of this room change a little bit? Oh, was there a door there before? I don't know. You know, little things. And that's effective. That gets you thinking. That gets you, you know... But the people that this is for don't have brains to think with, so, you know, I guess that does create a bit of a crossroads, doesn't it?
Trick or treat!
Why, hello there, little children. Are you looking for candy? Then come in, come in. We have candy for you too, silly bunnies.
Alright, now I'm willing to give up on this series. I think I'm good. This video is better than the first one, by a little bit, but not substantially. That's Walton Files. I think I'm fucking good on Walton Files. The fact that there's so many videos about, like, Walton Files explained, like, fuck off. Yeah. Oh god. Get That Griff became a member. Thank you. Martin Wallace actually gets offended if you mention his series is like FNAF. He claims it's 100% original. He is also a sellout, sold merch for this. You were allowed to sell merch for this. Wow, I mean, I guess later on it didn't seem as much like FNAF, but god, that first video, you really didn't start out on a good foot if you didn't want people to think it was like FNAF. Like, it's Bond's Burgers. It's basically named after a Five Nights at Freddy's character. Basically. And then it's also a burger place instead of a pizza place with, like, dancing animatronic band or whatever. Like, come on. Fuck you. Fuck you. I suppose I should read out some more super chats here. We've been going for a bit. I'll do some super chats here, and then we'll continue. We will continue, but I'll make a mental note of some of the recommendations here, and by mental note I mean I'll open them up in tabs or whatever. I have some stuff saved already that I should probably look at too. $2 from Get That Griff. Check out the FNAF tapes Baddington made. I mean, if we want to go right into fucking. If we want to go right into fucking FNAF bullshit, yeah, we might as well. Yeah, god, yeah, the Harmony and Horror guy actually did make Five Nights at Freddy's, like, VHS horror bullshit. God, this is actually an entire genre. Alright, never mind reading super chats. We read one, and now, much like the videos, we're now done. We're pausing reading super chats and we're commenting on that super chat, which is to say we're looking at this 419 video playlist of FNAF VHS tapes. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, you know what's great is the FNAF VHS tapes playlist includes Harmony and Horror. This isn't a Baddington FNAF VHS tape. This isn't one of the ones he specifically made. This is one of the ones that we watched that was fucking Harmony and Horror that I was like, oh, this is a complete rip-off of Five Nights at Freddy's. I guess this entire playlist, it might contain stuff that's not actually Five Nights at Freddy's, but is like that genre. I don't know, what's this random video? This has 492 views. Freddy Fazbear's Junior Video Guide. What's this? Oh man, you should get it out of your... Oh god. Why do we switch to the scary font, though? Why is this font scary? Why is... What is it about this font that's just scary to people, though? Because it's like, it comes down to it. It's just this font sometimes at the end of the day. They'll claim it's analog horror, they'll claim it's VHS, and sometimes you see these shit like as urban spook, they'll just use this font, and that's all it takes to supposedly be scary. Fuck. So this is fucking stupid. I mean, like, nobody here can take this seriously. Like, over and above the editing and whatever, but the motherfucker. The fucking Five Night Bear just in the background. He's such a meme of a character that I'm supposed to, like, take seriously. Like, okay. So I was supposed to look at the actual ones from Baddington, which he made, and he has a playlist of. Yeah, there's a series, and these are, so, again, the guy who made Harmony and Horror, one of the first ones this month that I looked at, of this type, which was pretty much the bar setter for terrible analog horror. We looked at it, and immediately it was clear that it was, like, a ripoff of FNAF to some degree. Now this guy actually made, the same maker of that, made a FNAF-themed series here, so take a look at that here. Millions of views per video, by the way.
What you doing? What you doing?
What you doing, stepbrother?
What you doing? Why are you hiding?
You know, it's easy for me to sit here in my armchair critic armchair and say that this is bad, because, I mean, there's effort put in, you know, with the animation. I don't know how much effort it is. Actually, now that I'm saying it, it kind of just does look like, you know, like I don't know, a source filmmaker video with, like, some effects put on it or something. But, yeah, I mean, it does take effort. There's effort put into a lot of this guy's videos and the other people we've looked at. I'm really only speaking from the perspective of, like, you know, I'm not trying to make something like this. I'm trying to watch something like this, and, you know, I keep finding them and they just aren't doing it for me. So it's like, you know, there's a baseline level of respect, even for Linkara, that I have to give these people. You know, it's like, you made something. You made a thing. And you put in effort with the animation and the editing and all that. I'm just saying that you were trying for it to be scary, and it isn't. So, I mean, there's, like, a degree of, like, you know, there's a degree of respect there, and a degree of, like, you know, you did something, you made something, you really edited this and went out of your way, but it's also just, I don't know, the main thing it's trying to do. And it's kind of not working for me and for a lot of people here. So, I don't know. I don't want to just be all high horse like, nah, this isn't good enough for me. Because there is animation and everything and, like, all of that. And, you know, I don't know. I don't know how to animate a Five Night Bear to move and all of that. So, you know, I got to give the person that. But that being said, once again, it's all in service of trying to be scary, and it just simply is not. So, I mean, it kind of makes you, like, yeah, I guess I don't know, good job at doing the thing, I guess, but I don't know if you did it particularly well. I don't know. There's a fucking JoJo fan in chat that thinks he's being smart. It's good. I'm glad you guys are learning how to read, at least. You know, if you guys are gonna start arguing with me in the chat and the comments, you JoJo people, at least you guys are starting to become literate. Hopefully soon you learn what anatomy looks like and you actually go outside and see what human beings look like. You might start to realize that the JoJo art is kind of bad then, if you do that, so maybe just be careful, but yeah. It's like, it's now supposed to be like an advertisement for this or something, I guess. Again, I'm left to be like, what is the actual perspective of this? Because it seemed like it was just like a kid, you know, his first person viewpoint or whatever, and then it cuts to spooky font, and, like, I guess this is supposed to be an ad for come to Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria kind of thing. But it's also not even doing that. It just has music, and it's like, come, eat, play, dance, whatever. And it doesn't even have a logo or anything.
Welcome to the Fazbear Entertainment Maintenance Video Manual. This tape will cover the instructions on how to clean out your state-of-the-art animatronic characters. Each
We're really getting the fucking... We're getting the whole host of every type of vocoder that they make. That's great.
Animatronic has the same cleaning procedure. The red button. This will set them into maintenance mode. Second, press the blue unlock button on the back of the head. Remove the upper...
that's the problem. You switched your Freddy Fazbear from good to evil. That'll do it.
Carefully, then detach the lower jaw. Third, press down on both shoulders to unlock the shoulder joints. Remove both arms. Finally, take the torso piece and lift it upward until it is completely removed.
Oh man, do those nips come off? Do those legs go all the way up?
Climb inside the torso and
Freddy's in Wumbo mode. Yeah, he's turned into like the short circuit robot.
Accept your
No, accept your death or something. That's cool. Oh, it's womb noises! Guys, once again, you can't tell me that's not just Germa sus. Like, it's not. I know it's not. It's Freddy or whatever, but like, in a post-Germa sus society, like, how are we supposed to be scared by this? When everybody was just passing around Germa sus like it was nothing. Maybe this is why they're haunted, because their music was just fucking terrible and everybody was mad at the animatronics and throwing drinks. And their music was terrible, and they kept throwing drinks, and it kept making the machinery worse. And so then the ghosts happened, I guess. You know, that's probably what... Yeah. That's the lore.
Oh, well, hello there.
Hello there.
My name is Freddy Fazbear. Welcome to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Hello there, children. Come on down to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Now, hang on.
My name is Freddy Fazbear. Welcome to Freddy Fazbear.
Is there a space between Faz and Bear, typically? I know that's the nitpick of nitpicks, but, like, man, I don't know. It's the little things, you know?
Bear's Pizza. You seem like a new recruit. Ah, and it's your turn to test the animatronics movement, isn't it? Well, have no fear. Freddy's here to help. Now, let's show you how it's done. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Oh, wait, I mean, Oh, sorry, I didn't realize it was scary. Sorry.
To test Bonnie's movements, we have to put him into repair mode.
You have to hack that terminal right there. Now, if you have a science skill of 75, you'll be able to do it, no sweat. Get that video playing
all
right
of his
there.
moving parts. Let's start with the head.
Surely there must be more to life than this. Now, didn't the fucking Walton Files... Because this is Bonnie, right? Yeah, it is, but it's like, you know, Bonnie joint movement test. That's what that was. Yeah, I'm good on that. I don't think we need more of that. My fucking eyes are glazing over. But we were looking at the Walton Files, and yeah, the bunny from the Walton Files. It's like, so there's a purple bunny in this Walton Files thing, which I immediately was like, oh, that's this one from FNAF. But then also there's another bunny that has like a red bow tie. So they've like mixed up multiple versions of. Also, this guitar, I just noticed this guitar has the Guitar Hero colors on the tuning pegs. That's cool. I like that. I don't know if that was intentional, but that's fun. They're in the wrong order, so probably not. But they like mixed up multiple elements of this bunny and slapped them onto different bunnies or something in Walton Files. So that's fun. I wasn't aware of that. So I was gonna do some super chats there. They will resume. $5 from Get That Griff. I Get That Griff, an analog suggestion that's not Harmony and Horror. Blasphemy. Anyway, check out Minerva Alliance. Grade A trash. Have a good one, Claw. Well, we've tried to find ones that are actually like the popular good ones. Maybe we can start to get into some of the ones that are a little trash. Minerva Alliance. And oh boy. Yeah, it doesn't look like the highest quality thing. Thank you. $5 from Lizzie Husky. I know it's cringe, but I'm going to see the FNAF movie, and I'm going to enjoy it unironically. The first G in going is capitalized, so I'm going to enjoy it unironically. Well, I question how much of that will be actually unironic. I mean, there's a certain degree of irony, I think, to the whole thing. I mean, I would assume, because like, how can you? It's not going to be a good like. Here's the thing: you're telling yourself already that you're going to enjoy it, and it's like, great. I'm happy that you have the mindset where you just enjoy things, but like, if you're critical of things at all, it's like, well, you're just already telling yourself before going in that you're going to enjoy this thing. So, like, whether or not it's a good movie, I guess, is entirely inconsequential. So, I guess have fun, but like, you know, I don't know. Maybe just keep your brain turned on when you watch it and see if you feel the same way that you might otherwise. I don't know. $10 from Queen Nidus. Claw Pachu blesses us with another spook stream. Hell yeah. Also play some Gwar. It's Spooks season. Well, I don't really know much about Gwar. I did play some. I was almost gonna do King Diamond, but I can't really stand King Diamond's voice. I really like the Metallica song Merciful Fate, but I just can't fucking deal with any song where he sings, where he actually sings. It's like every time I do the high pitched singing, that's like every song, that's like every single song he's ever done, and I can't deal with every song sounding like that. It's really annoying. I don't know. A lot of people like King Diamond, but that was one I was considering. I don't really know Gwar. I know that they do a lot of costumes and stuff. And I know that there was like something I watched where somebody was considering Gwar like really heavy metal, and I was like, I don't know. They seem kind of like theatrical. Like they're not, I don't know, the most brutal death metal ever. I don't think they're kind of, I don't know what genre is Gwar actually. Is this a genre? If I look up Gwar, what is like? What does it say on Google? Gwar is just heavy metal, is what it says. Thrash metal, hardcore punk. I sometimes like thrash metal, yeah. Shock rock, comedy rock, maybe. It's kind. I mean, I started the stream with Slayer, so you know, there you go. But I'm not familiar with Gwar necessarily, but. I will say I also really only like one album from Slayer, which is Seasons in the Abyss. I haven't listened to too much else from them that I've been super into, but that whole album is real solid. $5 $5 from Wiggly Fungus. Man, I needed a stream from you today. It's one of those days you want to think about other things. The trash you find is hard to get over. Thanks, man. Well, you know, I hope to get people's minds off of things and other stuff. You know, hopefully this... I just hope that, you know, you don't, like, internalize any of it and your whole life doesn't become... I often think... I've never watched it, but I often think about the movie The Number 23 with Jim Carrey, where he like... I again, haven't seen it. I don't know. I think it's, like, not very good. I don't know. But the concept of the movie is, like, he just, like, one day he just, like, becomes obsessed with the number 23 and just, like, lets his life become entirely dominated by that. And, so it's like, also the Seinfeld episode where George is humming the song and Jerry's like, be careful, that's the way Schumann went crazy. He got one note in his head and he couldn't get it out. I think it was an A. Yeah, and so every time I think, like, just be careful, we look at something and you're not like, wait, but how do they get the dick in the pussy? How do they get the dick in the pussy? How do they need just like a montage of you in the car, at church, in the bathroom, just, how do they get the dick in the pussy? And it just becomes, and you know, it's just all because you just don't let anything that you watch here dominate your brain, and you become like, you know, just don't let that happen. $2 from IngVT, the Toon Cat channel. Don't forget to watch Dog Nightmares. My name's Don Wilson. I've got an idea for an ARG about a bunch of dogs. It's called Dog Nightmares. Hang on, I gotta go shoot some guys. Alright. Dog Nightmares from 11 months ago. I think I might have looked this up. Yeah, somebody suggested this or something. Yeah, I think... Do I even have this? I might have this saved. I do. I have this saved already. Well, I should look at that then. I'll keep that open. Keep that open. Thank you for the suggestion. Or thank you for the reminder, I suppose. $2 from Emilio Cobos. No message, but thank you. $5 from Moxie621. Nothing is more terrifying than Linkara's search history. Well, I don't know. Maybe like Chris Chan's search history. He's out now, so yeah. And actually, that is terrifying. I wonder what Chris Chan is like looking up on the internet. I wonder what he's doing, you know? I mean, the thing is, he's the most documented man in the world, so we really have no right to be like, wonder what Chris Chan's up to, because, you know, you probably know, to some extent, what he's up to, but it is just like, I wonder what things he's like looking up to buy on Amazon or whatever. What does Chris need? I don't know. I'm curious, you know. Let's see. $2 from Aurelius. Board James is the GOAT. I love Board James. It's one of the best series. I mean, that's like the sweet spot era of AVGN. It's got Mike. It's got that other fella that showed up, Bootsy. The motherfucker sucks his own dick. It's got Bootsy. I think it was him that sucked his own dick. Yeah, no, it's and then Board James would come back every now and then. I remember Board James was in one of the one of the Nostalgia Critic movies, one of the Channel Awesome movies. He was like the cameo, I think, in Suburban Nights. It was because he was in like all of them, I think, and that was his cameo in that one. The other ones he was like some other role. But he was just full-on Board James. I believe it was Suburban Nights, where he was Board James. And yeah, that was like the best part of the movie, was just a segment where he just detailed a board game. It was great. It was great. Again, that's like the prime sweet spot era of James and his content. Like, right after it stopped being like a little too crusty. I still like the really early stuff, but it's not as good as like... I guess as you go by seasons now on there, it would be season, like, 2. Really, yeah, season 2 is where it really starts to pick up, but even, like, 3 through... I would say, like, if you want to go by the seasons on the channel there, the last good AVGN season, I don't know, it was, like, around 2015 is where I say it started to transition a little into the new stuff. 2015, I think, is where because I remember I stopped watching AVGN in, like, 2013 or something, I don't know, and like a few years ago I was like, oh, there's a bunch of stuff from like, you know, that I haven't seen since then. I'll watch, and it was like the first, you know, like 10 or so videos, whatever, like up until like some point in 2015 was like, oh, these are all great. Well, yeah, Hong Kong 97 and the Terminator games, and then or I guess it was Schwarzenegger games. It was like Total Recall, and then, but yeah, it was like, and started to not be quite as good. They're not bad now, but it's like a little, it's not the same. $2 from Schizoid Goggles. Look up The Rolling Giant, The Oldest View, Part 3. All right. The Rolling Giant, The Oldest View, Part 3. Okay. From Kane Pixels. Oh, it's got 2 million views. This is a big new one. It's 46 minutes long. What the fuck? Well, I don't know if I need to watch the whole. I mean, it's 46 minutes. I'll watch some of it, or maybe I'll watch part 1. Is there The Oldest View? Is there just, what's part 1? Is part 1 shorter? The Story of the Rolling Dead Giant, The Oldest View Beneath the Earth. This is the guy who made the original Liminal Space video. Is the first one Beneath the Earth? Does anybody know? I don't know. How a vlog turned into a nightmare. Oh. I guess I could look at the channel here. Kane Pixels. You got playlists here. The Oldest View. They do. It's in order. There you go. First one is Renewal, I guess. Yeah, there's 3 of them. Yeah, we can look at some of that. First one is only 4 minutes, so perhaps I'll actually start with the first one. Although the new one is the one that has like 2 million views in 2 weeks. The first one only has 1.3 million views in 7 months. You know what? Maybe I will just jump to the third one. See what all the buzz is about. But we'll save that for a little bit. I'll get through a few more of these here. Gemini Home Almighty Loaf telling me that Gemini Home Entertainment is the best analog horror he's seen. Man, that's unfortunate. That's not even a slight against you. That's like, man, that really says a lot about analog horror, you know, if that's the best you've seen. I don't know. I've named some things that I think count, or at least tangentially related, that I think, you know, are pretty good analog horror to some extent. It's just that a lot of them don't seem to be YouTube videos, typically. A lot of them seem to be like, fucking, like a book or a video game mod or something, you know? So, I don't know. I would kind of consider House of Leaves to be analog horror, in a way, because it is, the plot of it is about a guy who, like, starts to uncover... I realized, like, partway through the book, and I should have realized it sooner, but there's all these sources on House of Leaves all the time, where it'll be talking about, like, as discovered in as they discussed in the hot button, you know, fucking like MSNBC NewsHour in 1997, after the initial movie came out, blah blah blah. And it's like, this is all fake shit. And it took me a while of reading the book before I was like, oh yeah, none of this ever happened. All of this is fake. And it just seems very realistic, and it's written in a way that's like, yeah, I can see that, you know, it could have just been like a book written about a thing, whatever, it's not a huge deal. Back in the 90s, whatever, some news program might have talked about this book, this Navidson report or whatever in the story. So it was like kind of believable in that way, like, yeah, it's like fake lost media kind of thing. But it's like, also that was like fucking 20 years ago that book came out, so it's like it predates all of this. And, you know, obviously it's not an actual YouTube video or anything, but yeah, I mean, that's a book that really uses itself as a book in the extreme, whereas all of these, it's like, what are you getting? You're getting just a stupid YouTube video you sit down and watch. There's nothing spooky about it. You're not engaging with it at all. There's no threat. I don't know. $2 from Michael Morbius, yeah, telling me it's Killer Snowman in the fucking winter of '83. Man, I really wanted Linkara's one to be okay, but it was not. It was not. Monument Mythos is just SCP for band kids, says IngVT, the Tooncat channel, with $2. I think we looked at some of that. It was not. It was a little better. Well, that was the one that had the, like, God cartoon or whatever, and that was like The God cartoon was the first part was okay. Well, I cut it off midway through the second video, but I was like, the second video was taking a nosedive in quality, so it's like, when people tell me, no, you need to watch the whole thing, and I'm like, bro, you don't understand. I watch up until I can't take it anymore. Like, I want to watch the whole thing and be gripped by the whole thing. I mean, I won't watch it all on stream, probably, but I want to, at least, and be like, man, I'm really curious, and gotta go watch more of that, you know? But then I don't. I just don't, because they keep getting worse, and, like, it's like, I get that I'm supposed to watch all of it, but as I continue to watch more, it gets more and more insufferable a lot of the time. Let's see, $5 from Victor Hugo Martinez. I'm super chatting these suggestions, and I've watched a few of these. The only ones I know of, Krena Grzbo TV, and I can maybe look at some of that actually, because I did say that one is pretty good. That one's pretty good. I remember seeing a video about it. I think it was Scare Theater, or maybe Nexpo talked about it. Maybe both, I don't know. But that one was pretty good because I think that one was a little more believable than it might have just been an actual thing from TV in Poland. Because again, a lot of the audience, you know, I don't know, most of these are English-speaking ARG type of things. So a lot of the audience tends to be like Americans and Canadians and such, and Brits and whatnot, Anglo-English speaking people, and so we're all kind of fucking ignorant to what random weird little lost media Polish kids TV show there might be. But it's a little harder for me to get behind, like, oh yeah, the US government issued an order for people to fucking kill themselves because the Russians were coming or something, whatever happens in Local 58. A bunch of fucking shit. Yeah, let me see. Krena, whatever here. I'm sure it'll auto-complete. Krena Grzbo. And there hasn't been one in, yeah, it was like 6 months ago. I do remember this one being reasonably decent. Reasonably decent. There's a new series from them, I guess. But the main one is Poradnik Usmiechu, which we'll look at some of that. And also Welcome Home is the other one was suggested here. I have stuff saved too, so I don't know how much of this we'll get to, but you know, we'll get to what we get to. And oh god, oh, you must be joking. Oh, you simply must be joking. Homie! There's like this Marge Simpson creature, and Game Theory is making videos about it, and Nightmind. You really want me to watch this? You think this is gonna be the one, do you? This is gonna be the one I like? You think so? Maybe. You know, anything's possible. I suppose. Anything's possible. Well, I don't know. Where do I find this? Oh, good. A queer analysis of Welcome Home over here. That's good. We got all of our bases are covered over here. It's not, I can't find the actual, what is it, a game? What the fuck is this? What is this garbage? It's cool, but not scary. Is it on, it's a site? Motherfucker. Welcome Home. Clownillustration.com. Welcome Home. Welcome Home with the you're supposed to. It's a website hosted by Wix, so that's cool. I think I'm good on this. I don't think I need to necessarily engage with this right now. Maybe, perhaps another time, but I don't think I'm gonna like it. I have a weird feeling I'm not gonna enjoy that one. So I think in light of how many of these we have to get through, I think I'll fucking hard pass on that. Thank you. It's an ARG, I guess. It's an ARG, and it's got a big, this site was made with Wix on the bottom. Like, man, yeah, put your ARG on Squarespace. That's the game. I don't know. It's fine. I'm sure there's something there, maybe. But it doesn't seem like it'll be, again, weird Marge Simpson FNAF creature. All these fucking, like, kids horror... And I say kids horror not just because it's, like, for kids, but because it's kids... Like, it's supposed to be, like, kids entertainment in all of these, where it's, like, some kids fucking presenter. It's always kids. I find that interesting. I find it interesting, I mean, that, like, there doesn't seem to be a lot of these that are really targeted at people that, like, they're specific. You can maybe be an adult and like a lot of this stuff, too, even if it's targeted at kids, whatever. Like, the plot of it is about kids. Like, that doesn't necessarily make it for kids or anything. But I find it interesting that none of these are attempting to be, like, I don't know, any kind of horror about being in your, like, mid-20s or your 30s or being a parent or dying or anything other than, like, kids show entertainer is spooky. I guess the fucking Harmony and Horror tried to throw in some weird fucking plot about how the husband and wife couldn't have kids or some shit. So there's like a bit of a melodramatic saccharine element to it sometimes, but it's never really like a theming thing. The theming is spooky kids show, spooky pizzeria for kids, spooky kids cartoons, spooky kids game. Even the ones like Petscop or whatever is spooky kids game, spooky Catastrophe Crow 64 kids game. It's never ever like a spooky... Again, I think that's why I like House of Leaves so much more. It's about, like, a guy and his wife, and it's, like, a very weird, esoteric romance story. And it's about, like, it's a bit more of a grown-up story than a lot of this shit tends to be. And it's, like, not even, like, a slight against, like, it's for kids because it's not scary, but just, like, it's all kind of... like, centered around kids bullshit. Like you watch this as a kid, or I watched this as a kid, or my kid, whatever. Like, it's never, like, about anything else. There's never any fear about any other type of thing. Like, even, like, about kids, you can have a series about, and I mean actually about, like, I don't know, make it about loss. Make it about Tim Buckley's loss. Call it that, the series. Like you have a name in like, you know, whatever. Tim Buckley's Loss, that's the name of it on IMDb. And it's a dramatic series. But it's like a horror. It's like an analog horror. And it's about a woman having a miscarriage, you know? And it's like actually about that. It's not just about spooky kids entertainer that we stapled some shit on about how our fucking the guy and the wife couldn't have kids or something to try and make it seem like it's more than just Five Nights at Freddy's bullshit. But it's always just animatronic spooky clowns stare me. It's just the most surface level shit. Give me any horror that's about, like, dying or, like, coming to terms with things. I remember that was the things, I think Simpsons made a joke about that, like, a movie about coming to terms with things, and I've always liked that. Like, yes, we need more things about coming to terms with things. That's what this is all about. $5 from Void Humor. Look up Intelsat 705 at 1808. It was a real disaster that actually happened. Okay. Well, a real disaster that actually happened. Intelsat 7. Okay, this does actually appear to be a real disaster. Yeah, I guess this would count as, like, analog horror in the way that I'm talking about, yes. This is... I for a second, I'm like, well, why would I watch this on stream? But then I'm like, no, yeah, because it is 1996 VHS footage of this shit happening. And what, where exactly is the footage? It's, at 1808. It's a real disaster that happened. 1808. What happens here?
My name is Janet Ship, and in order to prepare you for your trip to China, we would like you to take this simple multiple choice.
Never mind, is this just also fake? Is this also fake? Oh, it looked like it might have been real for a second. I guess you gotta give it some credit for being maybe convincing. But I don't know, because there's... It looks like there's... No, it looks like there's news footage of it? I don't know, there's like... We'll look at this a little bit. This looks like it might be bullshit, but I don't know. There's like stuff talking about it, so maybe. Maybe. I guess I could believe that it happened, but the video that I was sent to look at looks like it was one of these staged fucking ARGs type of things, so, don't know. I don't know. We'll look into it. Folger Kelly became a member. Thank you. You might like Verde Valley. It's like 2 videos so far. I did like it to some extent. I mean, it's better than a lot of these. I don't think it's really all that scary necessarily, but it's pretty good at looking like the type of, you know, game that it's trying to look like. I remember it reminded me of Tail Concerto a little bit. It was kind of convincing in that regard, looking like a 90s 3D game. And again, I think there's a lot to be said for 3D 90s low poly game. Like the first Tomb Raider, the first fucking cave in Tomb Raider is like spookier than anything we watch today. And there's nothing about it other than like the terrible controls and maybe you have to shoot a wolf or something. Like, it's just that the cave itself, the models, the textures warping, there's something about that that's like inherently kind of... That's my version of the spooky font. There's nothing really about it that actually makes it scary. But I don't know. I just see like low poly fucking Zelda 64 fog, and I'm like, you can unlock the Triforce. You just have to throw bombs underneath Ganon's castle into the little void. This is a real strategy, by the way. There was so many strategies that were similar to this too, not even just this one, but it was like, because the lava under Ganondorf's castle was like going down into like a void, kind of. People were like, you have to throw bombs or shoot bomb arrows or bomb chews or something, always bombs for some reason, into that spot, and for some reason that would lead to something happening, like the fucking light temple or the Triforce, or you go to the light temple and get the Triforce. It was usually one of those things. I don't know. I was always more fascinated by the actual cut content of Zelda before they, you know, you'd see some footage from BS Zelda, or what, not BS, like Zelda 64, Ura Zelda, some of the early concept footage, or whatever, and it's like, man, what happened to that game? That village looks weird, this long path to nowhere, oh, I don't know, that was my shit, but, yeah, that's like 90s horror, 90s video game 3D, that's all you need to make me scared. There you go. It's my spooky font. $2 from Victor Hugo Martinez on behalf of Emily Blake. Jam by Chris Morris. Is this another video recommendation, or is that like a song? Jam. Chris Morris. Oh no, it is a series, it looks like. It does look like a series. Jam BBC series. Oh, it's a TV show. I see. Well, I don't know what exactly this is. We can't watch it on stream, though. Whatever this is, I'm not sure. I'm not even seeing videos really talking about it or anything. Oh no, actually, Stu Bagful reviewed it like 7 years ago. Maybe I'll watch him talk about it. I like his channel. I watched him talk about Friends recently. Yeah, maybe I'll look at that. I don't know if it's like a horror series, but it is like a BBC show, so I can't really show it on stream. But that does seem interesting. £5 from EC90. Want to see something truly horrifying? Look at the last 2 weeks' charts for the U.S. long-term Treasury bond prices and U.S. federal debt interest rates. Oh, listen, the cosmic horror of existence right now is truly well and truly enough at this point in time. But you know, we look to horror like this to distract ourselves, frankly, from how bad things really are. That's what it is. $2 from Chico Too Cold. The Oldest View is amazing, bro. Watch it. You know, maybe we'll start doing that, because thank you. I think we'll move on from Super Chats now. We have more to get to. Thank you, everybody. We'll get to the rest of them, but we're going to move along, and we're going to start watching some stuff here, and I do have The Oldest View set up here. I will start with part 1. No, I said I was going to start with part 1, but then again, part 2 just jumped 2 million views in 2 weeks. I think it's because it's Halloween now. I think that's why, because people are looking for spooky. That's got to be what it is. So it's nothing necessarily better about it, but it is 46 minutes, while the other two, the first one's 4 minutes, and the second one's 12 minutes. We'll start with the first one, and then maybe we'll jump to the third one a little bit. I don't know. The second one looks interesting too, though. It's actually the thumbnail evokes a little bit of House of Cards, if you believe it. But the first one has a creepy mask, so that's exciting. And again, this is the guy Kane Pixels who made the Backrooms footage, which I kind of always like the Backrooms video. Despite some people are down on the Backrooms too, I think that's effective, because it isn't. Again, there's a pretense of that this is just a guy who's like a whatever filmmaker, animator, or whatever, and he's doing this as like an art project, but it doesn't try to play around too much with police transcriptions or any. It doesn't rise above its station. It's just, this is a guy with a camera and he's filming something. And that's believable as a concept for a YouTube video. So I always liked the Backrooms. I thought that was a pretty good series. I think I only saw the first one, really, the main one. But I think he has multiple of those. So we'll see about this. This is part 1. Now, is this the guy, or is this an actor? I'm wondering. Speaking of the guy, Kane Pixel, or whatever, Kane Pixels. Yes, I would. Somebody in chat says, don't blame him for what 13-year-olds did to his stuff on TikTok. There was the guy who made that Siren Head character that just got basically stolen by a bunch of shit and slapped onto bootleg t-shirts on the boardwalk or whatever. And people were, I remember there was some effort at one point to be like, yeah, this guy's actually a really talented dude. It's a shame that, not only was his work, kind of stolen by a bunch of, bootleggers and random phone games and shit, but, yeah, most of his audience just appears to be, children and whatnot. Yeah, there's a lot of talented people out there whose stuff, I don't know, falls into the wrong hands, so to speak. Well, we've got a color thing going on here. They've, obviously, we've got the green forest going on. And you have this fella with the black and white. And then there's a couple flowers that are also seemingly black and white a little bit. I think that's, I think that they were artificially made black and white. That's probably got some significance. I think this is pretty cool so far. It's got some film stuff going on. It's subtle so far. Why is our man black and white? Is he sorrowful? What happened to him? This is what gets you speculating. This is why there are videos speculating about these types of things, except usually there's fucking no reason to speculate. It's like, oh, I don't know, why is the spooky jump scare? I don't know, because it's a stupid fucking YouTube video. But here you've got, who's this man? I don't know. It's just ultimately, yeah, it's just a YouTube video, but I want to know who the man is. I want to know why he's black and white. He's a gray alien. Yeah, he's old-timey. Well, I mean, now it's just going on a little bit long now. He's sitting on a log. Oh, I got it. He's chilling. And,
when the summer days are gone, when the roses fade and die, and no more is heard the song of the nightingale so sweet.
Well, now this is, you know, not necessarily, once again, not necessarily scary.
Shall we maybe?
I guess these are supposed to be spooky. He's making a mask. Good shot. I thought this is what they were doing. I was right. It's a very, very long pullout here. She can clearly see where it like fades. It like, yeah, like fades between the shots, but it's an interesting. Still a very interesting long pullout from that long shot. That's good though. It's good. So he made the mask. It's a creepy mask, and it's interesting. It's interesting. This one starts, and you know we got more like daytime footage, and I like that this attempt to be daytime. You know, instead of spooky nighttime, spooky whatever, it's just daytime. He's just out. This is like the movie Infested, where it looked like an episode of Friends. He's just out. It's just a sunny day. Nothing spooky could possibly happen on a sunny day. You know, that's good. There's a subtlety about that.
I shouldn't.
Go, we got music and everything. Oh, is this gonna be like a vlog or something? Hang on. Yes, it is. Fake video.
What's up, guys? Wyatt here.
Okay, this is the best one. I mean, this is the best one we've seen so far. I don't think I like it more than, like, myhouse.wad or anything like that, but, like, what was I just saying? Yeah, this is using the format of, like, what's up, guys? I'm a vlogger. Nothing spooky's gonna happen today. We're just out for a totally normal adventure. And now something spooky's gonna happen. You know, I saw this one-man show one time in fucking Toronto. It was, like, earlier this year. I saw this one-man show, and it was this guy, and the story of it was he was a vlogger, and he was like a fishing guy, and he was teaching kids how to fish. But then it was like this weird shit where it became about his fear of being a father and failure, and like how he's not happy in his life, and he's existentially alone, and it was kind of annoying and awkward at times. There was a part where he was like making jokes about diarrhea or something, but it was like also, you know, he's trying to appeal to kids in the story. And like, I don't know, I think about that a lot. And this reminds me of that a little, where it's like, surely everything will be fine. It's just a fishing trip. Nothing weird will happen. Nothing weird will happen. He's just out for a little exploration.
I hope you're all having a great day.
We're having a great day.
I know I am, because today I've got something really cool to show you that I found. I'm currently on my way to, I shouldn't say the name of the park, I don't want to, just because the spot I'm taking you to is technically in pretty far into private property. Not going to get into that, not going to worry about it, but generally trespassing, not good.
So he's doing urban exploration, that's the idea.
Don't trespass.
Well, I guess it's not really very urban, but yeah.
I'll probably be fine, but don't trespass unless unless you found a really cool secret tunnel in the woods that you want to check out and show to your internet buddies. In that case, I think it's fair game. So,
secret tunnel in the woods.
From that, you might be able to deduce what I'm planning on showing you guys today.
See, but the problem with this, though, the one thing that I have to hold against it is that, again, you put this on your Kane Pixels channel. If it were me, and, like, there's a fear there, but you have to go with it, you have to just not put it on your main channel. I've thought in the past, and I'm opening the floor to this now, potentially anything we look at, chat members, could be this. I've thought about making something, putting it out there on some channel with like no subs, no views, whatever, one video, and then just we watch it and, and it could be fake, and seeing if people bite and seeing if we can make if we can make something happen there. If people are like, what's going on? We need to know more. What's the story with that one video? And then like I make another one, like something like that. If something like that happens, you have to be skeptical. But that's the thing. You do something like that maybe, and I could do that because that's my format. This guy can't really do that. I don't know. There's just an element where like I can't believe that this is this guy going on this tour. Like if he put this on another channel, if he made another channel that was like Alan Tutorial, like I don't think that's that guy's main channel, Alan Resnick, right? He has another channel. Like Alan Tutorial was just a channel called Alan Tutorial, where he had like some, and if I remember correctly, his first videos weren't like immediately off the deep end. They were like, they started out a little bit like reasonable, and then they got, or at least they weren't completely insane. But yeah, like you do like a couple of videos like this on a channel, maybe you even get some genuine subscribers from that, and then you drop a video like this. But he makes the mistake of putting it on his main channel with 2 million subs, and it's not really a mistake in the sense of like, I guess somebody said he's got like a film deal with A24 or something. I don't know if that's true. Somebody said Linkara got busted for animal cruelty earlier, so I don't know what's true anymore. But, maybe, whatever, like, yeah, it's your portfolio and everything, but I'm just saying I'm saying sacrifice your image for the art, man. That's what I'm saying. Give yourself up for the art. Give yourself up for the art, because, like, I can't buy this, and I would totally buy this, potentially, if this was just some random channel with no views. And I would be like, yeah, well, I mean, maybe he does find a weird view, a weird tunnel in the woods or something. That's the one thing I'm holding against this, is that, like, it seems like I guess he wants credit, which is fair. It's fair to want credit, but it's like, that's getting in the way a little of the thesis of the video, kind of.
So, stay tuned.
But it's good so far.
Alright, it's super windy right now, so I hope you guys can hear me. I've been walking for like an hour, 45 minutes, and I got turned around a little bit back there, but I think this is the spot. Hold on, I gotta get a little further. Okay, yes. This is it. So, here is the hole. I'll show that in a moment. Inconspicuous, tiny little hole in the ground. Honestly, just like a little cave or something. I don't know. I mean, that's what I thought it was the first time that I saw this the other day. I mean, it's out literally in the middle of nowhere, under this big oak. But if you actually take a look down inside, there are stairs down there.
It's super windy right now. I just ate a bunch of beans. That's right. Yeah. He's got stairs. Well, I don't buy this shot. This isn't a very believable shot, but I also don't understand. So it's a hole that goes directly down, and then there's stairs like going vertically down. I guess. Maybe it's okay. Sure. Okay. No, okay, I guess that makes sense. You could walk down.
So I didn't notice this before last time I was here because it was in a rush and it was a lot darker out, but it looks like these stairs used to go up further.
Like, the guy's acting is even decent. Like, it's a little bit fake, kind of, but, like, I would buy it if I didn't know. Again, it's like there's a weird missed opportunity where he needs to be credited as Kane Pixels, and, like, yeah, you've got 2 million subs. It's like Linkara's thing. Like, it misses something because I know who Linkara is. Like, I don't know. Who is this guy? I don't know. It would be better if it was just on its own channel, but I mean, it's reasonable to want credit, especially, again, people are saying it's true, he's getting like a movie deal. That's fair, the guy seems very, very talented. I'm not holding that against him or anything, and it's fair to want credit and everything. I'm just saying that the whole conceit of this type of video, like, I don't know, you could get credited, you could drop your name at the end of the series, whatever. Like, do a thing where I'm saying, like, have your side channel and do it, but then have your name at the end, when, you know, at the end of it or something. I don't know, but, like, this, you know, just doing it on his main channel, it's, like, a little bit, it ruins it a little. Because the guy's acting isn't so bad. Like, it would be believable, but it's not believable. Like, I have no reason necessarily to believe that there isn't just a spooky hole, like, with a fucking staircase leading down somewhere. Like, this is so far perfectly believable. But I know it's not. I know it's not real, and that makes me sad, and I'm gonna cry every day, so.
What I find really weird is that all the lights, these lights are on. So that tells me that they're still something active here in...
Nah, bro. You ever played a video game? You're gonna just have torches lit down in the dungeons for fucking eternity. Don't worry about it.
But then the entrance is so low tech. It's just fucking strange. Kind of just looks like someone's gone up but got cut off and buried. I don't want to talk too much, just I can't really anticipate if anyone's going to be around here. I don't hear anyone, but the lights are on,
and I wonder how he did this, because again, it's very talented. I wonder what role he'll have with the A24 thing, because, you know, he seems to be very effects oriented, and maybe also directing and writing potentially, but I am wondering how he's doing this Mario 64 Infinite Staircase. It's a pretty good effect, especially for somebody who's just doing a YouTube video. It's not like a big budget movie or anything.
I have no clue what I'm stepping into.
Wait, the whole rest of the video, including the outside stuff, this is Blender? You're telling me this is all CG? Is this like that one game that's coming out that looks photorealistic, that's like a shooter or whatever, that everybody was raving over? This is all fake? Z jumped down it, yeah. The outside stuff is real. That makes sense. Yeah. So this part is Blender. I said this wasn't a very good shot. Like at first here, at this first shot, it's a little unbelievable. But then you get some more perspective of it. You get the lighting comes in here, and it's a little bit. Well, that's very impressive with the lighting and everything. Yeah. The whole thing is quite good. And he goes down further into it, and. The seamless transition from Blender into, well, I guess there was a slight seam there when I said that it looked a little jarring, but just for like a second. Very slight seam transition from real footage, it seemed to, or at least it looked probably real, to, you know, this appears to be Blender, and yeah, this is all very believable. So like the camera movement is still believable too.
When I was here on Wednesday, this, I think, was about as far as I got. I haven't gone any further than this. I sort of chickened out and ran back up to go home, get some more space to record on my phone, since I was really low. I'm gonna give it a go.
Yo, we're at the bottom. Is this the entrance to the back rooms? That must be what everybody thinks when they're watching this, right? Because it looks very back roomsy. I wouldn't be surprised if this enters into the back rooms. Get some office space down here. No tables, no chairs. Yeah, it's good analog horror. We found it. The stream will continue. I guess now maybe I should change the name to "We Found Good Analog Horror. Now let's make fun of bad analog horror." I don't know, but we got other stuff that might also be good. I'm okay to still watch stuff that's good, and I want to watch some of the third video is like almost an hour long. We're gonna watch some of it. We're gonna jump around a little, but yeah, and whatever this has to do with the black and white man. Again, this is why you have like a theory crafting video for something like this that actually deserves it, and that's fair. Same with like my house, also deserves it. This was Blender, huh? I guess I can kind of see it on like the wall here. You just got more of this, huh? Yeah, so you keep going down here.
What is the purpose of these things?
It starts getting real dark.
I get where the entrance I saw was at the top of a hill. See something shining.
Oh, is there?
I'm just realizing I'm gonna have to walk back up all these stairs.
Yeah, you didn't think about that when you started walking down them, did you?
Okay.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, 2 times speed. Fuck it.
I'm starting to realize this is a really stupid idea.
It's a pretty bad idea.
Controls election.
Yeah, now we're getting scared. Now everybody in chat is invested.
Oh
And again, what do you call it? House of Leaves. There is a part in that fucking book where they realize like that not the whole plot of it, well, there's like a meta plot. There's like 5 meta plots layers, but like the main thing is about this guy and his family, and they find out that the house that they live in and just moved into is slightly like bigger on the inside than it is on the outside, and they're trying to do measurements of it, and they realize that there's room between the walls, and there's like a whole segment where there's like this staircase going down and in complete darkness. And I'm absolutely certain that this Kane Pixels fellow read House of Leaves before he made this. Because
mow the lawn.
Yeah. There's also, of course, a part that's exactly like this in myhouse.wad, so it all comes full circle, really.
That's the chlorophyll, right?
I'm sorry, I gotta skip through the last one. We got a bunch of stuff to get to. I know the last one's gonna be good and it's long, but, you know, if you want to watch it in your own time. This is the official endorsement. He credits himself in the video, so you might as well go watch his video.
I think... Is it a door? Can't really see, my eyes are all on the phone.
So now there's spooky noises happening, and they don't appear to be diegetic, which means they're, I mean, I guess added into the video that he recorded here. I suppose that would make sense. If you were having a spooky experience, you might record, you know, cut in some spooky music and spooky sound effects, but I don't know. It could also, you know, it could be better if he was like, "What's that noise?" But yeah.
I can't tell. Does it go off to the right?
Like synth noises, synth bass.
Dude, I'm fucking shaking.
Literally shaking. Well, you're about to enter the Underdark, bro. Be careful. Put on your infravision.
Oh, this is...
Well, and the door doesn't look much less ominous than, you know, than the rest of this. So the door fits the whole video. No, we'll move aside back rooms. Here's the bathrooms. We got some tile. There's just, it's like, are these like the Zyklon showers? What the fuck is this?
It's the scary door.
The poopy showers. Door loading screens, yes.
Nice music.
Oh, now it's diegetic, okay. Okay, well now that looks like a rendered thing. What is that supposed to be?
I'm not supposed to be here.
This feels like a VR game, a lot of this footage. It's like first person 3D, but it's like a lot better quality than a lot of VR games. In terms of visuals, anyway.
Supposed to be here.
Oh, I found a mall underground. It is the back rooms. Yeah. I mean, it's the new back rooms. Oh, it's like a, yeah. You'd have your register up here.
Looks like a shopping mall.
Looks like a shopping mall. Yeah, and there's Muzak playing. And it's completely dark. And then the third video here, The Rolling Giant. This one is nearly an hour long. We're not watching the whole thing, but I'm gonna get to... Seems to have the first two videos in it. Okay, so I could have just... Okay, I could have just watched this then, I guess. And it could have just gotten me up to speed, but fine.
You need a key, but this is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever done in my life. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Well, okay, somebody in chat says, I can't wait for the 5-hour-long video essay on how this is about capitalism failing people and communities. Here's the thing. Oh, apparently it's different? Okay, well... Really? Gonna make me watch it again? It's what? Really? I think it's the same. It looks like it's exactly the same footage, but okay. Yeah, I want you to know that the 5-hour video essay about failing capitalism in the middle of a dark shopping mall. Da 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 da. You should play some Disco Elysium sometime, man.
Untouched. Yeah, it looks exactly the same as when I was here yesterday when I picked up the trail cams. I even set up some sticks down there to tell if someone had walked. So it looks like no one's been here since yesterday, at least, and no one has been there for a few days before.
This is, like, different. Really? It's like... Oh god, they really make you watch this whole thing again. God, oh, that's very presumptuous of them. I'm sorry, it's basically the same footage.
I'm in a rush right now just because I have to get to class in a few minutes, so I'll try to record this quickly. But anyway, I wanted to do
I know I'm like skipping past things and it's horribly disrespectful. If you want to watch the whole thing, you should watch the whole thing on your own time. I'm just trying to get quickly with the gist of it a little bit, and you know, I'm a little bit I'm a little bit annoyed that a good sizable chunk of this very long video already is not just a part that we've already seen, but a part that we've already seen and evidently apparently need to watch again. Because it's not a part we've seen, it's just identical footage, apparently.
Update video.
Follows, like, the same exact steps of him going through the fucking forest, and then there's, like, he's out in the woods, and then now he's walking around, and there's trees, and then there's a hole, and he goes down the stairs, and, like, I get it, man, but you could maybe trim it down a bit.
On what happened the other day.
I'm liking it mostly, but come on, though.
At the end of my last video. So I haven't gone back down there since then, but I have gone to the site of the hole a couple times in the past few days.
Right.
I took someone in the comments advice, and I was able to get
fake
a
comments.
couple of trail cameras from my old botany professor. I ended up switching to business back in like
What
January.
if there actually was like a real fake comment maybe left by, or maybe even a real comment left by somebody that changed the story in some degree? I don't know. Speaking of horrible, or rather speaking of horror stuff that's gonna be like interactive, there's a fucking Silent Hill streaming game that's coming out. I think it's called Silent Hill Ascension. And it's coming out soon, and it's gonna be like it's gonna be like Twitch plays Silent Hill, where you have to like save people. It's like Saw or something, but you have to do it in a Twitch chat room. I don't know, it sounds like it's gonna be the worst thing ever. I can't wait for all of the videos making fun of how bad it is, because it just sounds like a really stupid idea. I'm really looking forward to it. I just thought I'd point that out.
But I went back to her, and she was nice enough to.
It sounds interesting, but
to me.
I just
So
it
I'll
will
just
not be
take them
good.
out
I
there,
don't think
plant
it'll be
them,
good.
One out in the bushes, looking at the hole, and one in the hole, discreetly, of course. And I already know, like, you guys are gonna say that's totally sketch. It's private property. Yeah. All right, so sue me. If the landowners find this, sue me. Go ahead, try to do that. Yeah, but there's no way I'm walking away from this thing. I need answers. So I set up the trail cameras, and I didn't see anything. No one showed up. I got like one deer, a lot of glitches, like a lot of pictures of nothing, moving grass. But yeah, I didn't see anyone the whole time. So that definitely doesn't really answer.
I mean, was there supposed to be like an inverted picture there?
Is there any questions, like why there is a mile-long staircase going down to what looks like a shopping mall in the middle of nowhere? But it makes me less hesitant to go back, because last time I started, especially on the way out after I stopped recording, I got very paranoid I was going to run into people, like I tripped some sort of silent alarm. But it seems really devoid of life. There's no one around. All right, so I got a dip for now. But my plan is to head back out to the woods later.
Okay, well, like, you know, I respect that this is a whole thing, and I'm sure there's lore I'm missing, but you know, he gets to the hole, he's gonna go down the hole.
You can see over here, this is, that's where I put the outdoor trail cam. Looking over here directly at the hole.
The squeaking is part of the lore, by the way. Don't worry about it.
You can see that's the spot where I put the other camera. Oh, and also, this light right here. This went out sometime while I was away. I noticed when I was watching back the last video. I'm not sure what to make of that. You know, I'm still...
And if the lights are going out, that's gonna imply that people are changing them.
On the fence about sharing any info with the location
I mean, there's
here.
no other lights that went out in this whole way, so that's weird.
Just because I don't know who I'm going to attract with this, and I don't know what I'm getting into. This is clearly no fucking joke, the scale of this thing. But I did a deep dive online after I got back last time, and I didn't really come up with anything. There's like a mining company that owns part of the land here, but I think all of this is just owned by a family. Not anyone like particularly notable, just like locals, I think.
So locals own the place. That's great. So we're getting into the fucking mall place, and I would like to see some of this mall place in the new footage. He's looking around, you know. Play the video. Come on now. Says Midtown, Arizona or something. Midtown AR Walk. What is that? No, there's like a sign up there. I mean, I can't really read it that well, but I'm sure people have theory crafted what the fucking sign says. It's probably just a sign for whatever mall this actually is. This is a pretty cool thing you can do. You know, this is like the Ranboo thing that Vinny and Germa were in. But it's like a scary version of that. You do like here's an abandoned mall, nobody's here. I'll pay to, you know, get all the homeless squatters out, and then I'll fucking just record this weird thing. And that's, you know, that's pretty interesting. I mean, but I guess this part was made with fucking Blender. The mall was not even real, so it's a very convincing looking fake mall. I'm actually forgetting that it's you know, I guess it wouldn't make sense for this to, well, no, I mean, you know, from what I've seen of this so far, this could just be a normal mall that they filmed in or something, but I guess not, so it's interesting. What the fuck? Inspired by a real mall, yeah. This really is a mall. I did not animate this. Oh, there you go. Midtown Artist Studio. Okay, yeah, you got. I mean, yeah, I guess you had to actually put this in here, and there's a phone number and everything.
Midtown.
Oh, Art Walk, I see.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think I need to watch this whole thing. I think I'm good. There's a lot more here. He gets the lights on at some point. That's interesting. And there's music, and I know there's like a spooky horror monster at some point. Something starts chasing him. You can watch that on your own time. Maybe even I will. Frankly, I'm slightly interested in this, but I do want to keep on keeping on. We've got other stuff to get to. If you're interested, if you're asking me, wait, no, watch the rest of it. I'm interested. Go watch it on your own time. Kane Pixels, The Oldest View. Check it out. Interesting stuff. Definitely the best one we've seen so far. I said, well, you know, without question, I was like, oh, this is the best one, and I still think it probably is. You know, I don't know what the lore is here. I don't know if that's the end of the series or if there's maybe more to come. It seems to take him a few months between each video to get them out. So, you know, very talented guy. Very definitely the best one we've seen here so far. I would say, at least today, and at least, you know, on YouTube, probably the best one I've seen. But let's jump over now to another one that's a pretty good one that I have seen, that I am familiar with. I've seen a video about this, I mentioned it. This is Krajnia Grzbo TV. And it's another one of these, like, kids horror. That's another thing I like about that other one, by the way. Again, it's not, I think I already said that, but it's just about a spooky hole out in the fucking, and there's a mall, and there's a little bit of that liminal space thing because he's the backrooms guy, but, you know, it's not that same spooky children's show scares me, but that's what we're looking at now. And I remember this being a fairly good one as far as that goes, but this is from 9 years ago. They've been doing this for a while, so when people say, like, oh, this was all inspired by yada yada, I'm like, maybe certain things were, but, I mean, this is a fairly older contender in the analog horror circuit, and I think a lot of people might have been fooled into thinking this was like a real show. Maybe it even is. I don't even really know the full story here, but I'm assuming that it's all just sort of an, as Mudahar would say, an edgy art project. So let's watch Poradnik Uzmiechel #1.
Witajcie w naszym poradniku.
And see, I think what I like about this one is that it's got a certain, again, I want to say Twin Peaksiness, which is my way of saying it seems kind of surreal and interesting. It's got a certain Twin Peaksiness, where it's like bizarre, and I don't really believe this as necessarily being a kids program. Although, on the other hand, Farfour exists, so, I mean, you know, I guess anything is possible. This isn't as unbelievable as some Walton Files shit with, like, a creepy, spooky bunny. This is more viable than that, but it is already a little too spooky to be necessarily, you know, but it's trying, and it's I think trying hard enough that it's very surreal and dreamlike in its way. It's not really jump out at the screen at you. I think her eyes are a little too weird for me to buy that this is a real kids show, but then I did say earlier that maybe it is a real kids show, so I guess I really don't know anything, you know, so. How to apple. Apfel. If I remember correctly, the upper apple, the mushroom land, and the paper, right? This almost feels like a shitpost a little bit, which is good. I think that it's important to analyze the line between comedy and horror. I always like pointing out the weird transformation between transformations that, like, Godzilla does in Shin Godzilla. There's like an original baby Godzilla or whatever in that movie, and he's, you know, he just looks fine. Then there's like a weird Godzilla where he's got like fucked up eyes and he looks like a comedy monster, and he's like he looks like he would make a sound that goes like "Dahi!" But you know, he's also murdering tons and tons of Japanese people, so it's like it's not really that funny. It's got this surreal like mix of comedy and horror, which I think is maybe something that's happening here a little bit with the How to Apple, you know, all of this. It's a little, I don't know if this was maybe made by, you know, Polish people or Russian people or whatever, but it's kind of going for a bit of that, like, foreigner funny a little bit. Krania Grzybo or whatever means mushroom land, so that's the middle part of the Apfel, and you know, obviously calling this whole thing Mushroom Land Television. Beware this land of mushrooms. Yeah, I don't know what it is about this one. I do like this more even now. There's a certain element to it that I'm like, this is already kind of... But I think it doesn't try to dwell too much on the fact that this looks a little unbelievably spooky. Like, I can't believe that this would be a real thing for kids to watch. But it doesn't dwell on it. It's not up its own ass with, like, 30-second pauses and, you know, it's like, oh, isn't that scary? It's just kind of moving along. It's believably paced. That's part of it. And her movements are scary. I'll give them that, too. The editing's good. You know, there's a lot to like about this one, I think. Ah, motherfucker. She's apfeling very well. You know, I didn't think she had it in her. Oh, and that's the Teufel. Don't forget him. I mean, a funny element of this is just assuming that this is like... Just assuming that this is like how everybody in Poland is raised. I think that's the funny element, is like... Oh yeah, no, we all just grew up with this. I had the Bonnie. I watched Krenia Grzybo. My cousin had Bonnie. And what's wrong with that? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is why there's a beer party over there. At night, at midnight. No, I gotta go to the Mushroom Land. All the cool stuff happens there. Well, this is obvious drug metaphor. Drug imagery and whatnot, you know. Mario Mushroom Drug? Mario Wonder Drugs? Yeah, Poland couldn't into space because of Mushroom Land, yeah. I like the music. I like the organ sound that it's using. Mushroom drug. Who was phone?
No one can predict the future. What we can do is to be prepared for whatever might happen.
And again, another issue that I will say about this one, as I do say, I like it a little more than some of what we've looked at, but it has the same problem where it's like, what is this? This is supposed to be a TV show, but it's like it started with like some kids stuff, like a kid explaining how to cut an apfel or whatever, and then now it's just jumping to like weird interviews and all of this stuff, and like the actual not much attention again is paid to like what we're actually supposed to be watching in universe, and like what this is actually, because it's like what kids show is gonna randomly start cutting to like, I don't know, footage of like a fucking like, you know, interview with some lady, some creepy shit, and now this is happening. It's just a bunch of random shit. It would maybe be better if these were all like individual parts in different videos instead of trying to staple them all together. Maybe that's supposed to be part of it, but like, I don't know. It's relatively minor here, at least. I don't know. I do generally like this one more from just so far. It's better. We got ovaries over here. Some kind of animal cannibal. Oh no, penises, penises. Eat the mushrooms, kids. Yeah, I feel like this is some kind of sexual theming is the idea. There was the uterus stuff, then that showed those mushrooms, and I mean, they did look kind of penis-y in nature. And now there's this strange ballsack creature. Like, look at this, that's just balls right there. That's just a balls man. Yeah, the sad thing about these is always that, like, again, that Gemini one, too, I had bad things to say about it, but there was, like, a really good song, I think, in that second, I think it was Gemini, the second one that we watched from them. There was, like, a really good song, which apparently might have just been an Elton John song or something, but it was a really good song, and I was like, you know, whoever's composing the fucking music for these is not getting credited. You know, sometimes the best thing about a video is the cool fucking weird synthwave, like, ambient music that's happening in the background of your Mushroom Land video. And, you know, I don't know. I don't know if anybody knows who made this cool music. Maybe it's just the uploader. I probably... Oh yeah, let the maggots eat your eyes. Let them eat your eyes. I think it might have been Monument Mythos, yeah. Well, that's this one. There's a lot more to this one. That was from 9 years ago, too. And then if we jump to the last one, which was 6 years ago...
Ej, ona się przezywa. Zapomnij o tym, Agatko. Teraz musisz odnaleźć sobie grzybowe światło.
Mushroom Light.
Fajnie, zobaczysz. Skup się.
You know, I remembered another one that's better than a lot of these. Another one that's good is Lasagna Cat. Because that was another one that I think it was so dumb and rode the shitpost line that it takes you laughing at how stupid it is and turns it into laughing nervously about how unsettling a lot of it winds up being. And I didn't really watch all of, or even much of it. I forget who made a video talking about it. But, yeah, it was an interesting thing when I learned about it. I was like, huh, oh, Lasagna Cat, how about that?
Jak ty się zachowujesz? O nie!
Does it not count? I guess it's not analog horror, but it's an ARG. I don't know. Again, it's like the Venn diagram between, like, Lost Media, Lost Episode Creepypasta, and ARG. All three of those together, by their powers combined, kind of form the child, which is analog horror, I think. Oh yeah, Super Eye Patch Wolf was the one. Well, yeah, this is a one that I would say is decent compared to a lot of other ones. I have seen it before, though. I just wanted to kind of take a look at it for a little bit here. Kraina Grizzble TV. I don't know how to speak this language. That's like a Polish thing. Interesting stuff. I do think that one's a little better than a lot of these. Not the best, still. I still don't think... I do like their banner here. I disagree! Me neither. That's good. It's like a weird meme for their banner. Again, writing the line of laughter and nervous laughter. Next up we got Dog Nightmares here was the next one I was recommended. This is Piggy Soda is the uploader. And this is a good channel. I like this because this is only, 3.45 thousand subs, only 5 videos. It's just these videos, just the Dog Nightmares videos. The most popular one is the most, well, no, not the most recent, it's this one, but one of the most popular is, from 4 months ago. And there hasn't been one in 4 months, but, these are all fairly short, too, so we can probably watch the majority of these. I'll queue these all up. We might skip around. The last one is 14.5 minutes, so maybe get around that a little bit, but we'll see what's going on here. This is the unknown ARGs. Oh my god, is this just a whole fucking ARG analog horror based on that one fucking video from... So there was a best of the worst. Yeah, the Y Mariners or whatever, the dogs from the fucking best of the worst. Where they just, like, there was some guy that, like, fucking dressed up his dogs as people. And, like, this is his, like, career. And he's, like, a famous photographer where dogs are dressed as people. And so there was a video that was called, like... something's Days of Christmas. It was a Christmas themed video, and I don't think it's this might not be the Christmas one, but this is definitely that.
You need to replace this.
Yeah, that's the fucking narrator. This is an ARG based on that? Oh, they picked a good one.
What? You need to replace this part. What is it? Let me install it for you. There. That's it?
Well, now this just feels like the beginning of a Noah Caldwell Gervais video.
I better check the oils.
With the music and the weird, like, the focusing in on this thing, like, I'm imagining you're gonna start talking about Fallout for 9 hours. I don't think that's the DVD. Oh. Really? Really? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Like, we are on actual Squidward suicide levels. This is embarrassing. I gotta tell you, the fucking actual... This is a great one so far. Because the actual video that was just playing is a lot scarier than this. There was a part in the Christmas one where it looked like the dogs were gonna fucking... they were like mixing fucking gingerbread cookies and it looked like they were gonna get their tongue caught in the fucking mixer. The whole concept of these miserable dogs being forced into these outfits to look like humans is way scarier than the spooky bloody-eyed dog here. Holy shit, this sucks already.
Could be trouble.
Yeah, I want to make a video for giraffes! It'll be like a giraffe's night out in Manhattan!
Is that a giraffe snake? No, it's just a regular snake. So this is like, again, another one of these real animals, you know, that you can see. Amazing animals to make and do. And then you get the spooky pictures. This picture looks like it was recorded on a fucking camera that came out before you were born. Isn't that weird? This camera looks like it might have been out before your parents were born. Isn't that crazy? Hey, Baphomet. Alright, where does the spooky start? Well, this music is cool. I'm sure I already got copyright claimed for it. But we kind of need to keep the music, because you never know when Satan's gonna corrupt it, and we need to hear when Satan corrupts it. Oh, Satan!
But wrong or right, I knew last night I love you.
I mean, I don't even really know what I'm looking at. Is this like a fucking... Is this like an alligator, like, eating something? Like, what's happening? Oh, yeah, okay. It's got its mouth open, right. It's a hippo. House hippos. You know, they're real. You'll be mine.
That I will recapture, love rapture supreme.
This is like very similar to that one with the animals. Where it's like, here's some real animals, and then here's a spooky. Here's an animal, here's a drawing, here's a spooky.
All a dream.
But really, the real animals are these fucking people. Oh, Satan! Satan! Oh, Satan threw around all of those, like, PlayStation gaming magazines. Oh, man. Yeah, old music is very scary. Don't you understand? Old music is scary, old photographs are scary, old VHS tapes are scary, old people are scary. Anything that is old is scary, which is ironic because it seems like if you were young you would be... I don't know, it seems like that's just kind of a... anything new is scary to the old people, so maybe you people could find some kind of common ground, like... I don't know. The Zoomers and the Boomers really have to come together. That's the only way we can overcome, is for them to come together and realize, you know what? We are basically the same in different ways. In different ways. Oh. Oh, that dog is spooky. That dog shouldn't have a hand. That's weird. He shouldn't have hands. This guy has hands. This guy has nail polish. Episode 3 is called Bite.
The fisherman. Chindo loves fishing. He's looking through his tackle box. A bobber. Look in the fly box. That might work. That looks good.
Yeah, the scariest part of this series is the actual footage of the real video that he's showing that he's not focusing on. That's not the focus. The focus is on the scary dog, the scary editing, the scary dog face with blood. That's nobody. The actual scary part is the video he's like cutting up here. Yeah, William Wegman, exactly. It's supposedly from 2009. Found this while looking through my collection of Wegman tapes. Oh, so we acknowledge that, okay, it's Wegman tapes, yeah.
For entrees, we have peanut butter, hot dog, bologna. I'll have a turkey sandwich. Excellent choice.
We're ready to order.
What flavor toothpick? Cherry or lemon? Lemon. Very good.
Is anybody gonna go ahead and grab the,
I'll have a turkey sandwich. Excellent choice.
We're ready to order.
Is anybody gonna grab the, Karen dog here? I feel like this is important. People need this.
What flavor toothpick? Cherry or lemon? Lemon. Very good. Turkey, lettuce, tomato. Turkey, lettuce, tomato. Lemon toothpick.
Uh-oh, Satan! No, not Satan!
What's this? This is a cherry toothpick. I ordered lemon. Right, sir.
Somebody says this is the Alphabet Soup movie with wrong audio. What do you mean? People keep saying it's the Alphabet Soup movie. What the fuck is that? I've never heard of that. But this is definitely William Wegman's dogs, though. What do you mean? What were we supposed to get out of that? The fact that there was a slight fucking glitch? My new best friend. This is the 14-minute one. Jesus Christ.
The fisherman. Chindo loves fishing.
Yeah, okay. I managed to gather a bunch of Wegman tapes. I plan to archive as many as I can find and burn it into one disc. So far, I've managed to get my hands on Mother Goose, but I'm still in search of 2 shorts. One is of Batty making pottery, and the other is of Batty and Crookie playing baseball. There's characters in this fucking thing. Yeah, so it's very interesting to center this around this dog with fucking hands thing, this William Wegman's dogs thing. That's a very strange thing to center your ARG thing on. But I don't know, this is kind of reminding me of... I'm being reminded all of a sudden of that guy, Andrew... What's his name again? Andrew Attic or whatever? The guy who had the video called, like, Epic Rap Battles of History, Beyonce versus... I'm gonna use the word N-words. Yeah, he had that, and me and some people found that, and then we went down a rabbit hole with that, and then, yeah, that guy had a whole thing. We looked at him on stream. He was haunting the chat for a while. He was haunting the chat, just, like, in there constantly, watching. Oatmeal Joey. And he had these videos that would be, like, haunted fucking VHS footage from the 90s. I wonder what he's up to, actually. You know, before we get into this, or maybe even just fuck this, frankly. I don't know. I don't really care that much about Dog Nightmares, though. The series where it's not just ripping off, or, well, okay, this video looks kind of interesting. We'll look at this video. We'll look at this video. But I do want to take a look at Oatmeal Joey and see if he's still posting anything. Oatmeal Joey. This guy, we looked at him, like, a while back. Arnold Attic is his name. God, he has like a million fucking channels. Yeah, so this guy is a very unusual individual. We've looked at him before. He has a bunch of channels. He has Memes World Productions. But the main one is oh, he's a nerd blogger slash artist. There's Best Of here. I wonder if I can even fucking find the like any of the anything like the videos that I originally found from him, because he's been doing this for years, like literally over a decade, and he's been making videos dating back to like the fucking 90s. I don't know, this guy is kind of unrelated to any of this. It's just that the first time I found one of his like, oh yeah. Well, yeah, Best Of includes my stream of him here. Live Dive, Arnold Attic, What Are You? And, if we just jump to, like, yeah, this part of the stream, just, okay, don't be talking, Deadwing Dork.
Who,
no, shut up. Or shut up, stop pausing the video, stop pausing the video.
There's like a Furby, there's Hitler. This is a good part where I'm not exactly
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find the actual video that he posted, but you see how many channels he has here and everything. And yeah, it was a lot of strange footage of him when he was like a kid. He has like this VHS stuff from his actual family videos. That was the one time when I would say, and the reason why I started talking about this, because you see this footage of this this Wegman guy, right? And like he's doing this like this note from 2009. Apparently, whatever this is, because this is from 4 months ago. Whatever this is, the story is that it's been going on for years. Once again, Arnold Attic is somebody where you know, you find a video like this and that is somebody who's been going for years doing this. Stitching together strange home videos from the 1990s when he was 6 into music and curse words and a lot of strange memes and I just don't know, man. I just don't know. I don't know. It reminded me of this again, another thing where it's like we found the real version of this, but here's the like, I don't know, ARG analog horror fictional version of this, where it's a guy who's really, really into old videotapes of William Wegman dogs, and now there's spooky noises. There's spooky noises happening. I can appreciate the Windows Movie Maker aesthetic. That's, you know, that's valid. Emily's stuff. Oh, this is all an Emily. I thought this was a male individual, because I'm a horrible sexist. And as you all know, Deadwing Dork hates women and minorities. So what I find interesting here is this has, like, audio. You can hear there's audio, but it says that there is no audio. Is it a little bit of, like, is it a little bit of that notepad bullshit where they're typing, but you're not talking? But I don't know. Might just be background noise on the video, like compression shit. Emily's stuff. The time has come, and so have I. Oh, it's a Wegman dog. A clune! I'm gonna turn this round clune into a square-shaped clune. Turn into a square-shaped clune. Get well soon, clune. So there's no sound, obviously. We don't need any of that. What does that say? My favorite color. Oh, great. And more Wegman and super cool. I mean, this is at least not super. I think she's got the Wegman dog. And uh-oh, Satan! What happens there? We look over here, and we can't keep looking over here, because the dog, this must be the dog died. The dog died, you see. By the way, reminder that flash warning, everybody, be careful. Epilepsy warning. Be sure if there's any small children or pregnant women in the room, just make sure that they're not, anybody who's sensitive to any kind of light or photosensitivity, just make sure that they're not present for this, because this could be a very spooky video. Just thought I'd let y'all know, gang. All right. Yeah, I will say also that one-man show that I saw, it did begin with the guy like asking everybody if they had any triggers or something like that. It was something weird like that, and I'm like, well, this is Toronto. I guess you just fucking get used to living like this. This is the future. I guess I'm just an old man yelling at a fucking cloud now. This is just society. There's sometimes it's like, you know, I get it, you want to have like a seizure warning, but then there's times where I'm like, you know, it's a spooky video, you can just, I don't know, I don't know, maybe it ruins the illusion a little bit if you're warning people that they might hurt themselves if they watch your video, a little bit, tiny bit. Thank you again for the gifts. I will now be getting some rest because it's late. And now the spooky noises start sounding again. See, again, this is not the way you do it. Because there's a dedication here where this character, Emily, is, like, this is from 2009 or something. And it's got, like, Windows Movie Maker, and the video looks like it could be from 2009. It's believably dated looking. A lot of this is believable, and it doesn't stray too far out of believability too much of the time. Like, there was the stupid part with the dog with the eyes, but, like, outside of that, most part it's just, like, you know, it's just, like, some simple little video glitches or whatever, and it's been mostly fairly believable. But, yeah, you know, You're going from, like, this girl opening up this stuff, and now she's, like, again, we're just jumping into, like, a completely different thing now with, like, letter fragments or something. Like, what you could do is make a channel. I guess you couldn't say that it was from back then, but say that, like, this is re-uploads from whatever. Just make up some excuse. And then you make another channel to have, like, other elements of this content. I don't know, like, have this happy, cool video where she's like, family, and yay, I got my presents, and then have, like, spooky stuff happening on a different channel or something. Make it like a rabbit hole. Make it an ARG. You put it all in one video, and now we're just getting that fucking shit from the Linkara video again. Here's just some clips of paper we're expected to fucking read, because they can't figure out any better way to tell this story to us other than just shoving some text in our fucking face. The epilepsy warnings are a funny haha thing because, again, like 5 years ago, we didn't need to have these every fucking left, right, and center. And every now and then I'll see something and I'm like, yeah, okay, I can see, yeah, that's a lot of flashing, maybe you want to give a warning, but sometimes it really is just like, okay, it's like when you get a thing that's like, warning, there's loud noises, and like, okay, maybe just don't even watch, like, anime or whatever, because it just doesn't, you know what I mean? Like, we're watching a horror video for it to be like, warning, you might hurt yourself, flash warning, like, okay, fucking, it's a horror thing, I'm sorry, if you're gonna warn me not to hurt my head, or whatever, careful you don't bonk your noggin, Jesus might be unhappy with you, like, it's not helping the fucking spooky presentation when you're issuing fucking warnings, like, I don't know. Someone's taking the posters down. So the dog went missing. This is all like a coping mechanism. I found some old photos, you know. Again, you can't just have any better way of doing this with the video process than just like shoving paper in our face.
I guess it's animated interestingly, the way the paper unfolds. It looks like an old Nickelodeon cartoon or something, but, yeah, I don't know. Again, it's a YouTube video. You could do better. You can do better. Why are we reading? It's a YouTube video. I mean, in this format, too. In this weather, at this time of year. You won't be alone, and it's a spooky evil dog. That's scary. That's my new best friend right there. Is he coming down the stairs, my new best friend? Oh. Oh, I don't like that guy. That guy looks scary. I don't like that guy. Something bad happened here. Alright, well, you just look like one of Dude Man's children with that mask on. Scary stuff. Mommy had to go. Yeah, again, it always has to be this kiddie bullshit. It always has to be my childhood drawing, best friend, and there's no I in the word friend, and mommy, and yada yada. Like, is there not any other you can't make anybody who's above the age of, and it's not even like it's just directed at kids. It's like, but it's directed at like it's such a common denominator. Like, we've all been children, but you can't direct something at like a slightly higher bar of, like, you know, something that maybe not everybody has immediately, like, yes, we've all been children, so I guess on the most fundamental level we can look at this and kind of, like, sympathize with it, or we can kind of put ourselves in the shoes, like, oh yeah, it's like, just like when I was a kid, maybe, but I don't know, maybe if it was good, it would be able to, like, if it's a good story and it's about something I can't relate to, like fucking, I don't know, Get Out or something, I'm still gonna be invested in it. You know, like, I don't know, it's just such a cop-out every time. That's what it's starting to feel like. It's just, why is it all for kids? Well, it's not just because it's made for kids. Like, I don't think this would be necessarily made for kids, this Dog Nightmares thing. It's not like FNAF or something. It's not jump scare bullshit. It's a little bit like that with that one bleeding-eyed dog thing, but other than that, it's been mostly kind of tame and mostly kind of subtle. But at the end of it, it still all comes back to, like, a childhood trauma thing, and it's like, I don't know, man. These are, like, all about, like, childhood this and that. I went to Five Nights at Freddy's and I got scared. I saw a spooky thing as a kid and I got scared. I saw spooky kids cartoon that isn't real and I got scared. I had a spooky best friend as a kid and I got scared. Like, just make something about being in, like, high school, at least, for fuck's sakes. It's always this, like, preschool bullshit in all of these. Even the ones like this that don't feel like they're gonna be like that, they wind up being, like, I was a little baby and I was frightened. Yeah, fucking, I guess we can all relate to that, but it would be interesting if it was something a little bit less obvious in all of these. I don't know. It's scary how terribly it's done.
Mommy has left.
Oh, somebody says it's bad for my health to be this pissy. Am I mad? Oh. I thought I was having a good time. I think you might be upset, maybe? I was having a good time. Now I'm mad, actually. Yeah, what the fuck, chat member? Yeah, actually now I'm kind of pissed off. I'm pissy. Am I not allowed to, like, criticize anything? Wow, chat just sucks a lot of the time, I gotta say. Just every time I look at you wonder sometimes why I don't read my chat. Sometimes I go like an hour and I forget to look, because it's like when I do, it's just like, maybe you're wrong, Claw. Maybe you just don't. Maybe you're just negative. Yeah. Maybe you're fucking shut up, cunt.
To go to work. And I love to.
Yeah, now I'm mad. Fuck you.
All by myself.
I'm all by myself. Full of rage. Yes. Now I am. Now I am. Fuck you. Eat shit. Eat so much shit. I was having a good time, and now I'm mad looking at my chat, and just every time I go over, there's some cunt who's like, well, actually, King. Fucking shut up.
She warned me not to open the door to strangers.
Yo, it's been 3 hours I've been enraged. Okay, well, you know what? I'm so enraged that I'm just gonna ban you from my chat. How about that? There you go. You win. I'm enraged. You got it. You got it, man. You win. Johnny Thunder, the tale of Johnny Thunder is no more. I was just criticizing the thing and being fucking sick of the garbage piss quality of shit that we're looking at today. And this guy, this little brainlet comes along. Well, actually, I really like this fucking terrible trash that you're watching. And I just think that you're just mad. Well, you're right. I am mad. Now, you're right. I am actually mad now. Fucking die. Walk into traffic and keep on walking.
And she always has a key to open the door.
I don't give a shit. I don't care. We're on to, like, little children bullshit again. I thought this was different. I thought this was better. And also, again, have I been raging for 3 hours when we were just watching the one that I said was the best one so far? What a cunt of a chat member. I swear to God. Literal failed swallow. I swear. Anyways, yeah, no, the last one was better, and then we come to this, and it's fucking garbage, and I thought it was gonna be different. I thought it was, like, something interesting, because it used the William Wegman dog thing, which in the fucking Red Letter Media video is already creepy and weird. But then it manages to, like, make it less creepy by fucking shoehorning in all this, ooh, I was a kid, and da-da-da, and fuck, I'm so sick of it. Every single one of these is just like, I was a baby, and there was a scary man, and Five Night Freddy man, ooh, bear man, scary, ooh, bear, ooh, bunny creature, purple bunny, scary, oh, ooh, I'm so fucking done. I'm so fucking done. And I thought this was going to be something slightly different. It was like a dog thing. It had the William Wegman thing. It was interesting. It was going somewhere. And then it just goes all fucking downhill into fucking... I was a little girl in Poland. I had a dog. We all had dogs. So what's wrong with that? Fucking dog nightmares, garbage. What an unfortunate series. That's unfortunate. Because it starts out and it's interesting, and it's like, there's actually some element here that's kind of good, too. Like, again, the one that we were just watching, My New Best Friend, the one that, it starts out, and there's several minutes here that's like this gift opening thing. This starts with this, like, Windows Movie Maker shit, and it's so believable. That's such a perfect, like, yeah, you can just open Windows Movie Maker and do that, but the crunch on this footage and the font that comes up, it looks so 2009. You could really easily believe that this is real, but then it just shits the bed super hard on the theming and what it's actually about. Really unfortunate stuff. Really unfortunate. And, you know, we should be mad looking at something like that. We should deserve better. We should ask for more, frankly. But we're going to move on to one that I was told was bad. I was explicitly told that this is bad. This was from Griff, suggested this, who also suggested Harmony and Horror. This is the Minerva Alliance. It's another smaller one. Looks like the most popular one here has about... no. The most popular one is from 4 years ago. It has 153,000 views. The other one I saw was 40,000 from 3 years ago, so not too big compared to some of these other ones. But the whole channel has 10,000 subs, and their most recent video was from 2 years ago. I don't know that they have a missions. They have 2 different mission statements. Apparently, this one is not very good, and I don't know where to begin on this. So I guess we'll just start with the beginning then. Yeah. Well, this one is depreciated. Depreciated, our mission statement, effective 8/17/2019. There's another one effective 1/04/2020. And, so I guess this one's no longer their mission statement. I'm sure it's all part of the lore. But again, this was supposed to be not a very good one. Maybe we'll be surprised. Maybe this will be a real great one. He set us up for failure. He told us this one would be a real bad one, and so we go in and we're like, I don't know! wow, I actually like this one, because it turns out this is actually the best ARG. I'm all for it. Once again, this is the Minerva Alliance here, and we've got a little Frederick Knudsen owl here to get us going. I don't think that's actually an owl. Maybe it is. I don't know. I'm stupid. Let's do this one. Get a little Walton jump scare there with the fucking bunny. Well, the owl just looks like tits. I mean, am I alone in just looking at that and seeing tits? Come on now. Wait, hang on. Sorry, I was reading chat. There's no simple... Okay. Urgent message to... Is this another fucking public service announcement? What the fuck is this? Okay, but this is like from a YouTube channel, I think. It's not pretending to be like anything other than what it is. Oh god, a Department of Anomalies. I like that the box for the Department of Anomalies, this is just the Mario question mark blocks. Yeah, it's really scary. Or it's Riddler, I guess. It looks like SCP, yeah. I mean, at this point, just play the actual FNAF ambience. Like, come on. The Minerva Alliance, an activist organization founded to inform the American population of the anomalies that exist in your communities so that you can prepare and take action should anomalous activity begin occurring in your area. Well, okay, it is just SCP. This just sounds like SCP. This is very similar to SCP. Like, it's one of those things, like when they said that Walton guy, Walton Files guy, his name is apparently not Walton, but it's like Wall. It's like Wallace or something, so it's similar to Walton? I don't know. I heard Martin Wall and Martin Wallace. I don't know what his name is, but the guy who made the Walton Files apparently claims that it's not a fucking FNAF ripoff. Well, if the guy who made this claims that it's not an SCP ripoff, then I don't know what to tell you, man. Maybe you just also came up with the same exact idea. Like, independently, you know? I guess that could be true. Yeah, the soundscape is the best part. It's probably just stock ambience, but it's good, you know. Sounds pretty good. Well, this is the mission statement, so... Well, this is the old mission statement before they were depreciated, so, we'll do, recovered footage, Mr. Know-It-All's Game Show Spectacular. Let's watch. This is, you know, this is the real stuff here. Now, that was just a mission statement, a little intro. This is where we really get into it. This video is published by Little Sisters Entertainment, Inc. Yeah, this is just a regular thing. Wait, no, hang on. Stored in a retrieval system. No part of it may be reproduced. Okay. Okay, this is from the year 2000, is it? Okay. Okay, if it's from the year 2000, yes, we had VHS tapes back then, but why does this whole thing scream like 1940s WB cartoon? I don't know. I'm sure it's fine. So I've pointed out before that the music is often the best part of these. And, you know, once again, the music is doing good here. I gotta say, Kevin MacLeod is really bringing his hottest. I have absolutely heard that, yeah. Yo, Kevin MacLeod, somebody says, yes. I have heard this exact jaunty music in some YouTube video before.
So wait. The game is played multiple choice round, fill in the blank round, lightning round. Declare what you think is the correct answer. Award yourself points for any question you get right. Sure. The player with the most points at the end of the game wins. Mr. Know-It-All. Okay, 6 seconds to answer. 5 points for correct answers. Multiple choice. 3 different kinds of consumers in an ecological system. Carnivores, herbivores, and autovores. That's the one. Oh, it's multiple choice. Scavengers. Nah. Symbol for the... Well, that's 12. Isn't it 7? Isn't the number 7? Aren't all of these wrong? Maybe it's 5. I think it's an odd number, I think. Well, none of us, we might as well just stop trying, because Griff got a perfect score on Mr. Know-It-All, so damn, I guess never mind. Really coming in with the book Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Oh yeah, the book everybody read called Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Definitely not the movie. Has anybody ever read the book? I guess it's Roald Dahl. Probably people have read the book. It's just I feel like the movie's a lot more famous nowadays. Oh, we really need to start getting into some weird questions like, which one of these countries is the worst? And just like, just go ahead, answer! There is a correct answer! Bye-bye, Norway! Okay, now we're getting into that one we're getting into that one fucking quest from fucking KOTOR. Hang on, I don't know if I ever shared this with chat. I don't know if I already say that one quest from KOTOR, there's probably somebody in chat who already knows what I'm talking about. I never finished KOTOR, but close to when I stopped playing it, I encountered this absolutely fucking ridiculous puzzle. Where is it? Is it here? Is it this one? No. Oh, man. I might not have it anymore. Damn. No, okay. I think... Is this it? Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Alright, well, I don't think I'm gonna find it. I don't think I'm gonna find it. What a shame. Yeah, that's unfortunate. But, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. It's a puzzle where you have to, like, hack a fucking computer, and they make you do this insane long division algebra shit, and you can kind of brute force it, but, man, yeah, now I'm starting to feel it. It's Baldi, yeah. So this is the horror thing, is math. Like, I mean, somebody said the real horror is math, but that's just actually what it appears that is what the scary part is there, is just that there was math. Like, I guess that's... Wow, that seems... I guess it's a little subtle, I guess. You can give it that. This isn't believable as anything that would have actually existed, though. Once again, this is supposed to have been something from 2000. This is supposed to be recovered footage. Oh, there's a... Oh, God. The Ashtabula Police Department responded to the redacted household following the sudden onset of catatonia and cardiac arrest in their son. Uh-huh. So it's from, like a TV show is the idea. Right. While the redacted family's sons succumbed to the tape's influence, the mother experienced no onset of any medical maladies. The belief is substantiated by the mother's statement that her child was screaming during the off part of the video, shouting that he can see hell and boogeymen on the screen. Once again, little child bullshit. Again, we can't have it be about the mom being scared about how, like, maybe she isn't proud of her children and she's just
coming to terms with the fact that she's like got nothing left, and she just has to deal with the fact that those children are what she has. You know, like there's a weird horror story. I don't know, something new, something that isn't spooky clown scare me. I guess we owe it to watch the rest of this because it hasn't even fucking dipped its toe in trying to be scary yet. So like, we can't technically dip out yet. The only thing we have to fear is fear its cock. I always run but never walk, murmur but never talk, have a mouth but never eat, and have a bed but never sleep. What am I? I don't know, a fucking loser? God, I hate riddles. Alpha, Beta, and Omega, and Sigma, and Plimbo. There is a right answer. No, I guess there isn't. The right answer is nothing. I'm feeling nothing. Well, that's true. That is the right answer. Of course, the music cuts out. Why wouldn't the music cut out? How would we know? It's like the scary version of a laugh track. Like when the music cuts out, that's when you know you're supposed to be scared. You wouldn't know otherwise, because it's so horrendously unscary that if it wasn't for the music cutting out, you just wouldn't know. You just wouldn't realize that you're supposed to be spooked out yet. I wouldn't be surprised if there's like an actual video analysis of this fucking thing where somebody goes, "No, you wouldn't believe it because the music is actually still playing. But the question before number 5, how are you feeling today, is actually also kind of creepy if you think about it." Like, I don't know, just like the cut off of the music, I can't get over. They all do this. Can't it be scary at all with the music? I would think it would be a lot more scary if the music just played along like nothing was wrong. But no, everything changes and Satan takes over the tape. Sorry, I'm raging. I'm mad again. My bad. I'm mad again. You're gonna see Hell and Boogeyman, yeah. We're all back to normal now. Everything's normal again. Don't worry. Oh my god, flashing! There's flashing! Everybody be careful, there is flashing! Man, we're really getting into the spooky mode here. It's starting to get really scary. It's just like the game show and fucking Banjo-Kazooie. Oh god. Actually, no, that's a lot worse. I'm gonna be honest, the game show and Banjo-Kazooie is infinitely scarier than this, because that one, you'll just randomly lose it because they'll ask you a question that you have zero chance of fucking having any concept of unless you look up a guide. And you can't even look up a guide because the questions are randomized. So you have to like, and then it's timed. And then you'll be playing fine. And then and then sometimes you get a fucking mini game that's just one of the beans mini games. One of the really bad ones that sucks. Yeah, the Banjo-Kazooie game show scene with the trivia, way scarier than any of this, because you'll just get fucking flung back like 10 minutes and have to redo all of that again for no reason. This is just insufferable for other reasons. Sins of the mother! Oh my god. Uh-huh. Yay! It's over! Little Sisters Entertainment. How about that? Yeah, I mean, this isn't substantial. When you said it was, like, really bad or whatever, it's not substantially worse than... I'd say this is better than Harmony and Horror. At least it's not immediately ripping off fucking FNAF, the worst thing to happen to horror since, like, I don't know. Yeah, I will say this, I mentioned before that one of the reasons I'm not into horror is because, fucking trailers for horror movies just ruined it for me. Like, not being into it and seeing trailers for it in between episodes of Friends or whatever, and it would be like, The Haunted House! It's coming to theaters in February! Like, oh god, and they all look terrible, and so, yeah, I've been soured on horror for a lot of years. I think the first moment when I learned to cringe and roll my eyes at shit was probably horror stuff, so I really am kind of already, you know, inoculated to not liking some of this stuff, so I guess my standards are pretty high in some regard, but, you know, I think that just means that I would ultimately like good horror if I watched some of it, and I have seen some. I need to watch Jacob's Ladder. There you go. That's a horror movie. Not even really. It's like a thriller, but it's like, there you go. I've heard that's one that would be spooky to me, and you know, it's like, yeah, something like that, but stuff like this, not so much. This continues. There's a Pegasus Neuralink promotional video, something for telepathy. Unusual EAS alert. We got one of these fucking alerts. And why are they all... Okay, another fucking thing with this. Why are they all in, like, the Midwest? You know what the Midwest is? Young and restless? Why are they all in, like, Fargo and North Dakota and fucking Minnesota? And there was one I saw that was in fucking Manitoba? And, like, why is it always, like, this generalized area? Why is it never... Like, what the fuck? Why is that so common? Oh, it's just Arthur?
Walking down the street. Everybody.
Yeah, the spookiest show. Oh, I get it. It's a thunderstorm warning. Well, I mean, this is clearly trying to evoke a thing where you're a kid and you're watching Arthur and then there's a scary noise and, like, some horrible shit happens and you're probably, it's a scary thing. Maybe it's traumatic for some people. I don't know, I never personally had that experience. I'm certainly jarred by the sound of the thunderstorm thing. But I guess that's probably why people are so fucking into this EMS alert bullshit, or EAS or whatever. They're so into this shit as, like, a scary genre of, like, there was a spooky thing that happened in 1997 and we caught it on a... like... I don't know. I don't know what exactly it is, other than just a kind of playing on maybe an irrational fear that some people have. And you got, like, Arthur footage. I mean, and it's just a loud noise. And what does it say? National Weather Service, thunderstorm warning. I mean, it's just like a perfectly normal thunderstorm warning. It's not even. Hi. It's not even like anything like they're coming or any weird shit. It's just thunderstorm warning. It's not even anything special. This is probably just a real, actual thunderstorm warning that was issued in like, over a real episode of Arthur. For all we know, this is the only fucking authentic video this whole fucking stream. Because it's just nothing. It's, like, slightly unsettling because it's a loud noise and you're a little kid and you want to watch fucking Arthur. Tau Omicron XI initiation tape. We got a fucking cult. We got a fucking cult over here, Lois. Look at this fucking shit. Look at this fucking shit, Lois. The oldest and most exclusive sorority. Has anybody ever held up a sorority, like a Phi Beta Kappa type of thing, to one of those cult, you know, cult questionnaires? One of those things where if you match 3 or more of the characteristics, then you might be a cult. One of those. Has anybody ever done that with a sorority? Because I feel like that could work. I feel like there could be cult sororities. Probably are some. Born to horrify the masses, forced to lowish. So, the oath of initiation. Raise your right hand up. Well, it's lucky for you, it's not the other one. Palm outward and recite the following aloud. I, Deadwing Dork, take this oath of initiation to demonstrate my acceptance of and honor for the ideals held by the Sisterhood of Tau Omicron Chi, and to demonstrate my acceptance of all of the benefits and responsibilities associated with my membership in the Sisterhood. I pledge my full and unwavering support to my fellow sisters in their time of need and to assist with any and all activities undertaken by the Sisterhood for her benefit. Oh, this totally is a cult. I pledge that my words and actions reflect positively on the Sisterhood and that they help the Sisterhood attain its goals and its vision. I pledge to consume the elixir of Sisterhood, which will demonstrate my loyalty and commitment to the mission of the Sisterhood and to make my fellow sisters aware of this. Most importantly, I pledge my time and my resources to ensure the continued existence of the Sisterhood and to ensure her customs and beliefs remain in practice in the decades to come. In the name of the Eternal Sisterhood, I swear the above. Yeah, it's another entire just text wall, like, you know. I think it's maybe kind of reasonable here because it's like a pledge or something. It's all context, but even then the introduction is just a bunch of text. You couldn't get somebody to narrate it or something, or just like get a guy to like, hello and welcome, you know, something like that. I don't know, but you just have this, and yeah, just a giant wall of text. That's the best they could do. Uh-oh, Satan! Satan! Wake up! Yeah, we're in the fucking Bene Gesserit, or it's the thing I never cease to remind people exists, which is the crazy cult of like South Korean like ladies who like mind controlled the fucking president of South Korea or some shit. Or it was like West Korea or something, one of the Koreas, I don't know, but she like mind controlled the fucking South Korean president, and it was like a cult. She was like in a cult. It was a whole thing. I think that happened in some other Asian country too. Like there's been a few, I think the Philippines or something, that's happened a few times. So richness of sisterhood, right. Ginger ale. Wait, what's the drink? So this is just how to get crunk with the sisterhood. This is an elixir, everybody. Well, this is an interesting concept, I will say, for your ARG or whatever, to get, like, engagement. It's like when you say something stupid in the video so that people leave a comment and correct you, which I've definitely never done. I've done that every time I've ever said something stupid. It was on purpose. It's like that. You get people to make a fucking drink, and then they talk about it. They post about the cool drink that they made, the elixir. I drank the Sisterhood elixir, which sounds like a euphemism, but it isn't. Shut up. That's the virtues, right. Oh, Satan! yeah, cut your hand. You gotta sacrifice your blood to Shar or something. Yeah. Why does this feel like Morrowind? I don't know, maybe we've contracted Corpus from looking at all this fucking shit. Or it's possible that it could just be a simple case of... Ow, 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 ow. God damn it. God punished me for making fun of AIDS, and I dropped my joint, and I hurt myself. Oh, I bent my Wookiee. Wait, life essence? Hang on. What? Okay, wait. Okay. Blood in the glasses and the 5 milliliter of fluid from the vessel of life. Okay. Alright, this is how we unlock the light temple in Zelda, everybody. And allow it all to settle. And if it doesn't, if it mixes all together, then the bartender gets fired. They're all supposed to be layers. Oxygenating your womb sisterhood, yes. Oh, Satan! Get him, Satan! Get him, Satan! Get him, Satan! Well, I mean, I think this actually is Satan. I think that's the implication here, yes. I mean, I will say that this is, it's nice that my first thought with the initiation tape was cult. And then it turned out to be a sorority. And then it turned out to be a cult also. And then I was like, have there ever been sorority cults? And I was right. I was just right. I predicted it. Oh, it's a baby! It's an evil baby! Baby! Bada, baby! Alright, we're now officially a member. Wise woman. Alright, well, this one's not, like, that terrible. It's not that good either. It's pretty mid, pretty as the kids say, mid. ARG, not the best, not the worst though. I think it's admirable that it's avoiding some of the cliches, but it's falling into others. So it's definitely, it's not as bad as like the super chat mentioned, like, oh, this is like a pretty bad one. This is like grade A trash or something, and I'm like, no, it's, you know, it's like grade C trash. It's, you know, it's better than some that we've looked at. It's better than some very popular ones that we've looked at, to its credit. It is a pretty small one. Minerva Alliance is the name of that, if you want to look at more of it. And it's, you know, it's not entirely terrible. It's a little funny, though. A little funny around the edges. Maybe we'll do, like, one more, and then I gotta go probably eat dinner or something. We'll do, let's see. Well, there was this Intel SAT thing. I don't really know what this is. I don't know if I want to show, like, a disaster on TV, necessarily, but, I don't know. I am confused about exactly what that is. Maybe another time. I'll save this here. I'll save this. I have some other ones saved that people have suggested, on previous streams, including, well, was there any other one that I said that I was going to look at today? Any other big ones that I haven't looked at? We've already done Local 58. I said I wanted to do that again, but, like, we've already done that. Is there any other big ones that I haven't... Oh, yeah, the Digital Circus thing. I guess I should look at, what is it? Amazing Digital Circus. Is it on YouTube? I think it is, yes. Glitch is the channel. Okay, and I don't know if this is supposed to be scary. It's a psychological dark comedy. Is what it is. People are really raving about it. It's the new fucking thing that all of the, like, TikTok youths today are into. That's, you know, it's one of those. It's one of those. For this week. And next week, I'm sure it'll be swiftly forgotten. It looks like, It fucking looks like Balan Wonderworld. I don't even know that this isn't even analog horror necessarily. I don't know. Maybe we don't need to look at this now. I don't think that this is really... I guess it kind of is. There's like the intro has got like low poly visuals, so maybe it's kind of like, I don't know. It falls into sort of the same genre, I guess.
Welcome to the amazing digital circus!
Alright, well, I mean, we've got animation. You know, no, this doesn't count, really. It's a whole animated thing. It's more like a has-been hotel or something. It does look like the animation might be kind of legit here. I mean, from the tiny bit that I saw of it. Something there that might be some talent or something, but I don't think that's really what we're going for. I thought that that's what that was, but I guess it's not. I was recommended Vita Carnis, as well as a few other things. We'll do that one now. People kept saying Vita Carnis. That's, I guess we can do that here. This is viewing order, so we'll do this. Living Meat Research Documentary 1. Intro and the Crawl. Well, we got a whole 8-part documentary about living meat. There's a cook-at-home kitchen. That looks exciting. I'm going to have to look at that. Whatever we do, I'm going to have to look at the spooky cooking video, because that sounds great. Well, we'll start with the first one here. Warning, there's flashing lights and gore and violence and death, and it's a horror fucking production. Maybe you should just not have a cow, man. I don't know. Warning! You might be scared! Warning! Oh, fuck off. Federal law, yada yada. Yeah, like the federal government put the fucking trigger warning on the front of the video. Okay. Right. Uh-huh.
On planet Earth, life has thrived for millions of years. Creatures big and small have found ways to adapt and evolve to flourish in all types of environments. From barren wastes to lush forests, life can be found.
Why does this keep feeling like fucking... This is the third time tonight I've been reminded of the House Hippo ad. This is the third time tonight.
Earth has homed these creatures since the dawn of life itself. Only until very recently, things have changed. New life forms have appeared all around the globe and completely changing the balance of nature and
yeah, so you'll get these things where it'll be just a block of text, which doesn't feel like anything from the 80s or whatever era this is supposed to be. But then you get this, where it's like people are like, "Yay, voiceover!" But it's like a computer voice. There would not have been something like this in the fucking 80s or whatever that had a computer voice. I'm sorry. Again, like I said last time we looked at this stuff, it feels like the people that try to make this kind of analog horror shit a lot of the time were not around in the era of like spooky 80s, 70s VHS tape or whatever. And so they're just kind of approximating things based on shit like this. Nothing like would have felt like this in whatever era this is supposedly from.
We know about evolution itself.
This is pretty bad so far. I mean, it's not even, we're very early into it, but it's like, why is there even a VHS effect? Is this an old video? Is this supposed to be old? I have to assume it's old because there's VHS tape effect, but like, what is that even adding to this?
That is why we, at National Living Meat Research, have been studying these new
definitely not a real logo anything would use.
Species, trying to help educate everyone about these creatures and their wondrous ways of life.
God, I'm gonna lose like so many fucking subscribers. I've posted so much cringe today, people. And by that I mean I've watched these terrible fucking cringy videos and people have gone, "No, this is the good one. Has he looked at Vita Carnis yet?" Yeah, man, I'm looking at it. Don't you worry, I'm looking right at it.
First, what are these new life forms? Since their explosive arrival across the globe in 1931, there has been much debate on what these newcomers are, and where they came from. Are they extraterrestrials coming to invade
Extraterrestrials? It's funny that the fucking Microsoft Sam can't say words correctly.
Earth? Or are they demons who come from hell to purge humanity? From what our scientists have discovered, No. The origins of these creatures are solely to Earth, miraculously out of nowhere. We don't know why or how, but one thing is for certain, Earth is now their home. What these creatures are is mysterious and still not well known today. But here is what we do know. These creatures are comprised mainly of muscle tissue, organs, and bone.
You know, it would be interesting for somebody like this to look up how... I don't know if info like this would even be known necessarily, but I'm wondering how a video like this would have been made actually in the like an instructional tape like this, how they would have edited it with the effects and the graphics and whatnot that would say what we know or whatever in like how they would have actually done that if this was actually made in the 80s or something. Maybe try to go to that effort or do something like that, because I mean this just looks like a fucking default like Arial font or something. It's just not believable.
They greatly resemble animals with no skin or store-bought.
Like the text distorting out of place is like a really obvious attempt at looking like a VHS effect. But like you could just have this same thing and have it not be VHS, and I think that would be just fine. I don't really know what that's even adding to this in this scenario, but this is just part one.
Because of these characteristics, they have been named accordingly
Yeah,
as...
why is there 1920s like, I don't want to set the world on fire? Why is that happening on this fucking like 80s videotape? Or whatever era, like 80s, 90s, maybe early 2000s, videotape era. Why is there Fallout music being played?
Vita carnis. The carni species consume decaying, organic matter, but their main diet is composed of raw meat, not including their carnis relatives. The carnis only appear in places where there is an abundance of crawl, which leads to the first creature of the carnis species, the crawl.
Yeah, like you could look at somebody says there's an actual video of like testing neurotoxins on rabbits with no music because it's for scientists to like, yeah, it's not meant for like people to fucking sit down. There's like a range between like videos for everybody to watch, like a movie or whatever, like an instructional tape even, or like then you've got like industrial film. You're at work, you need to learn how not to cut your hand off on the fucking saw like I did. And then you have a layer where it's like, and they have to kind of make that a little bit entertaining too for the employee. But then you're at a level where it's like, okay, you're doing such a serious job, we don't need to bother with like fucking music and graphics and whatever. And yeah, like something like that where there would be no music. I think it would be creepier with no music, but they have to have the music there so they can cut it out when it gets scary. Dollars to donuts. They're gonna cut out the music the moment something really spooky starts. The Satan starts happening. Once Satan happens, music go. That's just it's the fucking, you can make a bingo out of this shit. It's every one of these.
The crawl is a growth of meaty tendrils that closely resemble the small intestine, the only difference being the dark red coloration. These tendrils grow in a similar pattern as vines, mold, or fungi.
Wait, what was the claw? Oh, right, how I lost my arm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
A primary stem structure is the host to divisions of other, smaller branches. In each tendril contains a variety of veins, arteries, and other similar organs used to transport nutrients absorbed from its surroundings. The ends of these tendrils are equipped with organelles used to absorb water and organic matter necessary for growth. The source of these organic materials...
Oh my god, yeah, spit some more fucking exposition at me. That's so cool. Where does the music cut out?
...spread across the world, and can be found pretty much anywhere.
I know it's gonna fucking happen. And where are the house hippos? Are they are they responsible for this?
Its recent inclusion in the ecosystem has caused many major changes in nature's balance. One may assume that the crawl's presence may outcompete any other competitors, but due to its unique life cycle, where old branches fall off and decay into nutrient-rich...
Bro, who gives a shit about... Oh god, I'm sorry, like... This is not how you do it. It's just not how you do it. You want me to care. I cared about that dead pixel, the Kane Pixel guys,
his series, I forget the name of it, The Oldest View it was called. I cared about that, which we were watching. Because it made me care, because it drew me in with interesting filmmaking and stuff. It made me ask questions. It didn't dump everything I could ever possibly ever need to know about the lore of your universe on me before I have any questions to ask at all. It didn't do that, you know? And that's what this is doing.
Compost.
And I don't like
All
it.
forms of life seemingly flourish instead. The crawl's abundance grants plenty of nourishment to all animals, from plants feeding on the decayed crawl, herbivores thriving on increased plant population, and carnivores feeding on both the abundant prey, and are able to eat the crawl as well. The presence of all these animals...
They're trying to make a distinction between carnivores and this thing that likes to eat meat, which, I don't know, I guess it's living meat, I don't know.
leave behind waste, which will be broken down and consumed by the crawl, and the cycle begins again. This form of symbiosis leads to an environment where all populations thrive.
It seems like the concept of a living meat plant creature seems like, you know, that seems like some weird shit that Rand would get his foot tangled in the fucking, like, dark shadow blight area of Wheel of Time. Like, maybe, like, you could have that in a story, but whatever... It's like I said earlier, like, it's the fucking storytelling that I'm complaining about here, you know? Like, the story this could be the coolest concept in the world, but the storytelling is a text-to-speech guy saying exposition at us as if any of us care. That would maybe be something to do. Like, exposition is fine once you already care and you want answers. People get this idea that, like, exposition is just blanketly a bad thing. You can't... Oh, you don't have exposition scenes. People don't like it when you exposit info at them. And, like, no. People love that. When you've been waiting 40 hours for fucking answers in Baldur's Gate 3. People don't want fucking a 5.5 minute video where you just tell us a bunch of dry bullshit facts about this nonsense that you made up. Like, this is like Chris Chan. This is like Chris Chan with extra steps. This is, look, I made Sonichu, and isn't that crazy? Isn't it wild? Wow. Like, basically, this is Chris Chan.
Humanity also uses the crawl to our advantage. Because of the supernatural rate of growth and its richness in nutrients, it has been sustainably cultivated into domestic farms. The crawl is harvested and processed into fertilizer, which greatly increases crop yield and quality. The crawl may also be used as a food source for humans, and reliably so. But due to its unkindly appearance and taste, it has yet to reach cuisine standards. The crawl also plays a very important role in the next creatures that we have been studying. Sometimes, in a crawl-populated environment, a node of meat may develop on one of the branches. This node will fall off and grow into a functioning organism, and go to live on as an independent animal.
Yeah, like, they've created this whole idea for a monster, and they've just wasted it on this stupid, horribly told story that's just... it's just bad. And then it, like... Not only does it have, like, a warning in the beginning about flashing lights and death, but it has, like, the credit at the end, just in case you were somehow immersed in this at all by the end of this, and you actually believe any of this or care about any of it. You just, like, oh, right, this is fiction, right, made by this guy, cool. Yeah, not my favorite. But let's watch this one with the fucking pasta here. I don't know why I haven't been looking at the comments, honestly. I love how these things were given scientific names. That's actually quite realistic. I don't know why, but Eldritch horrors that are just vibing and isn't trying to murder humanity is pretty cool. Is a pretty cool guy and doesn't try to kill humanity. I love how unique this is compared to... Really? Is it? Is it? Oh, the choice of background music. Yeah, the choice of background music. Right. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, the background music from like 40 years before this video was relevant, right? Fun fact, the scientific name of the crawl, Scandere carnis, translates to climb the meat in Latin. Yeah, people are like talking about this, saying it's cool. I mean, it's a cool idea, I guess, but man, not very scary. So this is them cooking, cooking this meat shit into a pasta.
This could be the greatest discovery of the age.
Baby. Let this feeling in.
Have any information of the...
Oh, I wonder if you can tell where the fucking video switches over to, like, a new video made by people in the 2020s. I wonder if you can tell. I wonder if you can tell where it switches from, you got like a movie, clearly from, like, the 80s or the 90s, maybe the 70s even. There's like Gene Wilder in there. Got a little girl toy commercial from the 80s or whatever. Whatever that is, music video. Clearly some 80s, 70s ass commercial, totally.
Have any
And now here we are in this Linkara video.
information of the whereabouts of...
Wait, hang on. Hang on. Yeah. Yeah, I could see it. I could see it. I could see it, yeah.
Information of the whereabouts of...
Be making a dish that has recently gained a fair amount of popularity. Today's dish with...
Hey, look, it's text-to-speech again. Wow. You know what none of the other videos before this had were text-to-speech? I don't know why this one has text-to-speech. Can you not literally just buy a microphone? I mean, text-to-speech, like, this doesn't even look remotely close to, this flower ad. Like, look how blurry and fuzzy this is. Look how shitty those flowers look, and then compare it to how clear this just looks like a fucking guy's fucking cooking video. This just looks like you could just tell me that fucking King Cobra uploaded this and this was just the fucking quality of the footage. Maybe blow this up to full screen, right? And I'm just like, sure, that's fine. That's just a modern cooking video from someone with a camera that's not very good. Sure. It's not from the fucking 80s!
Will be a cheesy crawl penne.
You're mad at nothing. Your brain is nothing, chat member. If you think I'm mad at nothing, you either just got here or you've fucking not been paying attention for the last 27 hours.
These will be the
Fucking
ingredients you will need.
Chill out,
3 cups
Papa.
of penne pasta.
Chill. You really want to be the next Johnny Thunder? You really want to be the next Johnny Thunder? Get upset!
3 cups worth of fresh scroll. Try to get a variety of sizes when you buy yours, or when you harvest them yourself.
Once again, doesn't even try to look like a photo from the 80s. Whatever.
1 cup of cheese. Half a cup
Is that really a
of
cup?
onion.
Okay, alright. Now, here's the thing, right? This is a joke. This is not really even like... Well, it's not a joke video, but it's not a real cooking video. However, that being said, their cup of green onion or whatever is... You don't use the green part primarily, right? Like, do people use the green part? Do people cut like that and then they throw up... the white part at the bottom is the onion, right? Fucking hell. Like, they want me to get horrified by how bad this meat crawl shit is, but then the fucking... They fuck up the green onion, the scunions like that. Come on.
2 tablespoons of Cajun spice. 2 tablespoons of parsley. 1 tablespoon of dill,
The parsley.
One
The
tablespoon of-
fucking parsley, I swear to God. Well, yeah, you use a little bit of the green onion. Sure. You use the green part of the green onion. Sure. Yeah. It's also a nice thing you add in there. It adds color and it adds some flavor too, and it's not a bad thing, but it's the most of the flavor is in the white part at the bottom. And people use the green part, and that's like, you might as well just cut up grass. But speaking of just cutting up grass, you gotta add fucking parsley to your recipe. You literally might as well just, just put in some grass. Just some grass. That would probably add more flavor. I know that's not a real recipe, but people cook like this.
garlic.
Fuck. Now I am mad at nothing. I actually am mad at nothing now. This is at nothing. This is not even a real recipe.
Newly released flavor enhancer.
Oh, I would totally buy
Bring
that.
out the richness of flavors within.
I love me a good random flavor enhancer that's got like 50 spices in it and costs $12.
And
Those are
every
great.
meal. First,
He hates parsley. Why? No, I mean, like, it's not that I hate parsley. Parsley is like a nothing thing. I feel nothing about parsley. I hate that people put it in recipes as if it's like an actual ingredient. It's not. It has no flavor. It has nothing. It does nothing. It's not a fucking ingredient. It has... Come on now. Come on now.
get a medium-sized pot and fill half of it with water.
DSP tries it.
Add a pinch of salt, which is used to help the pot come to a boil faster and help flavor the pasta. Then, set aside to boil. Grab your
The funny thing is, this is a lot better than some of the cooking videos we watched here, though.
sharp knife. Begin to cut the meat into a rough mince.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I mean, this is a good part of this. The actual work on making this weird meat thing. I don't know what they made it out of, but it's an interesting thing. I don't know what it is, but it's probably some kind of plastic or something. I'm not really sure, but whatever it is, it cuts easily enough. Maybe not, actually. It doesn't cut that easily at all. Oh, there's juices. Like it's real meat. It might be real meat, or maybe it's like a fruit or something. Oh, it's not working that well, actually. Yeah. See, it doesn't look like meat. I mean, it looks like a vulva, but it doesn't look like maybe like
Raw
salmon
is
or
soft
something.
on the outside, but the interior has a surprising sturdiness.
Yeah, I will say this. This is the best part of this so far. The actual like dissection of this meat thing is really interesting. If we had gotten this first, I would have been far more into it than the fucking slow, boring bullshit from the last video. This is much better. This is much better. You start the series with that garbage and then you get into this later. Like, come on. That's awful.
Then, gather the
Start
meat
with
and
this.
set aside.
Crawl gumbo, yeah. Well, I mean, I will say, that being said, they did do the fucking thing where they cut out the music. They cut out the music because it was spooky, and then we go back here and got more music again. But it was like a little less noticeable because I was actually
Mince the
paying
green
attention to
onion
that.
into rough segments.
Yeah, mince the fucking green up. Mince the grass up. That's important. Cut it here on the horrible board with the juices. And I mean, the thing too, looking at this is like, this is a very interesting video because it's trying to be a cooking video. I've seen enough cooking videos in my time that are actual horror stories. Like, this doesn't even fucking come close to, like, Cooking with Hoarders. To, like, his worst video. I mean, his best video. Whatever. Doesn't even come close to that. So, you know, but it is trying, and it's definitely better than the beginning of it. I mean, I'll definitely look at some of these again at some point, because we've looked at, like, the beginning and sometimes the end of some of these. But, like, in the future, when I do another
analog horror stream, which will happen probably just at some point in November, frankly, because this is fun. I enjoy this. I enjoy all the fucking stupid people that get mad in chat. And of course, you know, I get a little heated too, because I get annoyed very easily looking at some of this shit. But probably do something like this again, you know, make it like a semi-recurring thing. Maybe put it on the wheel of trash or something. But yeah, you know, I want to look at some of these again, like midway through the series, because we do start them, and a lot of them are the same at the start. Maybe they become different midway through or toward the end. And I'm not really looking too much, but, you know, we have so many to get through that I can't really look at that much of any one, as much as I would like to look at more of some of them. But I would like to see more of, especially some of the ones that are, like, many, many episodes long. Like, Linkara's one's only an hour long, but it's a lot to, like, analyze and frame by frame kind of go through. Linkara's one, you know, that had like 16 short episodes, and I know that it's apparently pretty silly, but it sounded so silly that I kind of want to get back to Linkara's one especially. I think we might need to watch that. I think, in fact, I might just watch all of Linkara's Winter of 83 thing on a stream, because that seems like it's really not very good. And I don't know, it's, I don't know, we'll see. But, yeah, no, I want to look at some of these, like, midway through their thing, rather than just watching the beginnings. I know some people probably have been complaining about that. I know that, like, yeah, you know, some of them take a while to get the lore going. We can't really watch more than just a bit of them, and I feel like it's good to start at the start rather than midway through. I try to do that sometimes, and then the chat screams at me. So I guess the best option is to do it at the beginning, but then they're all very similar sometimes at the beginning. This one, the beginning video was just so awful and boring, but then you get into this one and it's actually something interesting happening. Weird cooking video, cutting up fake strange meat that he had to... Whoever put this, like, meat prop together was pretty good.
Grab your skillet and preheat with along some oil.
I mean, this doesn't even look like... I guess it's like crab meat or something.
And spread
all the weird tendrils.
Stir occasionally until crisp and brown. As your water reaches a boil, add your penne and stir occasionally.
Well, that water's not boiling, but okay.
Cook until soft.
Okay, when does the music cut out again? Wait.
Will be brown and crisp.
Wait, hang on.
At this time, your crawl will be brown.
This is supposed to be the crawl again? How did it turn from weird lobster crab meat into ground beef?
And crisp.
How did
Add
what?
your
Excuse
minced
me?
onion and then the spices. Mix well. Once your pasta is finished cooking, strain it.
Okay, and then you make it into a fucking thing, right?
At
yeah,
this point,
and really, the rest of this isn't really gonna be scary. Oh, until Satan! Satan! Oh my god, bro! Who are they, bro? Oh my god! Oh, wait, what was that? Let's mute that a little bit. Mute that, but what do you got there? Oh, was that like a spooky alligator? No, it was like a little kid. Oh, it's like a little kid. Yeah. Although the other critters ignored the rest of their fellow kind, instead they secretly visited the slumbering visitor. Okay. Cool, I'm sure there's a whole thing here. I'm sure it's some great lore. It's just not told in a very good way. I think it's the whole format of this. I think that's part of the problem, because a lot of the time these might have an interesting story going on to some extent, but it's like constricted by trying to be like a weird 80s instructional video. And like consistently these fucking channels just have no concept of how to fucking make that like work. And every time they try to do something a little different, it's a little bit better, but they all want to be like this, like on the Local 58 and all of this shit. And I say they want to be like Local 58, but I think Local 58, I don't know what it wants to be, like itself. Like, what the fuck? I don't know. I don't know what the goal is in trying to make these, like, you know, instructional tapes or whatever, but I think I'm good. That'll do it for the stream. I'm gonna do some super chats here. Thank you, everybody. We're gonna get a move on here. I gotta get some eating going in like an hour or something. Whenever I'm fucking done with this. Jesus Christ. Fucking hell. Okay, we're gonna put on some music. What do we got? Let's do the Castlevania album again. That's always good. That's a good fucking Halloween bullshit album right there for super chat segment. Let me quiet that down. Well, raise that up a little. There you go. Let's see here. $5 from Shadow Isper29, watching the stream and doing my accounting work. Love you, Poppy Claw. Well, you know, I hope you're enjoying it while you suffer through the numbers game. I wish you the best. That was 4 hours ago, so you're probably done now. $2 from Folger Kelly. I just skipped to the Christmas Gemini video. Well, that's what I'm saying. Turn this down a little. That's what I'm saying is, you know, there's probably a number of these that, like, get a little better as time goes on. They start a little rough or whatever, but then maybe later they pick up more traction. Like, that one turns into weird body horror stuff a little later on, but it starts off really boring and dull and samey and formulaic, really lame. But yeah, some of them, they all have merits to some extent. People put in effort. Now, the worst one here is still something that people worked on and is not, like, the worst, terriblest thing I've ever seen. Nothing here today has been so bad that I feel like it needs to be removed from the world or something. It's, well, FNAF. Yeah, FNAF as the source of a lot of evils, but, victim blaming the followers of FNAF is unnecessary. Yeah, no, it was a stream where, we did find one that I genuinely liked. I talked about a few others that I liked, like MyHouse.wad, kind of counts as an analog horror type of thing, and a few other things of that nature. But we watched a lot of stuff we watched some of the most popular ARG, analog horror type of things here. And I was just not really very impressed with any of them. I think maybe the problem is I'm looking for more of an ARG experience, and these are analog horror, but I feel like the analog horror thing, I feel like the two are very entwined in a way, and I feel like these are kind of missing that, and like it feels like they're missing that, like it feels like something is substantially missing from a lot of these when they're like crediting the creator at the beginning, and I'm like, okay, but I thought this was like a weird 80s broadcast. I don't know. I mean, like, we all know it's fake ultimately, but we don't really, because there is weird shit like Farfour out there. I could believe something if it's just not on the nose a little bit. If it was like, yeah, no, some place in the world has this, and, they made this, or at some point in time, some guy on public access TV made this, or whatever. You remember Rapid T Rabbit? That was a guy we looked at who was some furry dude who had, like, a fursuit, and for years he was on, like, public access TV in his town or something. I think he was on public access. He was on, like, he was just on, like, his YouTube channel or whatever, his website for a long time, but I believe he was on public access with the Rapid T Rabbit show. And it's just this strange, like, show with this man in a bunny suit, and it's not really for kids, and it's not really for adults, it's just this very offbeat thing. Like, that you could tell me is like a fake ARG analog horror type of deal. And no, it's a real guy. And again, I think what it is too is I'm so used to seeing these from like real sources. Again, Life with Grandpa. The people who kept coming into chat and going like, you're looking for something that doesn't exist. No, it does exist. The real version exists. in fucking spades, and I've seen a lot of them. And that's probably why it's a little harder for me to get into one that's intentionally fake. So when one comes across that's like really good, you know, I guess if you are a normie and you've never seen like Life with Grandpa, I guess it's like, yeah, there is a little bit of a little bit of a, I don't want to say rage, but it's a bit of a quiet rage. It's a bit of a rage. It's a little bit of a burning rage there. That's something like SOS Video or Life with Grandpa or any of the other shit. I keep mentioning those. Those are like two that I'm thinking of because I just saw that one yesterday. Those are both by Family International, but there's all sorts of like old, weird, even new weird shit that you could point to that is kind of like analog horror if it was real. And like, if you're not familiar with any of that, yeah, I guess looking at some spooky fucking faces or whatever is all it takes. But I don't know, I just have like higher standards than that. And so when I see something like that, what is it called? Oldest View. I see a message right here. The Oldest View from Kane Pixels. That was very good. That was really quite good. I can see why A24 is giving that guy a deal. And that's A24. That's not even Blumhouse. You think like horror stuff, you think Blumhouse. But then you also think Blumhouse, you think shit, from what I understand. Anyway. So A24 is like a, you know, it's a respectable name right there. There's good Blumhouse stuff too, I know, but I've never watched any of it. I'm parroting fucking a nice opinion. You get that from a YouTuber. Never forget when Spider-Man was homophobic. How about that? $5 from Shadow Isper29, watching the stream and doing my accounting work. Love you, pup. Oh, I already read that one. Well, I hope you hope you're continuing to enjoy it. Yeah, and the Gemini Christmas video. Again, yeah, we'll watch more of these at some point. I will try to remember the Christmas one. I'll do more analog horror stuff, because this is just a fun thing I'm enjoying looking at, because when I actually find one that's good, it's nice. It's a nice thing. It's a nice surprise, and then most of the time they're bad, so that's also funny. You know, 3-month membership from Chekhov's Antlers. Thank you very much. Hey, Bear, ever heard of the Liminal Land ARG? If you enjoy amusement park themed spookery, it's not bad. Well, I don't know about that. Liminal Land. Is it anything like Crypto Land? Because that was pretty spooky. Liminal Land. The most demonic amusement park. Okay, it was created by Nexpo and Nick Crowley, huh? Huh. Well, maybe. I might look into it. I might look into it. That's actually, you know what? I'll save that for later. I'll say, because I don't really like Nexpo's channel very much. I find his videos, I've said before, I find him to be very, very overproduced to the point where I can't pay attention. Like, it's distracting how much, like, spooky filter he has on his voice or whatever. But Nick Crowley, I like his channel. If this is made by both of them, and by the way, I'm sure Nexpo's a fine person, I just don't like his channel very much. I used to like it, I just don't really, I don't know, it's fine, it's a fine channel. But Nick Crowley, I do very much enjoy his channel, so I would be interested to see what happens with that. I'd be interested to see what that ARG analog horror thing looks like. From those two, they're, you know, people that cover them. I will probably look at that next time I do something like this. I saved it for next time, so thank you. I wasn't aware of that. $5 from Michael Morbius. Kane Pixels is the best horror anything to hit their internet in recent memory. The Backrooms and The Oldest View are genuinely good. Yeah, I don't know if The Backrooms was also made in Blender, but The Oldest View apparently was. I couldn't believe a lot of that was done in just like a 3D software. Really good lighting and everything, but then also the understanding of actually how to make it scary, too. It's two very, it's like talent in very different ways. A lot of these you see and it's like, wow, somebody made this and they're really good at the video editing, but everything else is kind of bad. Or, you know, there's like a cool creature design, but all of the rest of it is kind of bad. Like that last one we looked at. Or there's interesting lore, but all of the rest of it is bad. But the Kane Pixels fella, yeah, he's got multiple, and not just like not just like, oh, you know, he's a pretty good writer or whatever, but like he's it seems a really very good, and maybe there's people that help him, but at the very least, you know, he's the one whose name is on it on the front. Really skilled 3D animator type of person, but also, you know, has the understanding of horror that none of these other fucking channels have, you know, to keep it a little bit subtle. And like, I think that third part of the View one, I think it actually does have like a spooky monster chasing him or something, and I didn't get to that part, and I'm sure that is even done somewhat tastefully, you know. There was like one or two things where I was like, you know, again, signing your name on it and putting it on your channel, it's like, it's a little hard to buy into the concept, the conceit of the video, you know. But like, once you get past that, that's admittedly a bit of an up my own ass thing to be. It's like a little meta. The actual footage is all very good. That's definitely the best one I saw today, and probably the best ARG, like, analog horror thing I've ever seen. It's not an ARG, it's just on his channel, but analog horror is the right term. Need to remember that there's a distinction there. $5 from Moxie621. The weirdest ARG I've seen was Lasagna Cat, last in years, and the whole point of it was made to prove Garfield isn't funny. Yeah, Lasagna Cat, I don't know, people say it doesn't count as an analog horror, and I guess that's true. Gilbert Garfield counts as analog horror, of course, but Lasagna Cat is at least an ARG, and I think it's, whether it's analog horror or not, it's more horror than a lot of these by virtue of being a lot simpler, a lot less in your face. There's occasional moments, like, I believe there's, again, I didn't watch it, but I watched Super Eye Patch Wolf talk about it, the video he made about Garfield. I should rewatch that video, but it was a good one. Yeah, there was the part with the, I believe it was the, like, lady having a miscarriage or something. She's, like, in a bathroom. Something like that is happening. Like, weird, kind of weird, like, body horror type of stuff happening in that. But it's not all the time in your face. It's not jump scares. It's not anything like that. And a lot of it is, like, kind of stupid, funny, shitposty. Again, I maintain that one of the biggest things you can do, in my opinion, to win my favor with something like this is to be kind of half shitposty. Might I direct your yonder attention toward the Filmarillion, not analog horror, but it was something where it was thoroughly scary, but also weirdly kind of funny and dumb and stupid all the way throughout. It's unbelievable that somebody would... That's the scary part, is like, it's funny, and I don't know, there's an element of it that's, it's a weird layered thing, there. Where it's like, yeah, this guy actually really made all of this fucking insane shit, and what can you do but laugh? This is so dumb. But it doesn't change how terrifying it is. It's not even nervous laughter. It's just, you separate how fucking funny it is that, you separate how absolutely fucking funny it is that, like, you know, I don't know, I lost my train of thought, but yeah. The humor involved in comedy, like humor, or the humor involved in horror can sometimes be important. I keep going back to that version of Godzilla in Shin Godzilla where he's got the wacky googly eyes, and he's still a horrible menace that's destroying Tokyo. But he's got wacky googly eyes, you know? I don't think he was in Tokyo at that point, but still. $2 from Ing VT, the Tooncat channel. Try Turtle Dreams organic ARG that RLM covered. Well, it's not really an ARG, but it's an interesting one. I don't know that really... That would kind of count as like a spooky, like, analog horror video if you watched it without context, probably, yeah. But that's I don't know that really counts. It's just kind of like a strange performance art thing. I think if anything, possibly in Michigan could... That's like an interesting thing because that's made to be sort of avant-garde and spooky, but it's also, I don't know, for other reasons now kind of looks kind of spooky in a way, and it has that analog horror vibe, and it's like, I don't know, that's a thing that exists on multiple levels. I'd like to look at that again in its entirety, because I remember looking at some of it on stream, and I really actually quite like that Animal Cannibal song. It's kind of dopey and stupid, and like it's like a little bit offbeat or whatever, but it's like a really interesting song. I like the part where she's like, she starts talking about like, maybe I must turn them into dead ones or whatever. It's very spooky and weird. It's a cool song. And yeah, the rest of it is like a whole music thing too. I should watch it again, because I watched some of it, and it's an interesting thing. Possibly in Michigan. A big fan of that one. $2 from XKill568. Can we watch the Aliantos King of the Hill edits? Aliantos King of the Hill. What is this? Is this spooky? This is spooky stuff. Okay, yeah, it appears to be spooky stuff. Well, this is from 10 years ago. Wow. Well, I've never heard of these, but maybe we could look at these. Sure, next time, potentially. I don't know that this even necessarily counts, but I'll save it. I do enjoy some King of the Hill. You know what? I've been watching Futurama again. I gotta fucking watch King of the Hill again. I gotta fucking watch King of the Hill again. Because that show, I used to not like it as a kid because I don't think I got it. And then I started liking it, and I never really watched too much of it. But it was like I got to a point where I'm like, oh yeah, this is good. And then I just kind of stopped watching it. I need to watch more of it. I think I'd really appreciate it now. I've been watching more Futurama lately, though. And, by the way, chat members, what should I watch after the show I Think You Should Leave? I'm thinking maybe Chappelle's Show, but I'm also thinking like a Kids in the Hall. I'm looking for like another sketch comedy show, you know, something like that. What do you think? Because I really liked I Think You Should Leave. Is there like another Tim Robinson thing that I could look at? I don't know. King of the Hill is the GOAT, yes. Whitest Kids You Know? Yeah, I've heard good things about that. I have. I know some people that really like Whitest Kids You Know. I could maybe watch that. Well, Sunny isn't a sketch show. I've been watching some of that too. You were like me with Futurama, I see, yes. What? I gotta say, I gotta watch the new Futurama too. And also, I gotta watch some of the new old Futurama, like the stuff that came out in like 2013. I never watched the second finale, the one that everybody says is really good. I really like the original finale, the Devil's Hands or Idol Fiddle things or whatever, I forget the name of it, but it's like Fry with his weird instrument to impress Leela. I always really liked that element of Futurama, the Fry and Leela stuff. That was one of my only times that I ever shipped people. I mean, not really, but like, you know, in my head or whatever. So I like that. I know the second finale is really good. I've heard mixed things, some good, some bad about the new one. But I need to watch, there's apparently some other good episodes throughout of the first revival. I don't know. I remember, I need to watch the movies too, because people don't like the movies, but I remember thinking they were fine back in the day. Well, I say that, but then the only one I remember is the one that people say that they liked, which was the one with Lars. So maybe they are bad, I don't know. But anyways, yeah, no. Whitest Kids You Know maybe is a good idea, I would say. That's, that and maybe Chappelle. I think Chappelle could be good. I've heard Chappelle bits referenced for years, and I've never seen a single Chappelle Show sketch, so maybe I'll watch that. But, yeah. Let me see here. Cult Case Files became a member. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would play a sound effect, but we're listening to the song, so I'll just say, "Die, monster!" and we'll move on from there. Thank you. 5 CHF from Super Mario Hack. The Mandela Magazine was better. So is this another YouTube series, or is that an actual magazine? Mandela Magazine. What is this? The Mandela Magazine from Sir Pelo. Oh, is this like a joke? I think this is a joke. This is a meme. I believe this is a meme. There is also from Alex Kister 2 the video here called the Scrimblow Catalog 1. Which I can certainly appreciate that. You got a little sus guy there. Yeah, everybody loves the sus guy. You know, I love that one time Germa played Among Us, and he had a custom-made Sus Guy Among Us, like, logo, just for the one single stream where he was Sus Guy. Just that one time. I think he played it with, like, Vinny and a few others, like the VR version a few times, but he had one time where he was... Well, no, that was VR, I think, where he had the Sus Guy up there. I think that was the one time, actually, yeah. $10 from Day Drunk Paralegal. The puppeteer from Ron and Marty on Joy Junction, 80s Christian show, turned out to be a pedo cannibal. Not sure how much footage still exists, but it's terrifying. I think I've heard of that to some extent. Joy Junction. Let me see here. Joy Junction. I guess Ronald Brown would be his name. The Cannibal Puppeteer. Well, there's a video here from Jack Neal that perhaps I will watch. I'll put that on my watch later. There's a couple of these actually here. Yeah, no, I've definitely seen stuff about this. I think maybe Nick Crowley talked about him actually in one of the like disturbing moments on Caught on TV or something. Caught in 4K, one of those. There's another video here. I'll save that. Not too much footage is apparently still around. There's like maybe around 6 minutes, 7 minutes of footage it looks like, but we could get something out of that. Well, I'll save this for next time. Or maybe not next time, but at some point we'll look at that. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Thank you. Also thank you. You're the new top boy over on the Patreon, so thank you very much. New top boy Day Drunk Paralegal. Thank you very much, and thank you for the suggestion. I appreciate it. $5 from Get That Griff. Fun fact that the Sophie actor, right? Yeah. Apparently Walton Files drama. I don't know. Let me see here. €2 from Alexandros Djordjevs. I don't know how to say that, man. I keep trying. FNAF and its consequences. Absolutely, yeah. The FNAF revolution and its consequences. $2 from Disgusting Seal. There's a Beavis and Butthead Mandela catalog parody. You know, it's funny actually if you think. I'm sorry. Going back to the previous one. It's funny, FNAF and its consequences. But, like, is it really? Because I joked about Night Trap. But legitimately, Night Trap is, like, the game that this all spawns from. Night Trap existed, and I don't think anything really existed before it that was, like, checking on security cameras or whatever. It's a combination of Night Trap meets Chuck E. Cheese, right? So, Chuck E. Cheese exists, but Night Trap, like, you just think about it for a sec, like, how terrible of a video game Night Trap is. If you've ever watched, like, Scott the Woz talked about it, people have played it, it's such a bad game, like, actually as a video game. The game Night Trap, it's like, interesting things will happen in the story, well, like, interesting, quote-unquote. If you find the story interesting, stuff is happening, and you have to quickly, like, look away from any of those scenes because there will be secretly goblin guys sneaking in, little ninja men, and you have to, like, stop them. Like, there will be a Five Night happening, and you have to put a stop to the Five Night. And it's like, I don't know, like, that terrible game led to, like, huge shit in, like, the ESRB exists because of it. Fucking FNAF exists because of it. And now we're playing the clown music, and you know, without Night Trap, the clowniest game of all, we wouldn't have the ESRB, and what a bunch of fucking clowns they are. We wouldn't have fucking FNAF, and what a bunch of fucking clowns FNAF people are. You know, right there you go. $2 from Disgusting Seal. Beavis and Butthead Mandela catalog parody. You mean they parodied Beavis and Butthead, or the other way? I know there's new Beavis, so I'll need to look into that, maybe. $5. You know, I've never watched Beavis and Butthead. That's another thing I should maybe look into, honestly. Also the show The Critic, frankly. $5 from K Gray 05. $5. What about Tangy Virus / Oracle? Well, I don't know about these. Tangy Virus. Is this the same thing? Oracle is the same thing, or is that a different thing? I'll save this. Oracle Analog Horror. Is this the same thing? Prequel series. Okay. Project Sequel Project sequel, rather. I saw the Oracle Project sequel to the Tangy virus, and I saw Project and sequel and turned that in my head into prequel. That's what I did. So I'll probably look at the Tangy virus, the Sangy virus. I'll look at that first, and then if I'm interested, I'll do the sequel one there. I saved that one. Thank you. Well, I should probably make just a folder. I never my bookmarks thing is so completely disorganized. It's like an entire list from like the last 5 years of links, and I just look through them and I'm like, yeah, I vaguely know what was around this one, and I know, I'll know. It's like how my fucking reaction images from 15 years ago on 4chan are sorted, where it's just a huge folder and I'm like, yeah, there was like there was one that was really racist around here. I know that was, oh, it's right there. Okay, next to all the Doctor Who memes and right next to the racist one. That's how I remember it next time. That kind of thing. Let me see here. $5 from Almighty Love. Library Dork made an analog horror bingo. It's in Gen Chat in the Discord. Oh, wow. Well, next time we'll absolutely have to look at that. Thank you, Library Dork, for making that. I wish I'd seen that sooner. Sorry for not seeing it sooner, but next time, I'm probably going to do like some kind of extensive stream, longer even than this one if I can manage it, on Halloween Day. If I have my way. So we might go early morning and go a little late in the night. It's actually dark now. It's actually now around the time when a Halloween stream would be appropriate. Should have started now. But yeah, next time we do analog horror, I'll absolutely keep the analog horror bingo in mind. Ping me with that so I don't forget. I'll keep a pin in it. $5 from Rylan Crowder. Fun fact: Martin Walsh gets upset if you draw NSFW of any of his characters. Like, imagine getting upset that your series on the internet got Rule 34, lol. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's what Overwatch, that's what Blizzard tried to do, and now Overwatch has the most... I remember, actually, when shortly after Overwatch came out, if I remember correctly, it was like within a year, or like a few months even, they were like, please do not make porn of our characters, and now I'm pretty sure Overwatch has some of the most porn of anything ever. So, that's pretty cool, right there. Maybe, it's probably, I mean, like, there's every chance that he actually likes it. I don't know. $10 from Sticky Wiki. Perhaps a palate cleanser with the oldest view. We looked at it. Unless you already saw it and didn't like it. I don't know. I kind of fell asleep for a while, so I might look super dumb. Oh well, here's some money. That's okay. We looked at it. It was good. It's the best one we saw today. Definitely the good one of the bunch. I can't believe... Like, it sucks because... It's so much better by such leaps and bounds over everything else we've looked at. The best thing we've looked at besides the oldest view is like a 20th of the quality of that. And so the fact is, we also looked at some of the biggest names in analog horror. We looked at Walton Files, we looked at Mandela Catalog, we looked at Linkara, goddammit. And so for all of the ones that people were like, no, this is the really good one, you gotta watch this. And then really, that's on the same level as... It's like when somebody says their favorite movies are like 3 really good ones and then Transformers 3. And you're just like, wait, what? Really? Really? It's like Dogs Eating Dog 6 with all of his baby bullshit and then Ramsay Bolton. Like, well, really? That's there? Really? I don't know. It's such a disparity in quality. It's unbelievable. It's frankly unbelievable that, Mandela Catalog is so much more popular, and I've heard of it so much more than, The Oldest View or any of this. I mean, Backrooms is really popular, but he didn't even start the Backrooms. He just made, a Backrooms-inspired thing that was really good and really well-received. The Backrooms was, an X thing, I believe. I think it started with X. But it also goes back to kind of that creepypasta of, the elevator to nowhere or whatever. If you get off at that floor, you walk out into other reality or something. Second reality or something, I don't know. $5 from Grace, you should watch Analog Horror Be Like from Glyn. It's dumb, but it made me laugh. Well, maybe I'll save that for next time. Analog horror be like. Oh, it's 49 seconds, sure. Local 69 news. Wait.
Real trap shit.
I'm over here stroking my dick. I got lotion on my dick right now. I'm stroking my shit. Sussy baka.
Alright, it's too many memes. It's a little too dumb. It's too many memes. But if it's like got the right... It's got its heart in the right place. Doing your mom! I don't know why that's in there, but alright. Did fucking Internet Historian make this? Like...
Hello, I'd like to see Hank.
Hello, I'm here with a sponsorship from Raid Shadow Legends.
죄송하지만 헨크는 교통사고로 사망했습니다. Oh, okay. Hold on, wait, then who are you?
Oh my god, sus guy! Okay, well, very cool. Yeah, that's fairly accurate. A little too many memes, but fairly accurate. $5 from Tim Ori. Oh, hang on. Good God. That's not what I... God damn it. $5 from Tim Ori. The guy in black and white is Julien Reverchon, a French botanist who lived in Dallas in the 1800s. He was the mascot for Valley View Mall. Well, that was 3 hours ago, so I don't really remember what you're referencing, but, you know, interesting lore for the time, I suppose. You know, I'm sure it ties into the lore of the series in some way. $5 from Alan Sampson. The creator of Welcome Home didn't want people making NSFW content and needlessly edgy things of his series and character Wally Darling. Wally Darling? Is that the name of the character? What, is that the... Wally Darling. Is that the, Okay, that's the Marge Simpson character. People want... This is the new Tumblr sexy man, I guess. Safe place to simp over Wally Darling. I'm gonna kill myself. Well, I'm just gonna kill myself. That's fine. $5 from Wiggly Fungus. Not sure if the same in Canada in any sense, but there's a lot of hidden tunnels throughout the US. Mostly under cities from the probation, but still. I don't think we have anything like that. We just have residential schools, so that's also fun. $2 from Alan Sampson. If you like HOL, listen to the Poe Companion album. HOL? Man, I don't even... HOL? Hasta la Vista Out of Luck? No, I don't know what you're referencing at this point, damn. $30 from Milksteak is the channel Alter on YouTube, what you're looking for. It's not found footage or anything, but it's spoopy. I recommend the box video. Lots of views, though. Alter, I think I might have seen this. Alter is an ever-expanding platform for stories. The box video is that... what would that be? Because I see it in the preview here. They have like a little trailer. Alter box movie, I guess. Horror short film Other Side of the Box. There's also Box Fort. That's unrelated, but, you know, I'll save this for another time. This appears to be an actual short film type thing, though, so that's cool. Not really an analog horror, but, you know, maybe I'll do a stream that's, like, non-analog horror stuff made by, like, internet creators or something like that, you know? Things of that nature, or the... I guess the Amazing Digital Circus thing isn't even really horror at all, but, yeah. Let's see. 3 months membership from Shun Kurosaki. Yay, Claw Stream! Thank you very much for the membership and for the yay. I hope you enjoyed what you saw of the stream. I hope you had fun. $2 from Get That Griff. Got a perfect score on Mr. Know-It-All. Beat that. I can't beat that. Fuck you. Fuck you. $2 from Get That Griff. Can't wait for the scariest stream. Skibbity toilet. We're not doing a Skibbity toilet stream. It's not happening. It's not happening. That's not happening. It's not happening. There's not going to be a Skibidi Toilet stream. What if I told you Skibidi Toilet was my creation? And I secretly made it just so that... Well, that wouldn't make sense. Then I would want to cover it. Yeah, if I'm ever overly eager to cover something that has, like, no views, then you know that I made it. But you would know that I made it because... I don't know. Like, I would have to put in effort, and that's unlikely. I don't know. Let me see here. $5 from Wiggly Fungus. The problem is it wants to be an alternate reality and evolution fiction, but still trying to use the typical analog horror quirks. Well, I mean, a lot of this stuff tries to be, like, interesting types of fiction, and again, there will be interesting stories, interesting monsters, or whatever, but it's in service of, like, yeah, this, like, stupid analog horror shit. It's bogged down by, like, trying to be an emergency service alert or some shit, like, whatever. I don't know why that's so scary for people, but whatever. $2 from IngVT, the Toon Cat channel. I love you, Fady. I love you, Fady, face the beard. $10 from Queen Nidus. Je suis un ananas, but it's analog VHS horror starring Claw Papa as he's forced to learn Canada's true tongue. Fuck off with that. I'm not, no. It's je suis fucking... Cut off, just literally cut off Quebec and send them back. That's what I'm saying. You know what? Fucking Newfoundland, they can go too. I don't really care. The whole East Coast. Cut off Quebec. There, you know what? Sins of the fucking father. Quebec is, just take them all. You know what? Take them all. Take them all back to the fucking Europe. I don't need Quebec. All right, the East Coast could stay. But logistically, for Quebec to be able to sail away, I think that the East Coast would also have to go in that scenario, you know? If we could just, like, excise Quebec and transplant it, like, over into France, well, then we would really be going places then. But I guess I think we would actually have to get rid of the East Coast, too, and that's a shame, because I don't actually have a problem with, like, Newfoundland. You know, they got really colorful houses over there. Nova Scotia, they just got blown to shit anyways. They don't need more trouble. So that's fair. That's fair. I guess Quebec can live another day. 333 from Silly Palm. We need analog horror about bees. My God. God. Oh, you can't just say that. $2 from Oofies with 2 eyes. Dang, just missed the stream. Well, I'm sorry to inform you that that's silly of you. Go back and watch the unlisted one, I guess, maybe? If it remains up, if this channel doesn't get copyright claimed by an angry analog horrorist, as we call them, analog whores, what would an analog whore be? I don't know. That's, you go home with that one and figure that out. You know, don't answer in chat. Think about it. Ruminate on it, like, as a personal question. $2 from Disgusting Seal. Yep, Nate Animate made the B&B Mandela catalog parody. So it's like a parody. Okay. Beavis and Butthead Mandela. Is this like another person made a... Okay, yeah, from a year ago, sure. Oh yeah, it's the 2 victims or whatever, yeah. Oh, it's kind of funny. Yeah, not really a Beavis guy, necessarily, nor a Butthead guy. I could be, I will probably watch them at some point. So I wouldn't probably get too much out of that, but that does sound kind of funny. That sounds kind of funny. There you go. That's my attempt. There you go. That's what I know of Beavis and Butthead. That and they like Ride the Lightning or whatever. Metallica shirts. $2 from JF. Just saying to look at Urban Spook. It's a crappy analog horror you'd like. I did crappily like it. I mean, it was only okay. In terms of crap. There have been worse ones, frankly. That one's just so... It's like, that one's formulaic, but it's like, they're all so formulaic. That one's like formulaic it's in its own way, where all of the Urban Spook videos feel very samey to each other. But, like, they don't feel like really any other analog horror channels that I've seen. And frankly, a lot of them feel identical to one another, so at least he's doing that right. Like, there's a distinct Urban Spook feel. It isn't good. It isn't good, but none of them are good, right? Like, most of them aren't good. There's, like, we found, like, 3 that are good. I don't know. But anyways, that'll do it for the stream. Thank you, everybody, for watching. And, take it easy. have a big old chufty penis day and spooky Halloween night. Goodbye. Stream over. Penis.